Shalom, Doooovid here. Welcome to Week in Review. God bless Dave Douglas. Good to see you, Judas. Been a while. So, Dave, if you want to hop on and chat, um, feel free. I'm going to hopefully have Kevin McCairn on today, and we'll be talking about um, neuroscience and metaphysics of group behavior, and return a little bit to my research, but in relation to the war in Israel, which has been the major topic since after the Jewish holidays. I thought I'd get into a little bit about group dynamics, and if Kevin McCairn joins, that would definitely bring some expertise to the topic, um, and maybe lead to more productive conversations if we talk in the future about your Judaic topics, Abrahamism, or various issues. So hopefully this week also I will finally get into detail about my failures as a Jew. God forbid. The last few weeks, had guests on or a lot of other topics, so just kind of skirted the issue. And I saw Stephen James was on Luke Ford earlier today, asking how you would describe Doooovid, and would you? And I guess Doovid's difficult to describe, but Stephen James gave a reasonably accurate description. And would call myself a failed Jew, and or whatever it is. Like, I don't want to sound like a bitter person. I'm not a bitter person. I love the Jewish people. I love all people. I love Judaism, but in the sense of an outsider to Judaism, an independent uh, scholar, analyst, and the reasons of why I'm independent, why I hold views of Judaism that are outside of the mainstream, that have largely caused me to be a failure as a Jew, and most exemplified by the current war and the status now, and whether I could have done more to stop this or anything else, it's unclear. I would say I love God, I love Judaism, I love the Jewish people. However, many of my views are non-traditional, and that has given me a different outlet. As I've said, that my message is to the Goyim. Doovid is a half Jew, and I had a very good Jewish education and studied and worked under some extremely big rabbis, and I appreciate that, and any information I could share. So yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Um, so what does it mean that I failed as a Jew? And so hopefully today I'll talk a little bit about my history in Israel and anti-Zionism, and how I came to lean towards anti-Zionism, how I discovered anti-Zionism in Jerusalem from rabbis, and then later in Brooklyn. Okay, so let's jump straight into a screen share. I'll show some links. I think the war has, there's not as much new information with the war. There's a lot of protest. There's a lot of things happening relative to the war. However, to some extent, the war is winding down, and there'll be less. I'll be able to return to my research. Blessing us, and hopefully also Kevin McCairn, who it's in Japan right now. So it was like 8 a.m. there now. So hopefully Kevin McCairn will be joining me probably in like a few hours, like 9 or 10 o'clock, in 2 or 3 hours, as he's waking up in Japan. And if Dave Douglas want to hop on and talk or whatever, hopefully I'll cover some interesting ideas and bring it back. I haven't followed active inference like the last month since the war in Israel broke out. I haven't been following the recent updates in active inference. I've been busy following the war in Israel. Okay, so let's look at, I was just watching this right before the show started. Interesting conversation between Sadhguru and Steven Pinker, hosted at Harvard, about is consciousness a miracle? And a lot of insight it's kind of like debating where there's straw manning. I think it was more straw manning of Pinker straw manning the religious perspective in terms of his conception of miracleism, or without his uh, epistemological grounding of, is he a materialist? Can he actually explain consciousness? And then discounting um, dualistic spiritual explanations for um, everyday phenomenon. And then what does it mean to say miraculous? And but it's still an interesting conversation. And it's probably similar to some of the conversation between Doooovid and Kevin McCairn. Um, Big news this week: Sam Altman outed from OpenAI. A lot of speculation why. It's unclear. It's personal, related to stuff with his sister, God forbid. That, I guess that news has been around for a while, or if it was related to the direction. So Yannick Kilcher is speculating that um, Sam Altman wanted to sell more of the company, monetize more of the company to Microsoft, as where the other board of the directors didn't, or possibly Sam Altman made himself too big of a personality, too big of a media, too big of a central focus of the company. But whatever, he's out. So we'll see if that makes a difference. There's a lot of other stuff happening in besides Chat GPT and various factors. And so, big news right now. It's unclear what it means, but thought I'd mention that. If anyone in the chat, if I was still streaming Jennifer, I thought that'd be a big topic. I sometimes watch Mr. Beat on history, and he made this video, Why It Feels Like I'm Your Friend, and talking a little bit about parasocial relationships. And I'm going to look a little bit at parasocial relationships, and just a little bit interesting, like why you feel like streamers are your friend, and saying, well, he doesn't know you, he's never going to know you. The dynamics of relationships, the dynamics of e-relationships, like Luke Ford and the dangers of the e-personality. So I thought that was interesting, and it inspired me to hopefully later I'll talk a little bit about para social interactions and relationships. So on to Israel. So a lot happened this week. Actually, not a lot happened this week related to Israel. So in terms of like major updates in the war, it's hitting kind of a stalemate, and progress on the Israeli front is moving slower. And there's a lot of protests, a lot of international um, relations and various things. So hopefully I'll be able to return to some of my research, but I'll talk a little bit about what's going on in Israel. Here was Teldar News EU. I occasionally follow this channel. Teldar News, European channel, gives a different take. So here's a question: which EU countries are the most pro-Israel? And you could see your various explanations of the various countries that are leaning more towards or less towards Israel. Another video, why Ireland is so pro-Palestinian, and different geopolitical circumstances related to the state of the war. Okay, so this Thursday I streamed with Stephen James, and we talked for a few hours, and I said Stephen James with Luke Ford, and the update. So we didn't do the week before because I forgot about it. This week we probably won't stream because of Thanksgiving, and not that much updates happening. However, he titled Zionism Unraveling, and looked at some more of the international fallout. And I guess John Vance came on. We talked about some of the protest, a little update about what's actually happening on the ground, the narrative battles, narrative wars. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that. I have an article about the nature of war narratives related to war. And on the international level, although I concluded from this stream that the most likely thing to happen in the short run, which we'll see very quickly, is that there is going to be a huge refugee crisis of likely millions of Palestinians. And so if you look at this map right here, we'll look at a few more maps, but and this is from Financial Times, but Israel is starting to make incursions in southern Gaza, starting to bomb Khan Yunis also. So Israel just started in the north. They cut Gaza in half militarily, and then they've encircled last week with the Al Shifra hospital and the Al Shati refugee camp. So Israel successfully encircled northern Gaza, and they've also started making military moves in southern Gaza in this area outside of Khan Yunis. And as of now, there's like a million, the Al Muwasi safe zone, which is almost by the Egyptian border, where I believe now there's already over a million people in Gaza. Already is one of the densest places on the planet, like let alone how they could conceivably house like 1 to 2 million people in this little safe zone, which is untenable. So we already have a situation where there's a huge refugee crisis. There could be mass death and sickness, and there's going to be pressure to relieve the refugee crisis. And as we talked before, like Israel's hope that they were going to be able to open up a humanitarian corridor, God forbid, you call ethnic cleansing or expulsion, another Nakba into the Sinai Peninsula and then into Egypt or other nations, is extremely unlikely. And so we're talking about, so here's, on MSNBC, Danny Danan saying the West should welcome Gazan refugees. So already now the pressure is for the West to relieve the Gazan refugee crisis. So as of now, it's been over a month. It's been 40 days plus since October 7th and the ground incursion. So, now you've close to a few weeks now where you've had high hundreds of thousands of Gazans in this tiny safe zone refugee camp. And as Israel continues its complete encirclement, bombing campaigns, forcing everybody from the north to the south, and at the same time, it looks like Israel is going to start approaching on Khan Yunis, the biggest city in the south, with also like 500,000 people. That you're going to have like 1.5 million people in this tiny safe zone that just can't house them. And so there's going to immediately become probably the single biggest refugee crisis in the world. And what I think likely to happen is they're going to come to the West. And because Egypt and Arab countries are not going to take, like as Egypt, we mentioned the article a few weeks ago, that Egypt can't take the refugees because if they do, that will lead to war with Israel, because Israel, if the Palestinians come to Egypt and then from Egypt they try to take military action, terrorist actions against Israel, that will give Israel a green light to do military attacks on Egypt. So, from that perspective, even in the United States or Europe, it's not quite the same, or like Jordan, in any of these cases, that taking Palestinian, Lebanon, if they take Palestinian refugees, the Palestinian refugees will likely want to continue their battle against Israel, and that will cause Israel to take military action against the neighboring Arab nations. So, because of that danger, no Arab country is going to take Palestinian refugees. Israel's military posturing right now, Israel demands the ability to defend itself. And if they take Palestinian refugees and then the Palestinian refugees try to launch terrorist activities from that country a neighboring country against Israel, Israel will wage war, take military action against their neighboring Arab countries. So, because of that, no neighboring Arab country will take any of these refugees, and also, like the legitimizing um, what Israel's doing. They all hold that what Israel's doing is illegal. It goes against humanitarianism, and therefore they don't want to legitimate it. So, because we have this huge humanitarian crisis, um, God forbid, I would predict within the next, maybe even this month, maybe even immediately, but certainly in a month or two, you're going to have the largest humanitarian um, refugee crisis in the world, with about 1 million to 2 million Gazan refugees in just this tiny area. It's going to be untenable. Israel is going to start doing military action here in Khan Yunis, and it's not going to be possible to feed these refugees because Hamas. I mean, right now there's also a lot of thoughts that Hamas has actually made its way south, and like where the hostages are. Like Israel, there's a lot of pressure in Israel to get the hostages. They don't even know where the hostages are, and it's very likely possible that the hostages have been taken south to Khan Yunis, and Israel has already started doing military action on this part of Gaza and are likely going to start pushing into Khan Yunis, and they're already dropping flyers in these external towns outside of Khan Yunis, telling the Gazans to flee to the Al Muasi safe zone. And so, if you have currently now, like probably close to 1 million people in the safe zone, and likely over the next few weeks, it will increase to about 1.5 million people. They're not going to be able to stay there long term, and it's going to be a huge humanitarian catastrophe. And most likely, like Kevin Michael Grace always talks about, and why the U.S. shouldn't get involved in these wars, is because no other country is going to be willing to take them, and because the U.S. and Germany, France, England, mostly Western powers are the ones backing Israel in the military action, that we will have to take the Gazan refugees. And so, if you're talking about 1.5 million Gazan refugees, they're going to be sitting here for months, likely a year. If you're thinking the Gazans that are currently been forced to leave, and the more that are being forced to leave, and the Israel announcing that the next stop is Khan Yunis, that they're going to start trying to eliminate Gaza from the south. Also, there's no place for these Gazan refugees. And the possibility that they create a safe zone or encampment in Israel, they might if they have to, but they might not. And like Israel might just let them die. And so I predict you're going to start seeing an influx of hundreds of thousands of Gazan refugees to the West. And like even the U.S., you could see as many as like 500,000 Gazan refugees to the United States. And so that I was talking with Stephen James and just the situation. And unfortunately, I think that's the most likely, because Israel does not appear to be stopping. Israel is upping what they're doing. Israel is, you will look a little bit up the maps and what Israel's doing, but Israel is hell bent on completely eliminating Hamas, forcing all civilians in the north to flee, and they've already started evacuation of Khan Yunis. And it's going to be a disaster humanitarian. There's going to be 1.5 million people in this tiny safe zone, and it's going to be a huge refugee crisis. And Israel will be pressuring the West, and already started to accept these guys and refugees. And we probably will, like in the current state of politics and various things, and probably the direction of the protest, that I would suspect probably by the end of the year, but certainly beginning of next year, you'll start seeing the mass influx of Gazan refugees into the West. University of Michigan, mass protests. As I mentioned, I think it's very likely that the U.S., the Israel could wage an unpopular war. As of now, um, Israel has basically made clear what it plans on doing and the future plans of the war and the desire to completely eliminate Hamas and the likelihood that it's going to take over a year. And the U.S. is likely to have the back of Israel, at least from the federal government standpoint, um, for months. If you say like the support of Ukraine is still strong today, it's just a question of funding. They still have to get the $14 billion aid package through for Israel. But the likelihood that the federal government will, I think as of now, maybe 40 Congress people have called for a ceasefire. And that's just a ceasefire, like, let alone um, stronger actions like but just to call for a temporary ceasefire, there's only 40 Congress people. And say, well, how long is that going to take to get to 218 Congress people? It may not. It doesn't even look like it's likely. So because the U.S. is likely to back the war and Israel shows no sign of stopping, the regular daily deaths, God forbid, there are a few mass tragedy bombings this week that killed tens, possibly hundreds of civilians, children. And we'll look at the maps. But I mean, Israel basically saying they warned people to flee south. If they haven't fled south, if they die in battle, they're going to chalk that up, blaming it on Hamas. And the U.S. government has largely been parroting that talking point, where any of the civilian casualties in northern Gaza is the fault of Hamas, not Israel. So it's likely that Israel will continue the bombings. The U.S., at least at the federal level of government, in terms of the White House and Congress, the Senate will back Israel's military activity. And because it's already not popular with the populace, the war in Israel, there's a huge mismatch between the U.S. population and the federal government policy. We're going to see huge protests. So here, University of Michigan, 40 people got arrested following a protest and sitting at the administrative building demanding a meeting with the president of University of Michigan. And it's unclear what the president of University of Michigan could even do about it. But here you could see this channel BG on the scene. Looks like he's traveling around live streaming these protests. So this University of Michigan, Doowovid's alma mater, and you could see hours and hours of the protest that started out as just a regular protest in the Diag in the main center of University of Michigan, even like reading names of the casualties and speeches, to walking all together to the administrative building to a sit-in and civil disobedience leading to the arrest of 40 people. And these type of civil disobedience has stepped up. So like at the Democratic Jewish groups, if not now, Jewish Voice for Peace, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan was involved with Palestinian students. There's 55 different student groups that took part in this protest, including the graduate students union. And so there's mass popular support for these protests. 55 different organizations in Ann Arbor joined these protests, and all over the United States, you've seen regular protests and stepping up from like walkouts to civil disobedience, public disturbances, mostly focusing on politicians, trying to get politicians to call for a ceasefire. And I predict those increase. And because of the mismatch between public opinion and U.S. federal government policy, you're likely to see these protests maybe even like half a year. And like as I'm predicting, you're going to start seeing a Gazan refugee crisis and many of the Gazans will start being led into America. So, I would sit tight. Anyone following the war saying this isn't going anywhere, it's likely to last at least a year, like definitely half a year. And we'll look at the maps. Fluent, good to see you. God bless. So we'll look at some of these maps. So here's a mapping project I saw. There's a lot of bombing back and forth. I mentioned, I think there's like a 5 mile buffer zone, like Israel and Hezbollah, or like Lebanon, are still temporarily at war, but they have like an agreement that they only bomb 5 miles from the armistice temporary border. And so within that, there's been a lot of small tit for tat bombings with Lebanon, Hezbollah increasing their rhetoric. But like I mentioned, I don't predict seeing much happening on the Hezbollah border, Lebanon border. And there's also been continued tit for tat borders. If you mentioned, to Iran. So, this whole area from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq to Iran. So from Syria to Iraq, there's like 30 military bases from like Kuwait. And there's been bombings tit for tat to American bases. And I don't predict Lebanon getting involved seriously unless the U.S. gets weakened, starts pulling out of some of these military bases. And then there might be a connection between different forces in Iraq and Syria that could team up through Lebanon. Jordan stepped up its rhetoric on condemning the war. Here you can see the distance, like the Yemens and the Houthis are very far away. They've launched some bombs towards Israel that have been intercepted. There was a ship that was supposedly Israeli that was taken over this week. But I think that's just going to be relatively tit for tat probably for the next few months. And we'll see if the U.S. larger position has been weakened. So here you could see I guess they haven't mapped it. From my understanding, Israel has been dropping flyers in warning of military incursions in these 5 different major neighborhoods outside of Khan Yunis on this border. And there you have the Al-Mawasi safe zone. And Israel has made progress from the Al-Shifra military zone to getting into central Gaza. Israel took relatively quite a few losses this week, as that Israel did the easy parts first. So encircling where there's flat land, is relatively easy for Israel because of Israel's technology supremacy in tanks or whatever. But the tanks have a hard time operating in the urban environment. So most of the blue zone that Israel has conquered is relatively flat land. If you're looking at the built environment, Israel's making very slow progress in moving into Gaza City, northern Gaza, in the urban places. They, through the beach, they went through Al-Shati camp and Al-Shifra hospital to encircle it, largely being able to use the beach for tanks. And it's still a little less sparse. The densest parts are here in the center. And Israel has been losing quite a few vehicles, although you may be like 15 casualties on the Israeli side, but relatively, Israel's somewhat at a standstill. Like they're just bombing and bombing and bombing. A lot of civilian casualties, trying to get people to flee. But like eventually, Israel has to go in. And as they go in, the battle becomes much more difficult. And Israel is taking more casualties. It's losing more vehicles. And it's unclear what Israel is going to do. There's also unclear whether Hamas has tunnels that connect northern Gaza to southern Gaza that are still in operation. So it's likely, most people think, yes, that they do have tunnels that are deep enough that can successfully get from northern to southern Gaza. How many fighters are left in northern Gaza? How many citizens are there? We don't have exact numbers, but I mean, certainly there's major fighting going on, and Israel is having tough time making progress in these urban areas where, because Israel's strategy right now is very loss adverse. So, as I said, they're going in with tanks without civilians walking through the tanks. And when the civilians are going in unarmed, they're taking losses. And they're also taking large losses in military vehicles, tanks. And for Israel to make any more progress, they're going to have to start taking larger losses. Like Israel is basically, I say they've done the easy part first, which is just bombing and artillery strikes and um, the flatland area. So it's likely to be very slow. So over the next few months, it's likely that there's not going to be many major updates. That Israel doesn't even really know where the hostages are. That's why there's a lot of pressure to start um, attacking Khan Yunis, because they believe Israel intelligence believe that the hostages have been transferred to southern Gaza and are in the Khan Yunis area, and that's why Israel wants to uh, start trying to take over Khan Yunis also. But just the complete encirclement and you're really leveling of northern Gaza is a very slow progress, and so there wasn't much updates this week, and they're unlikely to will be. Here, just from the military channel perspective on the Israeli Markava tank from Binkoff's Battleground. Interesting channel talking about the weaponry and Israel's new Markava tank and their reliance on their Markava tank and the type of weapons that Hamas has to potentially wage war against it, and the inability for their Merkava tank to penetrate into the areas. Obviously, Israel's using a lot of bulldozers where they try to bulldoze clear the area so they could get tanks in there, and it's unclear in the more populated areas. So Israel made this week, the Al Shifra, so that was the big news, the Al Shifra hospital, and a little bit of incursion into central Gaza from the Al Shifra hospital, and minor battles on the northern Gaza front. And it looks like there's been heavy fighting with Israel not making much progress, taking a relatively pretty severe losses. Maybe only like 15 soldiers died, but possibly the destruction of 40 to 100 vehicles from these attacks here in northern Gaza. So it's unclear what's going to happen, but it's likely to just be tit for tat and slow progress on the Israeli front moving forward in Gaza City, and the continued bombing, which is unclear whether that even helps. How much that actually helps. Uh, Even if there weren't civilians, if there are only Gazan Hamas fighters, um, it'd be a difficult battle. But with the civilians, and it's unclear what the bombing actually helps as a military objective. But you're still seeing serious bombing and a lot of civilian casualties. As I said, like even if a million people have fled northern Gaza, there's still a few 100,000 people there, and so you're seeing mass civilian casualties, and so it's unfortunate state of the war, and but I'll probably be able to get back to the research because there's not that many updates uh, regularly on the war. So let me chant a niggin, chant a song, and then I'm going to talk about. I have a few small articles, the ones I was going to do last week, and we'll talk about group consciousness, and hopefully Kevin McCairn will come. So messages. Okay, so I was going to chant this week. For whatever reason, this tune was in my mind, and yeah, I think it's fitting for the time. Let me just put it in the chat. So this is from the Yori Bun song, and actually, Yori Bun was written by the Rabbi of Gaza. So if so Yori Bun was written by Israel ben Moses Najara, who was the rabbi in Gaza. So, and the words are in Aramaic, and it's a popular tune, but that's why I was thinking of this tune, because the Yori Bun is one of the most popular Friday night Shabbos Zemiros. It's there's hundreds of tunes to it, and the rabbi who wrote uh, the the song was the rabbi in Gaza City in the late 1500s. So the words Proik Yas Unak, save your flock, Prok in this Aramaic. Prok Yas Unak, save your flock, Mipim from the mouth, Aryavusa of the lion. The Apek Yas Amek, and bring your people out of exile, Migoy Galisu. The Amek Dibakarta, the nation which you chose, Mikolamaya, from all the nations. So these are famous words of the poem from the chief rabbi of Gaza 400 years ago. And there's a lot of different tunes to this. And there's a famous Modzitz tune that I was thinking of that was in my head that, it's kind of like, save us from the lion's mouth. Proik Yasuna Mipim Ayevusu Viapek Yasamek Viapek Yasamek Mi Goy Golisu Proik Yasuna Mipim Ayevusu Viapek Yasamek Viapek Yasamek Mi Goy Golisu Oyamek Hamek di Becharta Mikalu Maya ya 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 Amek di Bechart Mikalu Maya. So Tolstar Yitzchak Rebbe used to occasionally chant that. It's also popular among lit foxes. It's a Modzitz song. Modzitz was a popular Hasidic group. I've sung a lot of their songs, and they were kind of neutral on Zionism. But the Modzitz songs are popular from anti-Zionist to Litvish, even sometimes modern Orthodox. There's the Bobov version from the famous Bobov Yoribun from Ben Zion Halberstam, a blessed memory. I'll try to chant a little bit of that also. You could this famous words from the chief rabbi of Gaza 450 years ago. Eliha delay, Eliha delay, Ikar igrusa, Ikar igrusa, Ikar igrusa, Ikar igrusa, Proik yasuna, Mipima yevuso, Yapek yasamek, Migoy gulisu. Proik yasuna, Mipima yevuso, Yapek yasamek, Migoy gulisu. Proik paroik yasuna, Mipima yevuso ayevuso. Proik paroik yasuna, Mipima yevuso. Viapek yasapek viasamek, Migoy golisu. Yamek, Amek Tibakar, Mikolimaya, Amek Tibakar to Mikolimaya. So I'm a little off on that tune. I hadn't sung that in a while. And then there's a high part. Provoik Yasuna, Mi Pin, Ayevusu. Proik Yasuna, Mi Pin, Ayevusu. So, save the holy nation of Israel from the mouth of the lion. Generally, the song is more popular among anti-Zionists, and ironically, the history, the Macabre, the writer of Koribun, I think became a Frankist, or his son was not a Frankist, sorry, a supporter of Shabbatai Tzvi, and you have Nassan Megaza. I think maybe his son or grandson student was Nassan Megaza, who becomes the main supporter of Shabbatai Tzvi. But saying that was Gaza going back hundreds of years in popular Hasidic songs. And maybe if I talk more of Kevin McCairn or Adam Green, talk about, well, who is God's nation that needs to be saved from the mouth of the lion? Does it refer to the Zionist state of Israel, or does it refer to the Haredim, the people who do their best to follow God's law? So maybe now, I guess, just a handful of people watching. Not much activity in the chat, but appreciate people tuning in. And we'll see if Kevin shows up. He probably won't show up for like an hour, 2 hours or so. So I'll give a little bit of a history of Doooovid's evolution to anti-Zionism and run in and with Haredi Anti-Zionism. So, okay, appreciate it, Dave. You feel free to hop on if you want. So, Doooovid, after high school in 1996, went to Israel and spent a summer trip in Or Samek, and was generally a supported trip that my parents paid some money towards. I think it was like $600, and it was sponsored the rest. And I'm not sure if it was Birthright or different sponsors. Might have included partial Birthright, but other sponsors. And the goal was to make secular Jews going to college uh, fall in love with Israel, more likely to marry a Jewish spouse, and even turn them Orthodox. And so I went on the 6-week trip, and I went back to University of Michigan. I had my identity crisis, and at University of Michigan as a freshman, and I decided I wanted to know what it meant to be Jewish. So I decided to go back to Israel, and I started back at Israel at Or Samayach. Although living in Jerusalem, Or Samayach you call like a Baal Tshuva yeshiva, somewhat like a black hat, mainstream Orthodox, uh, modern Orthodox, semi-pro-Zionist, but some, even neutral on Zionism. And so, like, what does it mean to be in Israel? And these yeshivas operate somewhat independently. Most of the people there are foreign students from America, England, South Africa, Australia. They also had a Spanish division and a Russian division. And although Israel has risen in the last 25 years, but then in the late 90s and even now, um, generally most of the students there are coming from better circumstances than Israel. So if you're an American student studying in Israel, um, it's felt and understood, even from the perspective of the Israeli government, that you're an American citizen, and American citizenship, um, I'll call higher, but you'll use the word anyways, has a higher value than Israeli citizenship. And so you have a visa or whatever, but some people make Aliyah, become Israeli, but generally, from an Israeli perspective, like American citizenship is more valuable. The standard of living is higher in America. Economic opportunity is higher in America. Israel's constantly at war, mandatory military service, various factors that so you have an international school operating in Israel that almost none of the students are Israeli. And almost all of the rabbis and teachers are also American or international English, South African, and a lot of them have made Aliyah, have achieved Israeli citizenship, but still maintain dual citizenship and travel to the West and get financing from the West. Almost all of the schools in Israel are majority financed from the West. So, that perspective, Or Samayach is um, neutral on Zionism, although they operate within the law, and very few people like serve in the military there. And although some people will go from Or Samayach to falling in love with Israel and serving in the military, it's not like anti-Zionist, but we'll call it neutral on Zionism, and they're encouraging people to become Orthodox, and they're not encouraging people to join the military. And they have severe criticisms of the state of Israel, even from operating in Jerusalem. So from there, in Jerusalem, you have these we'll call beginner yeshivas, where you're an American student going to university trying to learn about Judaism, but you're there in Jerusalem. There's hundreds of thousands of Haredim and Hasidim of all various levels, and you have like the Mir Yeshiva, Brisk Yeshiva, the yeshivas that people who grew up Orthodox go to. So if you grew up Orthodox, you basically would have to be like a mess up to go to Or Samayach. And so the main yeshiva in Jerusalem people go to is Mir Yeshiva. And like I had also briefly, before I went to Or Samayach in Israel, I'd spent a month in the yeshiva in Detroit. So is it called specifically like Bali Tshuva yeshivas that are designed for people who didn't grow up Orthodox and who don't have the Orthodox background. And a lot of times that it actually includes modern Orthodox. So there's a separate route for like Zionist modern Orthodox, but also people who grow up in America, modern Orthodox, that might even go to a Jewish day school would still probably go to a Baal Tshuva yeshiva unless they went to one of the Zionist yeshivas. So, like if you're in the local Zionist B'nai Kiva school and you're a top student, there's a few schools that you feed into, like Yeshiva Kotel or the modern Orthodox Zionist ones. And in Jerusalem, those are all considered like inferior to the black hat ones, at least in learning. Like they're Zionist and they serve in the military and have a certain value, but in terms of larger Jerusalem, they're not respected among the Haredim. So Doooovid wanted to, I was in Jerusalem, I wanted to know, okay, I see that what they're teaching me at Or Samaic is not what they're teaching at, we'll say, like the mainstream Orthodox places. And there's kind of like a looking down upon, like in the, called like the Bali Tshuva yeshivas, the Orthodox people kind of look down like, oh, like Nebuch, these people don't know any better, or like they're never going to get it. And so within like Orthodox culture, like Bali Tshuva don't really fit into Orthodox culture. They do things a little bit differently. You can see the people who are influenced by Western culture, the difference between like, having seen Western movies, music, entertainment, sports, versus the Haredim, who are basically completely unfamiliar with any of that. And it's seen largely as a negative. So from that, Doooovid eventually, after a few months, drops out of Or Samaic and transfers into Mir Yeshiva, which was a big accomplishment. I had to accomplish a lot. I had to learn like a lot of Talmud, learn a bunch of different languages. I had to learn, Aramaic and Yiddish and Hebrew. And, thank God I was intelligent, and a lot of people helped me and they encouraged me. And within a few months, 6 months, I'd been officially enrolled into Mir Yeshiva. I was unofficially there. But whatever the story, we talk about anti-Zionism. So within Israel, Jerusalem, there are the top yeshivas are anti-Zionist. I mean, they don't recognize the state of Israel and they don't take funding. So Israel funds the yeshivas. They give money to the institutes, even the ones that have American students in it, and receive a certain amount of funding. So there's the major yeshivas, so Mir Yeshiva is the biggest yeshiva. The most respected yeshiva, the best yeshiva, is called Brisk Yeshiva, the Soloveitchiks. And, the Rabbi Soloveitchik, J.B. Soloveitchik from Yeshiva University is like a break off from the family that became Zionist. But the leading anti-Zionists in the yeshiva world in Jerusalem are the Brisks. So, at that point, there was Rav Doooovid, and there were two different major Brisk yeshivas, and those were considered the top yeshivas in Jerusalem, and they were notably anti-Zionist. They actively opposed the state of Israel. They even refused money, and they refused entry to anybody who had spent time in university. So Or Samaic, almost all of the students went to university. And although they encouraged people to go on in yeshiva life, make aliyah, become black hat, generally it was for people that just spent a year or two learning and then went back to university. Mir Yeshiva, they didn't actually have a policy, but Brisk actually had a policy where they didn't accept any students who had been to university. And I was actually in a they call it Derrida, like an apartment for students that get together and rent out apartments with the Brisk students. And so, like I remember a few months in, like, Brisk students, and so these guys are anti-Zionist, and that the state of Israel is like heretical. And so, okay, now like I've read all the history and going back to the 40s, and you have the founders of Brisk and the long history of anti-Zionism. But in the beginning, like when I first got to Jerusalem, I'm just like a pathetic Baal Tshuva from Detroit who doesn't know anything. And, so it's like, well, what's the best school in Jerusalem? The best school in Jerusalem is Brisk Yeshiva. And unequivocally, you would not be accepted there. There's nothing you could do to gain entry because they would never accept someone like you because your mind has been um, corrupted by university education. Even though I'd only spent half a year in education and university, just like, whoa, the top yeshiva in Jerusalem, that I'm not even applicable. I can't even apply. They would reject my application at the door because I'd been corrupted by American society and American higher education. And so in Jerusalem, you start to see that. So you could look like the difference between like Orsamek Balichuva, who is a mixture of American Western culture with Orthodoxy, or like modern Orthodoxy Zionism, which tries to do a best of the both worlds approaches, um, versus Haredism, where especially in Israel, a lot of them don't even speak English. You basically people like never even shaved their whole life and have basically been completely uncorrupted by the Western world. So like Doooovid coming from the West, being like a Reformed Jew who relatively accomplished, felt pretty proud of myself. I wanted to go to Israel and learn more about Judaism, and then I get there in Jerusalem, and I have this huge pushback that the top yeshivas um, don't look at that as an accomplishment at all. Like me as being fundamentally corrupted, and basically like, you're lost, you're hopeless, you have no future in Judaism, you have been corrupted by the West. And in Jerusalem at that time, I had a feeling that like I could feel the correctness of that sentiment. I was like, like I became Haredi, I became Hasidic, and I saw that I had been corrupted by the West. I saw that like entertainment, music, largely Western cultures, like what's all like the red pill I mentioned. So when I was in Orsamek at that time, look what year The Matrix came out, but I think so. The Matrix didn't come out till 1999. So they didn't quite use the term the red pill when I was first there, but by the time I was leaving, I was in Israel when The Matrix came out, and some of the rabbis had already used the terminology of the red pill, and it's like for them the red pill was the falseness of Western society, of saying like, you're in the Matrix, man. Western society, it's all a lie, it's a fraud, it's meaningless. Entertainment culture, even like the business world, and like, okay, I had an existential crisis. I had a philosophical mind bent. I was a chess player. Maybe I had a leaning, even as a kid, towards conspiracy theory, and I bought the red pill in Jerusalem that Western society largely was a lie, was false, and I had been corrupted by it, and I wanted to clean myself, purify myself by my Western corruption and become Haredi. And one of those corruptions of the West is Zionism. And so when you're in, so you're like Judas in the chat, you're saying like he's a proud Zionist by saying like, okay, he's a Baal Tshuva, he doesn't know any better, he's a product of the West, he doesn't appreciate that Zionism is a heresy. And when you get to Jerusalem and you're in yeshiva, you're trying to live the Orthodox lifestyle, you could see the hierarchy. Saying like, if you're in Or Semitic, people are talking about, they're still dressing in Western clothes. They're still, talking about Western entertainment and music and what's happening in the West. And the rest of the people in Jerusalem, they don't even care. They don't follow that. Like most of the people in Jerusalem had never even heard of Detroit. There was one Hasidic group, Karlin Stolen, who all knew of Detroit because they're one of their rebbes. They had a settlement, but like the majority of the people in Jerusalem have never even heard of Detroit. You mentioned like the automobile, and like a lot of people in Jerusalem, they don't even drive. Like among the Haredim, there's also somewhat like an anti-technology perspective. Like, so like even like, oh, like Detroit, that's where we make automobiles. So even like the Haredim in Jerusalem, like most of them don't even drive, and driving is largely forbidden. And it'd be like the few outsiders or Americans that drive. So it's not even like something that prestigious in the communal aspect of Jerusalem Haredi society, like to have like your own automobile and drive. So Detroit, as I said, like 3 out of 4 people in Jerusalem hadn't even heard of Detroit. Like let alone um, value of like Western education, like Aristotle, Plato. I mean, some people like okay, like Maimonides, like Aristotle, but like entertainment, popular culture, sports, politics, even like engineering, uh, Western education was not valued. Like I said, like the Brisk Yeshiva, the best yeshiva in Jerusalem, um, I was uneligible to go there because I had spent a semester in University of Michigan, and that was their rule that, well, yeah, I'm just saying Judas. I'm not sure I was part of a crowd. Like I was just trying to discover the truth and find God. And it seemed that the Haredim were the real deal. You're saying like Orsamak was like a half deal. Like you could tell they we're only giving you the half truths. Like they're trying to teach you Talmud, and even Orsamak, you hear like the Gedolim, the rabbis, like and it's like okay, like Moshe Feinstein and the halachic rulings, and they're part of the black hat culture, and the black hat culture is top down, where you have the sages of the generation, and it's like you don't get to argue with Maimonides, you don't get to argue with the Chafetz Chaim. You don't get to argue with any of these rabbis. The rabbis' words are final. And the rabbis' words who are final are all Haredi. So, even seeing it at Or Samek, you say, like, well, okay, well, like it's kind of Orthodox top down uh, hierarchical sage driven culture, and the sages are all Haredi. The sages are not part of that culture. The sages are coming from outside of that culture, and even in Or Samek, it was kind of like, well, Nebuch, you're like, too bad, you're just a pathetic Balchuva who grew up in America. You're not eligible for this higher level of holiness or religious life. You got to do the best as you can, try to become a Balchuva. But like when you're in Jerusalem, you see these large yeshivas. There's thousands of people. There's these huge institutions that have like tens of thousands of people. There's these rabbis that thousands of people go to. It's very easy to see who the big rabbis are. So you'd be like, okay, I'm going to my rabbi and he's teaching me things I didn't know about. Like, even Rabbi Gottlieb or something like that. Like, okay, he was a big rabbi, but like he had a class of like 10 people and he was a student of the Boston Rebbe. Outside of Or Samek, he wasn't, none of the rabbis in Or Samek are big personalities outside of that culture. In Jerusalem culture, like when the rabbis come, they're like, they're like 10th down rabbis. So like my rabbis were like 10 down rabbis. And so you could see like the big rabbis in Jerusalem. You could see these huge synagogues, these huge gatherings, these big rebbes with thousands of followers, the rabbinic courts, and like the rabbis at Or Samek, they're like 10th level down rabbis. So I try to get myself in with mainstream orthodoxy, Hasidism, Haredim. Like, I see Brisk Yeshiva. First, I thought, like, okay, I try to get into the best yeshiva. I was a smart guy. Like, I had a high IQ. I was like, I could do anything I put my mind to. So I figured, like, I'll go to Brisk Yeshiva. And I find out, like, nope, you can't get into Brisk. You went to Western University. You've been corrupted by the West. There is nothing you can do to gain admittance. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how many pages of Talmud you learn. You have been uncurably corrupted by the West, and you will not be admitted here. Although still they were relatively friendly. So I had a lot of friends at Brisk, but it was just like understood, like, you're not for this yeshiva. You've been corrupted by the West. You can't get rid of that corrupted influence. We do not want you coming here corrupting us. And so Mir Yeshiva was, we'll say, like the second best yeshiva, and that was much bigger. And they, kind of like accepted anybody if you worked really hard. And there were a lot of Bali Tshuva, like people from Or Samek that got into Mir Yeshiva. So I worked to get into Mir Yeshiva. I was successful in getting into Mir Yeshiva. And Mir Yeshiva had thousands of students. And of all various levels. And so for there, like I got into mainstream Orthodoxy. Mir Yeshiva was somewhat neutral on Zionism. Mir Yeshiva took money from the state of Israel, but like nobody served in the IDF. There wasn't a single, like there were, I think at the time I was there were like 3,000 to 4,000 students. Like not a single person served in the IDF. There were some Israelis there, and there was almost like a hierarchy where it was a Yiddish speaking yeshiva. So like the people who spoke Hebrew were kind of like looked down upon. Like, oh man, like it was like a Yiddish Ashkenazic driven culture where like, I mean, there was like a separate yeshiva for the Hebrew speaking students, and the Hebrew speaking students were not considered top students. Maybe that's changed a little bit now, but like, no, I mean, generally the top students were all Yiddish. And if you wanted to be a good student, you had to learn Yiddish. So I learned Yiddish. And then there were the Rebbes, there were the Hasidic groups. And although the Hasidim didn't learn the same way that the Litvish, they like the top yeshivas were all Litvish. The Hasidim, there were Hasidim at the Litvish yeshivas. So like the top Hasidim, there were Hasidim at Brisk and Mir. But the Hasidim had their own yeshivas, and the top Hasidim at the Litvish yeshivas, would go to the Litvish yeshivas, and there were smaller koilels. And so I ended up, first like Karlin Stolin, and then the Kretschnoff Rebbe, and then I found the Tolzar Yitzchak Rebbe, Reb Spielmeyer Zilberberg, and Ichimeyer Morgenstern, different people. Like I went to the Hasidic Rebbes. I tried to study directly under the Hasidic Rebbes. I mean, Rune is saying like, no, any yeshiva worth the name should be happy to accept Reb Doovid as a student. Like, no, Doovid is corrupted by the West, and the top yeshivas were correct not to accept me because I was corrupted, and you could see now that I was unable to cleanse myself of the Western corruption. And okay, maybe I was smart enough, man. And well, no, like I already learned these forbidden things. Okay, like Doovid read the New Testament as a child. Doovid read Aristotle, and I mean, because Doovid had a good education. I only spent half a year in university before I went to Jerusalem, but I had a good education. My father's a doctor in a big library. I knew a lot of stuff. I had read hundreds of forbidden books. Because thank God my parents trained me in reading. And even by the time I got to Israel as at 18 years old, I got to Israel 18 years. I had already read like well over 100 forbidden books that anyone in yeshiva never would have read. And so I said like, no, I was corrupted. These ideas were already in my head, and there's no way to get them out. So like the type question that I would have asked is of a different nature than the type questions that uncorrupted minds would have asked, and saying that they're probably right in the sense that like, no, I wasn't, I had a different upbringing, and my mind had been corrupted by Western teachings, and they were right not to let me into their institutes. So I was on the periphery. I still was able to study under the Rebbes, get into Mir Yeshiva, and I had friends from Brisk. Like I still talked with people from Brisk, and one of the elements that was just the standard bearer is anti-Zionism. In Jerusalem, all of the top yeshiva students are all anti-Zionist, and in Israel, like it just like was mind-boggling to me. Because like my corrupted Western mind, I was like, isn't Israel a good thing? Isn't the creation of Israel like a good thing? What sense does it make to be like against the government? Like you really want like to be under Arab rule? And it was a big issue, and like I struggled with it the whole time I was in Israel. I knew my rabbis were all anti-Zionist. I knew that was like a breaking point. So like the Tolzar Yitzchak Rebbe, there were riots, like there were crackdowns from the police. They were constantly getting arrested, in trouble with the government. I think there's Kamenetz, Brisk, Tolzar Yitzchak, Pinsk Karlin, and a few other yeshivas in Jerusalem. Dushinsky, the Badatz, the Rabbinic Court of Jerusalem, is anti-Zionist and fundamentally rejects the authority of the Jewish state. They fundamentally reject the authority, and they say that their laws have no power over them. Haredim in the sense of trembling, fearing God, not man. So that this, I don't know how many numbers. It could be hundreds of thousands, maybe as many as like in Jerusalem, probably it's like 40 or 50,000. So maybe like 50,000 Haredim in Jerusalem. There's another element in Tel Aviv that basically completely reject the authority of Israel, and there's constant trouble. So like if you're in Jerusalem, like every Saturday night, there's these large rallies, and either on Sabbath there's protests, and occasionally like the police will come in and there'll be a crackdown on these rallies. And like, so in Mir, you kind of just avoid it. You're supposed to stay out of the politics, just study, avoid the politics. But the Haredim, there's always these major protests. And the breaking point for the top yeshivas to like the American yeshivas is Zionism. So like that is very clear. Anybody who's studied in Jerusalem, anybody who's been in any yeshiva in Jerusalem, is aware of this large anti-Zionist presence, and like these institutes that have thousands of people in it, and then occasionally there'll be riots and protests, and so just like a little history of anti-Zionism. Although you have what's called Yerushalmis. So in Jerusalem, you have what's called the Yerushalmis that generally refer to the people that were in Jerusalem before the founding of the state of Israel. And so like in Karlin Stolen, you had like the Brizel family. There's through like Eichenstein or like Eichenbaum, or I forget the names. Tolz Aaron, some of their constituents, some students of the Vilna Gaon that were the Notori Karta that were in Israel before the founding of the state of Israel and lived under Ottoman rule, even back to that period. And so the Yerushalmis, they actually lived in Israel under Arab rule, some of them under Ottoman rule, before the British took over, before World War I, and used to have good relations with Arabs. Some of them have maintained somewhat decent relationships with the local Arabs, and even like Har HaZeitzim, the burial ground. So it's a little complicated, the relationship between the anti-Zionist in Jerusalem and the Arabs, and the larger like Muslim forces. There's Notori Karta. Like I used to go Sabbath occasionally. There was this guy Amram Bloy, who was the grandson, Lavish Bloy, who was the grandson of Amram Bloy, and he used to have a bunch of people over on Sabbath from Notori Karta. Notori Karta is pretty big in Israel, in Jerusalem. I mean, a few hundred people, not like huge, but like there's Notori Karta all over in Jerusalem. There's maybe even thousands of them, but they're not necessarily powerful in yeshivas. Like the yeshiva, the anti-Zionist, is not Notori Karta. You think of like Brisk Yeshiva, Tolz Aaron Yitzchak, Kamenetz Yeshiva, and even leanings like at Mir Yeshiva that is neutral on Zionism, that they're not necessarily like pro-Arab, but they're fundamental disputes. They don't fly the flag of Israel. Certain like religiously, you have like national holidays like the Day of Jerusalem, Israel Independence Day, Holocaust Remembrance Day, that the modern Orthodox, the Zionists, have incorporated into Jewish ritual. So in yeshiva, like none of that's incorporated. That's considered heretical, forbidden. Even like the siren, when like the siren goes off and all of Israel stops. Like so in the Jerusalem and the yeshivas, like they like no one stops when the siren goes off. It's considered heretical. So you just say like that experience in yeshiva in Jerusalem, the switch, like Or Sameach, tried to play both ends, but you could see like it wasn't making sense because they're saying like, okay, you should become Orthodox, and the sages are like the Haredi sages. However, the Haredi sages are anti-Zionist, and Or Semitic is somewhat trying to play middle ground, and it's very difficult in Orthodox culture. There's even like when Netanyahu was first coming to power. Now, 25 years later, things might have switched. There might be more of a Zionist element in Orthodox circles, but I doubt it. Like even now, where Haredim have extreme amounts of power in the Netanyahu coalition, they're still probably relatively anti-Zionist in outlook, and it's just practical dealing with the state. And even the level, like whether they support the IDF or not, it just like that wasn't our battle. Maybe things have worsened with the local Arab population. I was in Israel when the Sbarro bombing happened, and to Haredim, it was like, well, you shouldn't go there anyways. So it's tough to think about, but you definitely like in Israel, there was this element in Jerusalem where within the Haredi culture, the state of Israel is like a non-entity. It doesn't exist. You say it's just like the little Haredi entity, the businesses, the yeshiva. You study there, and the state of Israel is basically like a non-entity. It doesn't matter. You're a foreign student studying in Jerusalem. The leading rabbis have little to do with the state. Like on the business end, some of the like even speaking Hebrew was looked down upon in a little bit. Like, oh, okay, like Yiddish. Like most people spoke Yiddish, and a lot of rabbis even recommended against speaking Hebrew from a religious perspective. It was considered like Hebrew was only used for God. It's Lashon Kodesh, and it's forbidden to use Hebrew for mundane purposes. So in Haredi Jerusalem, very little Hebrew speaking. And if you do speak Hebrew, it's like a sign that you're not really Haredi. Like, oh, why are you speaking Hebrew? He's like, oh, okay, you're like it's kind of like being a Baal Tshuva from like the level like, oh, like Nebuch, you're a Baal Tshuva from America and you were corrupted by the West and you don't know any better. And on the similar level, like if you speak Hebrew, you were corrupted by Zionism and you don't know any better from that perspective. So that was a cultural aspect in Jerusalem, although I didn't really understand it. To say like, I was just studying, I was trying to learn, and I knew that a lot of my rabbis were anti-Zionist, and almost all of them were at most neutral on Zionism. Like none of them were Zionist. Like I knew a few Zionists. Like so, I remember I had a few friends like at Or Semitic or a few rabbis I'd spoke to, and they were Zionist, and like they weren't big rabbis. These were just kind of like rabbis or people I knew that I was friendly with that encouraged me. I used to speak with occasionally. But like in the larger like Haredi rabbinic network, these guys were, like nobodies. They were like grade school teachers. They were, people who dealt exclusively with Bali Tshuva. So, like I was, like I obviously knew Zionists, but in the hierarchical structure, there were no Zionists. And, it's a different time to go over the history. So I'm just talking about my personal history, like the history of anti-Zionism in Israel is a matter for a different thing. Maybe I could ask the rabbi if there's enough interest. So yeah, I'm not, Judas, I'm not sure how many, I don't remember Farsis, Persians in Jerusalem. I mean, there might have been some, and like if they spoke Hebrew, it was kind of like they were just treated like a Baal Tshuva, like Nebuch, like you're an outsider. Like if you work really hard, you could have like a second class status within Haredi society. And if you learn Yiddish, then you could be respected. Like, oh, this guy's smart. He appreciates where the truth is. So there were a handful of Sfardim that like spoke Yiddish and learned Yiddish. And I also I I went to some Sephardi shul sometimes, and like God forbid, when you're in Jerusalem, um, they'll call you on the street for minyan. So if you're just like walking down the street in the afternoon, and there's small Sephardi synagogues all across Jerusalem, like hundreds of them. And at the time, they were just building across from Karlin Stolen, right next to Krechnov. They were building this really large uh, Sephardi yeshiva. But there weren't any like, the Yunuka now. I don't know how big of a scholar, but there weren't really like the Sephardi yeshivas were kind of like second tier to the Ashkenaz ones. And if you were a serious Sephardi student, you went to school at an Ashkenazic yeshiva and you picked up Yiddish. And if you spoke in Hebrew, you were looked down upon as like an outsider or someone who just didn't get it. And not just like in terms like outsider, but it was concerned like speaking Hebrew was looked at like as a negative and religiously like uh, um, it's like a debasement of the holiness of the Hebrew language to use it for regular speech. So I mean, there were a few Sephardim. I was friends with Sephardim, because I was a Baal Tshuva, and like a lot of the Sephardim, even if they came from an Orthodox background, to like the Ashkenazic and Hasidim, uh, they looked at me and them as somewhat the same. We were both like outsiders who were fundamentally corrupted. Um, I don't even remember a Farsi yeshiva. I mean, there had to have been Farsi yeshivas in Jerusalem, although I don't remember them. I might not even have known the difference. But like, so say if you're walking on the streets in Jerusalem, maybe it's like that in LA even, like people will draw you in for minyan. So like there's like 100 small Sephardi synagogues across Jerusalem, and a lot of them, like someone will be standing outside and like call you in for a minyan. And sometimes like, so probably even like 50 times. I mean, I was in Jerusalem for close to 3 years, and I basically prayed 3 times a day. Uh, so I prayed chakras 1,000 times, mincha and Mariv 1,000 times. Um, so probably at least 50 times I was dragged into minyan by a Sephardi-based measures, never like voluntarily. Like I was Ashkenaz. I went to Ashkenazic synagogues. There was one minyan factory, maybe for mincha a few times, that we just went to daven mincha by the Sephardi minyan factory. But there's probably like 50 times where I was just walking down the street and someone like like minyan and dragged me in, and I davened in a Sephardi minyan. And in Mir Yeshiva in Or Samek, there was Sephardim there. And if the Sephardim spoke English, like if I were friendly with them, they probably spoke English. A lot of them spoke Hebrew, and they had like their own subculture, and generally they were kind of like Bali Chuvas, uh, I don't remember any like the Sephardim at the time being thought of as like top students, and if they were, like they were geniuses because they also spoke Yiddish. Um, but and the Sephardim were more likely to be Zionists. But it's like I knew Zionists, and like I was just a Baal Tshuva from America, but the element, and then also like I had dealings with the like the in Jerusalem there is the Zionist yeshivas. So like I would have run-ins and speak, and I had friends that went to Zionist yeshivas. Even in Or Samek and Mir Yeshiva, there were people that started out at one of my good friends at Mir Yeshiva, who became Haredi, went to Zionist modern Orthodox day school in Flatbush, and his roommate, or he had friends that were Zionist, and then they switched to mainstream Black Hat Orthodox, and they might have went back to Zionist afterwards. I'm not sure, but I'm saying like, yeah, I mean, Mir's a big yeshiva. There's all sorts of people. I had run-ins or dealings with them, but the rabbis I studied under in the hierarchical structure in Jerusalem, all of the leading major rabbis are anti-Zionist. And you like, if you look like, okay, Karlin Stolen, the Rebbe, we'll call him neutral on Zionism. They take money from the state of Israel, as opposed to Pince Karlin. So Pince Karlin broke off from Karlin Stolen. One of the reasons was Zionism. And the Karlin Stolen Rebbe is not considered Zionist, but he's corrupted because he takes money from the state of Israel. So even on the level of just like, well, it's free money. Aren't you going to take the free money? And so Mir Yeshiva takes the free money. if the state of Israel is willing to give money to the yeshiva, they should take it. But the better, Brisk Yeshiva, Tolzar and Tolzar Yitzchak, Kamenetz, a few others, they don't take the free money. If Israel's willing to give them money, they don't even take it. Hey, last Australian, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, so that, when I got back, so, like I knew anti-Zionism from Jerusalem, from the top yeshivas. I knew from my yeshiva education, although I didn't understand it. Like I say, like it didn't, I understand it a little bit, like at the time, and I was just like, okay, like theologically, the state of it, but like now, like even like the alt-right and nationalism, and theologically, and like the history of the Holocaust, World War II. I say when I was in Israel, in Jerusalem, I didn't understand anti-Zionism. I just knew that the top rabbis and my rabbis were mostly anti-Zionists. And then when I got back to Brooklyn, I got back to Detroit, and I moved to New York, and I lived in Borough Park, and I ended up by Rabbi Wolfson, Moshe Wolfson, who was somewhat like neutral on Zionism and friendly to Baal Teshuvos. But they also, looked at the Haredi anti-Zionist rabbis as superior to them. They were somewhat like more friendly with Zionism, Torah V'das, but none of them were Zionists. They were all like at most neutral on Zionism, anti-Zionist leaning, mainstream Orthodox, and there was this level of it's too much to be Haredi. Like to be Haredi meant to completely reject Western culture, to largely be poor and uneducated. And so in the Orthodox world, there's like this respect level for the anti-Zionists who reject Western culture. And it's like Zionism is something we'll call out of Western culture. So like Jewish nationalism, the state of Israel, is something that's seen as not Jewish. It's heretical. And most Haredim, they're not scholars of this stuff. They're just like, well, it's heretical. It's not what we do. It's from its foreign ideas interjected with Judaism. So what's the origin of these foreign ideas? Well, they're foreign ideas. And so if you're Haredi, you're uncorrupted by these foreign ideas. So they're not an expert in the origins of where these foreign ideas come from. They just recognize them as foreign and a threat and something that's exterior to Haredi culture. But like in America, you have levels like business. Well, do you want to speak Yiddish as a first language or English as a first language? And it's going to have a huge effect on your socioeconomic status. That if you speak Yiddish as a first language, you're much more likely to be poor and uneducated. And so you can say, well, they don't value education. The education, Western education, is fundamentally corrupted and is bad for your soul. They might value money and livelihood, but there's a different level of your Jewishness if you speak Jewish as your first language, like Yiddish. Yiddish just means Jewish. If you speak Jewish, you speak Yiddish or you speak English. And so if you speak English at home and to your friends, and then when you go to school or pray or synagogue, you speak Yiddish, you have this like dual personality and code shifting in which one is the real you. And so among the Haredim, there's not really this task shifting dual personality. The real them is the Yiddish personality. The real them is an outsider to Western culture, someone who is has no place in Western culture. You could, like in a multicultural America or an exile, could do business, but if you grow up speaking English and have large elements of Western culture taught to you as a youth, then you have this dual personality. So like in Jerusalem, you have people that are fully Yiddish, fully Haredi. Their whole life is Torah Judaism. In Brooklyn, you have some element of people, their whole life is Torah Judaism, Even in Brooklyn, you have people that hardly speak English or will limit their English usage, and maybe they understand the situation of what it means to be a Jew in exile, try to be a good citizen, um, follow the law, deal honestly with non-Jews in exile, but they're not part of Western culture. They're just residing in the West as a good citizen in the temporary status so like Rabbi Wolfson and Amunisi Searle are kind of like half of Orthodox black hat yeshiva culture, where they're kind of like Westerners who are Orthodox, that are Hasidic, but like their essential personality is still kind of like what's going on in America, speaking English, having some knowledge of Western world entertainment, education, as opposed to like Satmar, Bobov, uh, the Hasidic groups that just live in America and are largely separated, speak Yiddish as a first language. They might speak English, but they don't speak English that well. They don't follow what's going on with like the newspapers and American culture, and um, it's like a hierarchy of how seriously you take your Judaism. So within modern Orthodoxy or Zionism, you like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, they will theologically try to change it and say, well, the Haredim, they're not theologically correct. You're not more Jewish to reject Western culture. And that's where you have like the modern Orthodoxy with the best of both worlds um, fallacy. Doovid has fallen into as a half Jew, where, okay, I'm a man of the West and I'm a Jew. So you could try to avoid the conflict and say it doesn't have to be a conflict, and you could be an Orthodox, God-fearing Torah scholar and a man of the West, have a Western education, but in practice it's not accurate. So if you are a Haredi, you study Talmud and Torah and keep the halacha, um, the Torah scholarship among the Haredim is substantially higher than among the modern Orthodox. Then even people like doctors and lawyers and various levels. So you had that dichotomy in um, Borough Park. So like Rabbi Wolfson, he had people that prayed there that were Zionists, people that were like modern Orthodoxy, and like certainly like Amunisi Searle was neutral to anti-Zionist leaning, but they weren't political. They were more neutral. Torah Das, like Yeshiva in Detroit. Yeshiva in Detroit's probably the opposite. They're neutral to pro-Zionist leaning. But like in Brooklyn, like a lot of yeshivas like Torah Das, Chaim Berlin, they're neutral to anti-Zionist leaning. It's only the Bali Tshuva yeshivas that are neutral to pro-Zionist leaning. And like, God forbid, like the yeshiva in Detroit already is like relatively almost like a Bali Tshuva yeshiva, because they're so ingrained in Western culture that even though they might have grown up from always kept Sabbath and prayed, that compared to the Haredim, like even someone from birth in Detroit is basically like a Baal Tshuva in Borough Park or Jerusalem. And the fine dividing line is going to be anti-Zionism and anti-Westernism. So I mean, a lot of the people you listening to me, like you listen to Adam Green, the alt-right, the conspiracy, and you're thinking like the fall of Edom and the biblical prophecy. So I don't necessarily mean like hate whitey or anti-Westernism in that sense. I mean, as a personal choice, where to say I just am residing in the West. I have nothing to gain from Western culture. I'm not interested in any of your wisdom. I'm not interested in any of your lifestyles, your political systems. And Zionism is a heresy that derives from Western culture. And so you could tie it in theologically from like the Adam Green and the fall of Edom type stuff. And there probably is a connection. But generally Haredim also tier white and European. you could even consider them pro-European. But at the level of just saying that for their society, they're protected in the West, they have a separatism in the West, and they're trying to keep Western influences outside. And Zionism is one of those heretical outside Western influences. And so this would be like Orthodox anti-Zionism. There's some people who like there's some most Orthodox people don't really focus on anti-Zionism. They say, okay, they disapprove of the state of Israel in the same way that a Jew in America, it feels like I'm just a Jew residing in exile, trying to be a good citizen in a corrupt world, would be the same way they might feel in Israel. I'm a Jew residing in the Holy Land, trying to live according to God's law in a corrupt world, and I try my best to be a good citizen according to the law of the land. However, the government is fundamentally corrupted, led by corrupt people. And that feeling in Israel is actually much stronger than in America. So the average Orthodox person in America does not necessarily look at the American politicians as fundamentally corrupted people as much as they do in Israel. So living 15 years in Israel and New York. Okay, I lived a few years in Manhattan. I went to the Upper West Side. I always knew Zionist. Like, my home in Detroit, the people my mother knew, the synagogue, now the house that I grew up in. I went in Borough Park. They're Zionist in Borough Park, although it's a minority. I was in Manhattan. I went to the Upper West Side. I knew Bali Chuvas. I always was friendly and dealt with Zionists. When I day traded, my boss, my friends, they were all strong Zionist, modern Orthodox. I always, had a wide variety. I always had non-Jewish friends, multiculturalism, but I tiered my rabbis. The people I respected most and followed, the synagogues I prayed in, the rabbis I served were all anti-Zionists. Although I went to a bunch of rabbis, I knew Zionists. Like I went to the Carlebach synagogue. Even like the Carlebach synagogue is still kind of like neutral on Zionism. But Carlebach, Shlomo Carlebach was like neutral to pro-Zionist. But even Carlebach synagogue is still like neutral on Zionism. But I went to like the Manhattan Jewish Experience and Aish Torah and a whole bunch of other things. Chabad, we'll say, varies. Chabad is neutral on Zionism. Depends on the Chabad. You have Chabad that's neutral to anti-Zionist, the Chabad that's neutral to pro-Zionist, because Chabad's a large organization. And you could even see like the Mishachists tend to be more pro-Zionist than the anti-Mishachist, although it's not clear the distinction. But I mean, Chabad's a big group, and different Chabad tiered towards, but say Chabad is also, all black hat Judaism is basically neutral on Zionism. So when I came back to Detroit, the anti-Zionist element is almost non-existent. So like the yeshiva culture, there's the neutral Zionist to pro-Zionist. Some of the people who've been to Jerusalem, like Brisk Yeshiva, understand anti-Zionism, but like it's so distant, Detroit, from Jerusalem and from even New York, that there's not much of an anti-Zionist element in Detroit. And because the Orthodox in Detroit are like less than 10% of the Jews, maybe even like only 5% of the Jews in Detroit are Orthodox. And then you have a large modern Orthodox culture. So you have the Orthodox and the modern Orthodox, and the modern Orthodox are always very strong Zionist. Like modern Orthodoxy and Zionism basically goes hand in hand. So in Detroit, it was too difficult to fit in with the black hat Orthodox because they're too segregated. Like they live on a different part of town. I ended up going to university and you're like the level of segregating yourself, rejection of. So I mean, I don't know, to say the Orthodox Jews in Detroit reject Western culture. To some extent, they do. Like not nearly as much, because almost all the Orthodox Jews in Detroit speak English as the first language. Probably even like a minority, like probably only like 10-20% of AKL Don Shalom of the Orthodox Jews in Metro Detroit. Probably only like 10% speak Yiddish. Um, and however, it was too much for me to fit in, so I tiered towards the modern Orthodox, the Bali Tshuva, and the Bali Tshuva are much more likely to be Zionist, and the modern Orthodox are completely Zionist. And among the Reform, basically all organized Jewry outside of ultra Orthodox are very strong Zionist. So, Chabad and in Detroit, like relatively, even just to understand anti-Zionism, you have to be a pretty big Torah scholar. So like when I grew up in, like I said, like I spent 3 years in Jerusalem, and I still didn't understand anti-Zionism. I understood that the Haredi Jews were all anti-Zionist, but like I didn't understand really why or how or what that meant. And like I lived maybe like 10 years in Borough Park. I read a lot of books, and it really probably was when I came back to Detroit and started getting involved in the alt right and reading all those books about national, thinking about nationalism, that I really came to understand anti-Zionism, to see like it is a Western heresy, that Zionism is a heresy that derives from Western culture. But I didn't know its origins, like to say that nationalism in general, why that's a heresy, and its origins being in Western culture. And so, from to be a scholar of Western culture, to know that these nationalisms are a form of Western culture that's a heresy that's rejected by Haredim as the larger rejection of all things of Western culture. Okay, then, so I come back to Detroit, and like I probably could have tiered Orthodox, but my parents really pressured me to finish my university degree, so I went back to University of Michigan. And once I started back at University of Michigan, I was no longer capable of fitting in the Orthodox culture. Like it was too difficult to be frum, like wear my black hat, uh, because there was no Orthodox presence in University of Michigan. The only Orthodox presence in University of Michigan is very Zionist, and I had to basically give up on the black hat culture, because to some extent it's all or nothing. Like Orthodox Jewish life is like all or nothing, and so it's very hard to like have one foot in each door. And so eventually I just showed up less and less, and I was still like know and friendly with some of the people from like perspective, like you're either in or out. And I decided to finish my degree at University of Michigan, and that forced me to be out. um, so then I still was working with Chabad and the local Young Israel near my house, larger Judaism, but Zionism became a big issue, because, like, usually I just ignored it. Like, I would occasionally post like Notori Carter. I would make comments about. Generally, I focused on on Facebook. Like on the one issue I focused on was the most important issue to Haredim, and that was mandatory military service in Israel. So, like from the anti-Zionist perspective, the biggest issue in Israel is mandatory military service. And among Israelis, the biggest opposition to Haredim is their refusal to serve in the military. And like there's a whole bunch of issues. I was mentioning the rejection of Western culture in general, and Zionism, and just the concept of mandatory inscription in military service is also based on this heretical model of nationalism that derives from the West. And but basically everybody in University of Michigan that was affiliated with Judaism, modern Orthodox, even Chabad, um, we're very strong Zionist. So, and to understand, like, Zionism is a heresy that prevents a person from understanding the Jewish religion. And so that's what I got in Jerusalem. Like, I learned, and from the tearing of working from Or Samak to get into Mir Yeshiva, studying under these Haredi rabbis, understanding that certain things corrupt the mind and prevent a person from understanding godliness, from understanding Torah. And if we speak with Kevin McCairn, maybe we'll touch on some of these issues where I talk about dualism and certain aspects. Like I said, like, well, Judaism's a dualistic religion, and like, okay, Brisk rejected me. Like, I already knew quite a bit about evolution. I probably already read 20 books on evolution in high school because, like, I was a reader, I was a smart kid. So, like, not only did I know about, I was taught evolution, I probably read 20 books on the subject just in high school. Like, materialism versus someone who has an Orthodox Haredi upbringing naturally has a dualistic understanding of life, of a spiritual realm and material realm. I am my soul, I'm not my body, is intuitive. So, it's a difference. We say, well, like, you're not welcome in this place of institute. You've been fundamentally corrupted by the West, and you're not going to be able to change, and you're going to corrupt the other people. Therefore, we reject you. We don't want you here. And so it's telling Rune and saying, like, a part of that comes from atheistic thinking and just this aspect. I'm not my body, I'm my soul. There's a dualistic realm, there's a spiritual realm, and a material realm. And so in Haredi society, that is a base level, just a given. Like, of course, like, I'm Haredi, I'm an Orthodox Jew. Like, of course, I have a soul, I have a body, there's a spiritual realm, I pray, I talk to God, and it's just a given. And in Western society, it's almost a given the opposite way of materialism, that the mind arises from the brain. And like Haredi Orthodox, I remember we used to debate all the time, but like everyone like rejects evolution and people talk about it, but just thinking like this fundamental reason of this cultural conflict. And I mean, now you think like Andrew Wilson and the Crucible, or the various elements like Protestant evangelicalism. Maybe Andrew Wilson's like Jay Dyer, and these guys had to become Orthodox, like to just understand a minimal fundamental conceptual basis of metaphysics, of dualism, where like dualism is just like a laughing matter. Even like Kevin McCairn, if he comes on later, where just like dualism's a joke. I guess he's. So Kevin McCairn might be joining in a second. It might be a good transition. So Kevin McCairn like talking about dualism, and just saying like, well, from Kevin's perspective, like dualism is just false. Like he's like, oh, he's neuroscience and like all these explanations, and like the Abrahamism, and like the idea of like the third soul. These are just like laughing matters that you can't take seriously. And so like if you're a Jew and you went to Western universities and had a Western education, you have fundamentally been corrupted by these Western teachings, and it blocks your mind from understanding Torah. And that also applies to modern Orthodox Jews, saying like basically from like the Haredi perspective, like even if you went to like a B'nai Akiva synagogue, modern Orthodox, studied Talmud in high school, also things like they don't have separation between men and women, shaving, going by a Western name as opposed to your Hebrew name, or various things. Your mind has fundamentally been corrupted, and you're just not going to be capable of understanding these spiritual teachings, of understanding Torah. And things like a given, like, well, of course Zionism is a heresy. Like, of course we serve God, not the state. Even like Trump, like Orthodox Jews. I have to, some statistics. I might go over it also. Orthodox Jews, like Trump used to say, like, we serve God, not the state. Like, God is the ultimate power, not the state. And Haredim really liked Trump, and he would say that those comments, but he was saying these are just like fundamental metaphysical, theological things that are just givens to Haredim, and to even someone who grew up in a modern Orthodox Jewish background, is the mind has been too corrupted to see the world from the Torah perspective. And like Chabad literature talks about it from, like, even the businessman, the difference between the shliach, the rabbi, and the businessman. The businessman has been too corrupted by the material world to understand these spiritual phenomenons. And so, I mean, that's the Haredi perspective, is that we're here to serve God. And if you're too attached to the material realm, it's going to block your mind from understanding these things. And you're going to cipher everything you hear through materialism, and you're going to get nothing, because you can't cipher spiritual ideas through materialism. And so that, like, if Kevin joins soon, hopefully, we'll talk about this in terms of, I was going to talk about metaphysics and neuroscience of group behavior and law. But if we talk about it from a neurological perspective, if you want to filter it through materialism, you're just fundamentally blocked. And so it's one of these factors where it's very difficult to understand anti-Zionism, but it's part of a theological outlook of Haredism, and of really like the fundamentals of Torah and Judaism and what the sages have been saying. So when I say, like, my failure as a Jew, one thing, okay, like, relatively, I'm extremely educated in Judaism. I studied in top yeshivas. I've learned a lot of Talmud. I've read a lot of Jewish literature, but there's Jews and Jewish group strategy and what Jews consider important. And there's what I thought was important, what the rabbis taught me. And most Jews don't think that's important. And like, okay, thank God I went to Israel when I was young at 18. And, like, I had to be rejected from Brisk Yeshiva. Like, I had to appreciate, I had to, I did severe austerities. Like, God forbid, in my younger years, I did severe austerities to filter, to weed out the corruption that came upon me in my youth, of just seeing the world in a different perspective, of becoming God conscious. And that involved fasting, sleeping on benches, also, like real austerities. I did austerities for years to become spiritual. And I still largely perform austerities that, I live a relatively pretty austere life. But even coming on to it at 18, it was still somewhat too late, let alone in the years that just to grind myself down, to see the world in a different way, to break down the training I had as a youth to what I thought was important, to what I thought was true. And I mentioned the first thing that I broke down was my belief in evolution, that I had to see that evolution, it's just not true. And like, I'll talk with Kevin McCairn. We'll talk about things from an evolutionary viewpoint, but to see from a spiritual perspective, like, no, there is dualism. Like, my thought in my mind is not a product of the material realm, not a product of my brain. It's something that's happening in a spiritual realm. And so all of my dealings with Jews in Metro Detroit were largely failures. It's like, I did a lot of activities. I worked together with basically everybody: Reform rabbis, Chabad, Modern Orthodox, the Federation, organizing Jews. But I was never successful in God consciousness, Torah consciousness. It was more organizational, like some chanting, like you got, people to pray a little bit, but not in you getting people love of Torah learning and God consciousness and praying. Like the communication breakdown struggle was just too much, too strong. And I wasn't able to break that communication barrier. And like, so even like the downtown synagogue you mentioned, God forbid, like Sam Wool, blessed memory, where, she liked praying and chanting, but she wanted to combine that with feminism and political activism. And, like why Doooovid is still an old bachelor, because like all the smart, intelligent women are anti-Orthodox. Most of them are atheistic. In fact, like almost all the Jewish women I know in are atheistic leaning, at best agnostic. Uh, there's a huge divide, and now it's coming to a head with the war. Because like I could see, Kevin McCairn, you get the Goy's perspective, and like the Goyim here are like, okay, like Doovid's found a base that, thank God I got 20 people watching, people watch my videos. Most of the people who watch me are non-Jews. Judas, another half Jew like me, a handful of Jews, but almost all the people who watch Doovid are non-Jews, and they might fundamentally look at the war and, well, of course the problem is Zionism. The reason, like the fundamental cause of the war and the current status of what's happening, the root of it is Zionism. But if you want to say like the mind virus, that almost all Jews can't accept that even the Haredi, like I was telling Zobita last week, things might have changed, but even some of the rabbis, Doovid studied, like top rabbis, you said, well, obviously what's causing the war is Zionism. And okay, like Hamas and terrorists and human nature, but the root cause of the war is Zionism. And I would say that it's just a mind block that, I mean, it's almost supernatural that almost no Jew would agree with me. And I got to fathom that and would say like, okay, why am even Judas here in the chat? He's like firmly a Zionist, and yeah, I mean, you see, even Judas here in the chat, just he can't see that he has the mind virus of Zionism, and he's willing to go forward with the war, and the war is likely to go on, and I'm not. I like personally, I leaned anti-Zionism. Like I used to post on Facebook stuff about anti-mandatory military service, but I've never actively been an anti-Zionist. Like I've been part, like if not now, Jewish Voice for Peace, but I'm not actively like Neturei Karta. Like I knew the Neturei Karta rabbis in Borough Park in Brooklyn. Not like super well, but I made run-ins with them. I was even semi-friendly with them. But like I'm not an active anti-Zionist. It's just my political leanings. And when I look at the state of the war, to me it seems very clear that the cause of the war is Zionism. But I see the complete block between me and the Jews I know, where like in the black hat Orthodox world, yeah, like some would agree with me, maybe like 10%. Here in Detroit, maybe like 10% of the Orthodox Jews be like, yeah, problem Zionism. But generally, like, no, like organizational Judaism. And most Jews would so strongly favor Zionism that they would push me out. They would say, okay, like Doovid, like he obviously, like I know something about Judaism, like I dedicated, but their understanding of me being an anti-Zionist is so foreign to them that it would put such a negative view towards me that they just have to be like, so that's why I was going through my evolution of coming on to anti-Zionism from Haredim in Israel to understand the situation today. So let me look at a few things. let me look at a few things. So before Kevin joins, or if he joins, I'll switch. So appreciate people tuning in. So let me look quickly at this new survey of Jewish Electorate Institute National Survey of Jewish Voters. It's been posted all around, been getting a lot of press, and you'll see some statistics on these things. Key findings: American Jews expressed extraordinary support for President Biden's response to Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, and Jewish voters continue to be a base vote for Biden. 66% approve of Biden's jobs performance as president. 74% approve of the way Biden is handling the war between Israel and Hamas. Jewish voters hold extremely negative view towards Donald Trump, and they continue to provide Biden overwhelming margins over Trump. Biden leads Trump 68% to 22% in a 2024 matchup among Jews. This was surveyed, I think, 800 Jews. 77% have an unfavorable view towards Trump. Large majority support American actions taken since October 7th. Biden's visit to Israel, sending 2 aircraft carriers to the region, attending Israel war cabinet meetings, vetoing UN ceasefire resolution, and calling for humanitarian pause, all received strong support. American Jews are closely following the news coverage of October 7th and the war, and emotional attachment to Israel has grown. 97% are following the news closely, including 75% who are following it very closely. 82% feel emotionally attached to Israel, including 51% who feel very emotionally attached to Israel, an increase from 33% very emotionally attached just in June this year. Large majorities want Congress to pass Biden's military aid request. Similar levels of support for Israel and Israel plus Ukraine. 80% support the $14.3 billion in new military aid to Israel. 77% support the $74 billion in new military aid to Israel and Ukraine. American Jews do not believe criticism of Israel policy means something is not pro-Israel. 91% think someone can be critical of the government policy and still be pro-Israel. 76% think someone can be critical of how Israel is conducting the war with Hamas and still be pro-Israel. There's a notable increase in the degree of concern over anti-Semitism. 93% are concerned about anti-Semitism in the United States, including 79% who are very concerned. In September 2022, 64% were very concerned about anti-Semitism in the U.S. Anti-Semitism in the United States on college campuses are seen as serious problems. 96% think that it is a problem in the U.S., including 73% who think it is a very serious problem. 91% think it is a problem on college campuses, including 67% who think it is a very serious problem. Racism and Islamophobia are also seen as serious problems. 91% think racism is a serious problem in the U.S., including 67% who thinks it's a very serious problem. 83% view racism as a problem on college campuses, including 53% who view it as a very serious problem. 78% think Islamophobia is a problem in the United States, including 49% who think is a very serious problem, and so on. So here's in the U.S., the poll, 34%, 47% of Jews are liberal, 34% moderate, 16% conservative. If you look with the leaners, 70% of Jews lean Democratic, 22% lean Republican. Reform Jews, Orthodox Jews lean Republican, at least in national elections, although locally, because most Orthodox Jews, like we've discussed in the past, live in blue areas. So locally, most Jews vote Democratic because the Republicans have no chance of winning. But you could see Reform is the most Democratic and conservative, with 65% of Orthodox being Republican. More, the men and women. Job approval. The Orthodox are the least favoring of Biden. Younger people are least favoring of Biden, although not necessarily because they're less liberal. Approval on the war, very high percentage across the board. You see the non-denominational Jews have the least approval. So I'm saying that if you're affiliated in Judaism, you almost certainly tier Zionistic. So it's the non-denominational who 41% disapprove of Biden. And the younger, or almost half of the younger Jews, disapprove of Biden. See favorability. Donald Trump is extremely negatively viewed from Jews in general. Support for U.S. actions, sending 2 U.S. aircraft carriers to the Eastern Mediterranean Sea to deter others from attacking Israel. 85% of American Jews support. So you see this level of, should America use its power to militarily support Israel? Vast majority of Jews strongly support, total support. Like President Biden visiting Israel to address the Israeli people after October 7th attack and meeting with Israel's political and military leaders. 84% strongly support is less, but still 66%. Senior American officials attending Israeli war cabinet meetings to discuss war strategy and offer counsel. 80%. Calling for a humanitarian pause in fighting to enable safe deliveries of food, medicine, and water to Gaza. Smaller support. There you can see a difference maybe between American Jewish opinion and Israeli opinion, where Israel's definitely more hawkish in the war than American Jews, voting a UN Security Council resolution calling for a ceasefire that Israel does not want. So you see 45% of American Jews are supporting something that Israel doesn't want, and 2/3 to some level. There you can see the difference across denominations. Calling for a humanitarian pause. Only 29% of Orthodox Jews support calling for a humanitarian pause. Men in division between men and women, older and younger. The divergence, war handling, Biden's handling of the war. Orthodox Jews who generally were anti-Biden, 77% of Orthodox Jews are more positive towards Biden because of his handling of the war. Non-denominational, worse, Reform and conservative, Reform tending to favor Biden's Israel policy. By age, you see the older Jews favor Israel more. Biden's support of Israel, too much, too little. So non-denominational Jews are the most worried about American support. The least attached to Israel, and it come in their politics, and we discussed that with the rising amount of non-denominational Jews. But if you're in organized Jewry of any kind, you're probably attached to Israel and Israeli policy. Younger Jews also too much. So 18 to 35, the anti-militarism here. War decisions. Biden Dems are more trusted than Trump and the GOP on war. That 60% of Jews think that Biden would make better decisions about the war than Trump. 40%, although the Republicans, despite Orthodox support for Biden in the war, they still prefer Trump and the GOP. Closely following news coverage across the board. Jews are following this. Jews care about it. Attachment to Israel going up with the war. Younger Jews less attached, although the war has caused increased attachment across the board. Strong belief that one can be critical of Israel policy and still be pro-Israel. And this is probably referring to Jews, not non-Jews. Support aid to Israel, overwhelming across the board, even non-denominational Jews. 2/3 support increased aid to Israel for the war. It's only non-denomination. It's only younger Jews that is about half-half, and even among younger Jews, still half support aid to Israel. And The opinions about Ukraine is about the same. And then views towards anti-Semitism off the charts. Jews' concern for anti-Semitism is, generally Jews are much more supportive of Biden's strategy than Trump. Okay, so there's just some information there. And okay, Kevin come in a minute. So let's look at this. I mentioned it last week. There's an interesting idea here. You read a little bit of it. Info dumps. So I mentioned this last week for Church of Entropy. Most common writing mistakes, info dumps. On the most fundamental level, a novel is nothing more or less than the dissemination of information. As such, the writer who understands exactly how and where to share information is a writer who understands the most fundamental skill of storytelling. That is why info dumps are such a big, bad deal. They're peanut butter in a delicate gears of your story machinery. They're clunky, awkward, and they gum up the works sometimes fatally. We sometimes consider info dumps a noob mistake, and yet the dance of avoiding them is actually one of the most complicated challenges faced by any writer on every single page of a story. Today, we're going to explore 4 possible types of info dumps that might have wormed into your story. More than that, we're going to look at not just how to avoid this common writing mistake, but how to use it as an opportunity to make your writing that much stronger. What are info dumps? First off, the basics. An info dump is exactly what it sounds like. So I'm going to skip some of the examples. 4 types of info dumps. Info dumping is a bad storytelling. More than that, it is lazy storytelling. It is more common than you might think. Let's take a look. Backstory info dumps. This is arguably the most common type of info dump simply because its main ingredient, character backstory, is present in every single genre. Sometimes it can be tricky figuring out what to do with backstory. Do you include it? Do you leave it out? If you do include it, where do you include it? And how do you share it? Flashbacks, dialogue, narrative. Too often, overwhelmed and exasperated writers just end up dumping in the backstory at the earliest possible moment, even the opening paragraphs. Backstory rarely belongs in your story's beginning. Readers will not care about your character's backstory until you've given them a reason to do so. In fact, backstory dumps like this are rarely necessary, much less skillful at any point in the story. Whenever you feel tempted to tell readers all about your character's backstory, try the weave and wait method instead. Weave only the most interesting and pertinent parts of your character's backstory into the narrative, but wait until those aspects actually become necessary to advancing the plot or understanding the character. Even when the backstory becomes necessary, don't dump it. Use subtext, seemingly offhand comments, and plot development to reveal what's going on. World building info dumps. This is the one most commonly found in speculative fiction, fantasy, science fiction. These types of stories necessarily bear a greater burden when it comes to making certain readers understand the unique rules of the made-up world. If there's no gravity on your planet, or the prime minister has 2 heads, or the protagonist is telepathic, that's all important information that not only needs to be established, but which is very likely needs to be explained. Spec authors are usually enthusiastic about explaining the hows and whys of their world to the point that their stories can sometimes end up more info dump than story. I remember, so whether the story you're writing is speculative or not, the key to building your strange world is actually counterintuitive. What you have to do is pretend to take it for granted that everyone, characters and readers, have a basic understanding of your world. I say pretend because, of course, you can't take it for granted at all. You simultaneously have to assume your readers know zilch. This is where the delicate dance begins. The 2 things to keep in mind here: your readers need to immediately identify with your protagonist and see the story through his eyes. And of course, your protagonist is almost in all cases will have at least a modicum of familiarity with his story world. You have to assume your readers are smart enough to dive into the story and put the pieces together for themselves, as long as you're providing the pieces. Just as with backstory information, you need to wait until the moment the information becomes necessary, then weave it in. And never assume your readers are interested in the magical rules, political systems, or geography of your story just because. Spec readers love complex world building, but only because it matters within the story. Technical info dumps. Sometimes stories deal with very technical subjects, which their responsible authors have diligently researched in some depth. maybe your Delta Force protag has to dismantle a bomb, and the readers need to understand his thought process and his chooses between the red wire and the blue wire. Maybe your heroine is a star swordswoman, and the complicated forms and tactics involved in her powers need to be explained. Or perhaps one of your settings is a famous historical site, the history of which is fascinating. Or maybe you're just really, really proud of yourself for your incredible discipline in becoming an overnight expert in quantum physics, and you want to prove to your readers you really do know what you're talking about. So you info dump the technical specs. Now you have just learned a thing or two you didn't need to know. But did you learn anything that advanced the plot? I think we can safely say no. As always, the litmus test for whether or not technical details should be included in your stories, are they actually necessary? More often than not, readers will need to know how a bomb works, how to perform intricate fighting maneuvers, or the detailed history of every setting your character visits. When in doubt, leave it out. However, there will certainly be moments in which technical information is necessary to your story. If any of your characters are in ignorance, you can take advantage of that opportunity to sow the info into the plot and conflict. Be wary, however, of including an ignorant character just for the sake of his ignorance. If he doesn't know what's going on, there should be a plot sound reason for this. When you find yourself in a situation in which all the present characters are in the know, often the simplest way to bring the reader up to speed is to quickly sketch the necessary info within the narrative, but keep it unobtrusive and streamlined. Emotional info dumps. Here's one you don't always see in info dump discussions: emotional information. Rather than the outside in type of information we've discussed above, this is what you might think of an inside info dump. Inside out info. This type of dump is designed to share a character's state of mind, his motivations, his current emotions, and his processes of thinking. The fundamental problem with this approach is that it lacks finesse. It's on the nose by its very nature. It destroys subtext. Worst, it is unrealistic. How often do people in life go around dumping their most intimate personal thoughts on others? This only happens in extreme moments, and those extreme moments belong only in extreme scenes. These are going to be the big scenes in your story, and as such, they must be earned. If your characters are continually explaining themselves, you lose not only realism, but the opportunity to develop complexity, subtext, and even mystery. Avoiding the on-the-nose dialogue is so important. I did a whole post on it. More than that, destroys the dynamic inner conflict and interpersonal tension that makes a complex and powerful classic. Good stories are as much about what the characters do not say as what they do. Most characters are on a journey of self-discovery in their character arcs, which means that they are caught between a fundamental lie and truth. In short, they're confused. For most of the story, they won't be able to completely interpret their own feelings, much less be able or willing to share them with other characters. Okay, so that was some random information that for my writing and improvement in general that I thought I'd share. So, okay, it looks like Kevin is here.
Hi, David.
Okay, welcome, Kevin.
Now I've got Doooovid in stereo vision.
Okay, so Kevin is dual streaming on his channel. So I'm sure the Rumble link in the chat. So I'd reached out to Kevin to speak. We'd done a few shows together. He, from Mike Wick, who watches my show, that also watches your show, that informed me of your content. You were looking for someone Jewish to speak to related to the war. And so we went back and forth, and we have a common interest in neuroscience. So I was hoping to pick your brain on the metaphysics of group behavior or neuroscience. How is from an individual make a decision to groups, and to the high level of something even like messianic, and you consider something like the international order, or
well, you can make an argument that pretty much any goal-directed pursuit is going to plot along all of those axes, depending on its level of operation, of course. If it's at a supranational level versus individual, and its relations within family, extended family, tribes, etc. So I think it's a topic that's open to analysis, and much work has been done with respect to the neuroscience of what drives particular behaviors in this instance. And I guess the question becomes, what's the dominant paradigm that should be used that's most optimal and most ethical across as many dimensions as possible? And I think right now that's very much getting an acid test with what we're seeing emerge in the Middle East. And as I was getting ready for this, I apologize for being late. I did get up in time, and the fucking cat, I don't know if you watched the stream yesterday, but I've got this cat that just keeps going on heat, and so I have to shut the door to keep her out. She's just mewling all the time, and I just fell back asleep on my pillow. So I apologize in advance.
Okay, no problem. I usually go till past midnight my time, so I've been streaming like 2.5 hours. I usually try to go at least 5 hours once a week, Sunday night. So Kevin's in Japan, so it's Monday morning there. Church of Entropy was in New Zealand. I used to stream with was similar. It was Monday morning for her. But yeah, I didn't have a specific time. I just figured I was guessing sometime between 9 and 10, which
yeah, I was a bit late for that. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean it's 9:30 now, so you're
okay.
right around the right time, and I have more material to cover. So even if you didn't show up for another hour, I could have went on.
Okay. Let's see. Am I
just like a little background? What I want to talk about. I mean,
I wanted to hear why you'd been a bad Jew. That was something that.
But I was talking about anti-Zionism, and I was mentioning how in Jerusalem, where I went to these Haredi yeshivas, that they were all anti-Zionist, and how the vast majority of Jews are Zionists. Like in Detroit, when I was young, and I went to Israel and I saw the rabbis were anti-Zionist, it was very hard for me to understand. And I put it together like Zionism is considered a heresy. Me and you I would mention that you would probably agree on a simple level that like, okay, the root cause of the war and conflict right now in Gaza is Zionism. But from like a mind virus type view that most Jews just can't fathom it and have Zionism as some sort of beneficial good view. And from the Haredi perspective, I was putting Zionism as a heresy that's probably considered a Western heresy. That saying that some of the top schools in Jerusalem was mentioning you can't enroll if you've been enrolled in university. So when I got to Jerusalem, I'd spent a semester in university, and I wanted to go to the top school in Jerusalem that had American students. And I was informed they do not accept anybody who spent time in American university. You've been corrupted by Western thought, and we do not want you here corrupting us with your Western ways. And I think okay, so what kind of heresy is Zionism? And after years like the alt-right and the cultural wars here in America, like post-Trump, I think now I understand, because if you're Haredi, they don't, necessarily, know Western thought. They say like it's heretical, but to say that Zionism is an amalgamation of Western philosophical ideas super implanted onto Jewish theology that creates the heresy of Zionism. And unless you're Haredi, where you were brought up speaking like Yiddish, and even like speaking Hebrew among the Haredi, you're not supposed to speak Hebrew as a first language. It's supposed to be kept as a holy language. But if you're largely completely separated from the Western world, or look at the Western system as corrupting, could you appreciate that Zionism is a Western corrupting force? at least theologically, like the origins of the concept of Jewish nationalism, you superimplanted onto uh, theology. Uh, although Haredi Anti-Zionism is less concerned with Palestinian human rights or international affairs, it's still largely a theological view that rests on, so I was mentioning, just like we were talking, like if you're Haredi, dualism is basically a given. And to look at things through a dualistic template is but if you've been corrupted by exterior forces, then you're going to filter it through what's already in your mind. If it's materialism, evolution, neuroscience, Western philosophy, you're going to filter it through what you already know, as opposed to if so to say, Judaically been kept pure and only been taught Torah theology, you're going to have this working template of a dualistic system. And so you're not going to have to filter dualism through, you just naturally understand the world through dualistic metaphysics.
So, what's the symbolic representation of this dualism? What does it boil down to in its? If you had, I don't know, like a tweet, and you had one last tweet before going to what you perceive to be the other side of the dualistic equation, what would you write down in order to try to encapsulate that? I don't know. Let's say it had to wait 5-6 generations before it was found, but you knew it was going to be found by Hebrew scholars. What would you put into, how would you compress it down, and what would be the limit minimal that you could compress it down into to say what you think is this nature of the construct of reality, which is that there's this you can make a hard split between the divine and the emergent universe that we see right now.
Well, I like the expression from the Hare Krishnas that you say, the 5 words was "I am not my body," which you presumably most Haredim or people from different religious backgrounds would agree with. And you say, "I am not my body." And you're saying, "I," 2 realms, spiritual and material realm. My body resides in the material realm, and the I is non-physical and resides in what Judaism would call the spiritual realm. Hebrew would call the Ruknius, Gashmius and Ruknius in the Hebrew for Gashmius, meaning material, and Ruknius meaning spiritual. But the spiritual will include the soul, the controller, will, emotion, and thought.
Yeah. So
And so it's saying the I, the fundamental I, the not only the me that controls the body, but the thought process, my desires, all these things are not happening on the material realm. So as mentioned, if you weren't corrupted by a Western education, but you were brought up in a religious Haredi background where you did, the prayers and the commandments, it would have just been a natural understanding of dualism. Well, of course, I'm not the body. I talk, I pray to God. These things entering my head and leaving my head, that's not happening in the physical realm. That's happening in the other realm. And so
so
from your perspective, you even have to filter through. If you're smart enough, like a Newton, the definition of intelligence told multiple conflicting ideas in your head at the same time, that even if you reject dualism, you could at least intellectually interpret dualism without filtering it through a materialistic lens. But that's part of growing up Haredi, not being corrupted by Western education, where it would say almost everybody's just naturally a dualist. It was like, well, of course I'm not my
yeah.
body.
So
Of course my
this
soul
is
survives death. Of course when I pray, there's actually a God that I'm talking to. Of course prayer works. Or even if you interpret like emotions, desires, thoughts, that you're just that they would be understood that these are not physical entities.
So this is the commonality that I see in religions, right? That very, very Well, I haven't come across one yet that doesn't have that sort of distinction. Now, it comes down to how they would interpret their place within that framework and universe, and usually it tends towards one of dominance over their local environment. And then the question becomes, well, how because it's a statement on physics, right? And metaphysics, well, it's not truism per se, but the trajectory of physics and metaphysics that in my opinion, they've sort of worked and come closer and closer together, right? So that you could have the dual nature of the photon, for example, and this has a fundamental impact on how we view reality, how we view ourselves, and how we view, I would argue, consciousness in this instance. And so it's almost a case. I would make the argument that you could say at the macro that you perceive, right, where it's impossible. If you didn't have optics, even basic optics, you wouldn't understand that there were cells, right? You would understand that there were tissues, different tissue types, but you wouldn't understand that there were cells making it up unless you had some way of making amplification. And typically once you start magnifying something to about 40 times, you begin to see resolve out those finer corpuscle components of the reality. So, and I suppose it's a theme of the conversations that we're having. Why is there, from the religious perspective, why is there a doggedness to maintain the spiritual element is completely distinct from the physical reality?
Well, it's a worldview. It's a metaphysical system. So I just say that if you're Haredi, it's the given worldview that if you were brought up separate from Western culture, that would have just been a given. Like you get up and you would pray, and before you did anything, you would say a blessing, and after you did anything, you would say a blessing, and regular communication with God, and just the outlook of how you view the world. And obviously, people could change their worldviews or adapt a different worldview, but it's just the dominant worldview, and the origin of it. Might be a debate among scholars if it comes from the Greeks and was adapted into the Hebrew system. Um, and we'll call this pure metaphysics. I mean, if we're talking Judaism, that's what said like a Haredi metaphysics, uh, Torah Kabbalistic metaphysics necessitates dualism, although most modern Jews are not dualist. But I think I find that also with most Hindus that also just naturally understand things from a dualistic perspective. And one of the big dividing lines is Western Enlightenment, specifically the scientific revolution of evolution and materialism. Because, like in Haredi culture, um, I would say like rejection of evolution. I mean, there's levels of acceptance of evolution, but rejection of evolution would be in the 90 high 90, over 90%. You're just within like high of the Hindu culture or various cultures. Like rejection of evolution would be almost universal. Just because evolution generally points to a materialistic, non-dualistic system, and they're competing systems. And the question of identity, and so when I talk about dualism, that would include all aspects of mind as non-physical events. And so to work in the Torah Haredi worldview, um, generally it has that role, that worldview is going to include dualistic metaphysics, where all not only spiritual but mental, cognitive mind aspects are understood to be um, non-physical events. And I mean, that's probably why I got along with Hindus, because they also had that somewhat mindset. Among Christians, like even evangelicals, your rejection in America, like of evolution's relatively high, but dualism is not a natural template. Maybe like Catholics historically. So I think you kind of have to be brought up separate from Western culture. That maybe in Japan also, I'm not sure if you would say like, I mean, they might not be dualistic or have a different understanding of dualism, but if it's just kind of like natural, where this your how the person's filtering information, looking at themselves and the relationship to the world, to consider it like a dualistic metaphysics.
Yeah, I would say that the well Eastern philosophies, like I said, I don't spend my time trying to pick apart the nuances of it, because I'm not sure what the um, reward versus time and effort is at this point, because once you sort of get that, oh, that's the framework from which they're operating. The symbolic language that they, or my experience has been that the symbolic language that gets wrapped around it is primarily a consequence of the environment around which this sort of abstract thinking has emerged and evolved. And so this is where you get into the um, I would you could perhaps argue what the, I'm not going to call atheists, but let's say the humanist side of this argument comes in, which says, well, in each framework, because of its locality properties with respect to environment, has it's going to favor the group that's dominant in that area. And in this instance, which one is better than the other, and which one is more of a, which one could be applied more universally than the other, such that you're minimizing a, an abuse of power structure that would come from within it. And I know how this argument goes in the West, which is Christianity is the superior view, etc. And maybe I would sit in the camp of, it would be a savage world without humans having that abstract and the ethical frameworks that move towards it. And I'm okay with saying some are better than others, explaining the sanctity of humans versus the others, and how you should be applying the, what I could perhaps consider, or the humanists would consider, the golden rule, right? Which is essentially do unto others as you would want to be done unto yourself. Now, of course, that comes with caveats that there are some people that want to be abused and become abusers, etc. And there's the complexities of human psychology in that. But yeah, I see this discussion as one that comes down to how do you rank order them, and in this instance make a collective decision where we say, okay, we understand each framework, each philosophy, if you're including humanism in this, and how do we find the optimal balance. And so to sort of give a current example of how that manifests right now. So,
You're already getting the outcome. You mean like the optimal outcome, as opposed to just a truth theory, to an understanding of how reality operates versus some like political or prescriptive system and how people ought to behave. I mean, if you immediately want to jump to some prescriptive theory on optimal behavior versus just a metaphysical explanation of reality.
Yeah, so I was taking in that statement the a priori that there is a higher order state of the universe that is, and I'll in this discussion I'll concede that there's this dualistic view. My experience moving across different cultures and countries is you'll find a predominant religion, and you get into the, provided it's not too contentious and you're not desecrating their views and temples, etc., they'll have a discussion with you about how they see and view the nature of reality, which is that there is this dualistic component to it. And so let's say that that's understood in this discussion right now, and then say, well, if there's general agreement that that is the case, so dualism would imply God, soul, etc., at its most basic, and then something comes down and interfaces with this
That's the
material
fine
realm.
point. Dualism does not have anything to do with God. Dualism just says that there's a separate world between mind and matter, and so in the Greek paradigm,
I define the soul dimension of this equation, and what are all the variables that we would have to take into account to agree that there's a dualistic nature to reality.
Well, it just in the Greek system, atheists were still dualists. That atheist means that you reject the deity, and so the deity, if you there's a material realm and a spiritual realm, and just personally, that my body, all the physical elements, and then there's all the spiritual elements, all the matters of mind and cognition and ideas, and then there's a third entity that is neither of the two, and that is God. So from the Kabbalistic Judeo system, you have God who does not reside in the spiritual realm. God is equally the creator and master of the spiritual and the material realm. And so in the Greek system also...
So you're describing a tripartite system then, it's not dualism.
Yeah, or if you look like one force that creates two different realms and rules over them. And so even in the Greek system, classically, atheists were still dualist because materialism wasn't a popular school in the Greek realm. Almost all Greeks were dualist, at least in terms of, you had hylomorphism of form and matter or mind and matter. And so the deity is considered independent, that has power over not only the material realm, but the spiritual realm. So, but the God deity element is not, it's a classic mistake to put God in the spiritual realm. We say God is not part of the spiritual realm. God is the creator and above, and could change the spiritual realm also. So just you could be an atheist and just say that, well, maybe the material realm just came into being, or even like Penrose Hameroff and the panpsychism element. Most of them are atheists, and just say that panpsychism at the Big Bang, whatever created the material realm also created the spiritual realm, and just saying, just like you have a creatorless material realm, you have a creatorless spiritual realm. So that would be that could be, you could consider like Hameroff, Philip Goth, modern Bertrand Russell, modern day panpsychist monist, as atheistic dualists that just think the same way that you have a creatorless material realm, you have a creatorless spiritual realm.
Okay, so
and then as a believer in God, so there's a God, and God has power over both of those realms. God, if you're like Newton, a volunteerist, I think they call it, that God has the power to change the natural order of the material realm and to change the natural order of the spiritual realm.
Okay, so in the symbolic representation that we have to have, right? So from our purview, which is material and having a soul, we have to find some algebraic expression which says that there's a operator on this, that however you derive, or you derive your equations and you write them out, you're going to be left with that operator still in the solution somehow. And so in any sort of, I would make the argument that in any philosophical sort of discussion, you're trying to reduce dimensionality so that you have something coherent that conscious beings can agree upon as a sort of a starting level from which we can move forward and say, how can we, if you want to test it, how do we test it, and what would be the properties that we would expect it to have were our algebra to be correct in this instance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you're not too much into the Greeks.
Not really, except they were next door to Italians, and Italians are better.
Oh, I mean, it's like Socrates was put to death for being an atheist. Although Socrates still is a dualist who argues the immortality of the soul, he just argues that the deities are false, that the deities don't have any power. And but he still believes in the immortality of the soul and the spiritual realm and mind-body dualism. He said that the deities aren't real.
Yeah, well,
so from the certain perspective, like that would say transcendental, and for like a Hindu perspective, that would mean you're just mind-body dualism. Every aspect of mind is non-material, where we're talking logic, information, any aspect that would be included in mind cognition is non-physical, and the deity is this entity that we pray to that has the power to overcome these rules. So if there is some factual like karma, action reaction from the dualist perspective that's happening in the non-material spiritual realm, but the deity who's non-spiritual has the power to change that. So as action reaction, I did this in the spiritual realm, has a recording of my good and bad deeds, and will make predictive inner workings with the material realm. But I could pray to the deity, and the deity could transcend these mind categories of in the spiritual realm that would affect the material realm. So we're just looking at competitive systems. So I mean, most people. So it's important. It's a fine distinction, because generally, first, in order to be a real believer, first you have to come onto dualism, and then you have to appreciate that the God, the deity that we worship, is not part of either of those realms. That you're not worshiping something that's saying the spiritual realm. My mind is in that. I am part of the spiritual realm. God is not part of the spiritual realm. I am part of the spiritual realm. Mind, logic, ideas are part of the spiritual realm. God is not part of the spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I see where you're trying to make the distinction, but again, how to abstract it out into symbolic form such that it has coherence. So you could,
well,
we could have this
action. So I mean, do you pray daily?
I would almost take the view that any sort of contemplative thought that isn't, where I'm not reacting to children or something going on in the immediacy of my environment, or I'm not being distracted by the information coming through a screen, often defaults to a form of meditation and prayer.
Was that when the I become the I that's not the body? There's the difference between the meditation when the I becomes no longer the body. The I that's not your body does this.
Yeah, I think we need to be very careful about what the definitions are here. So you could have a perceptual state where the input that you perceive from the body decreases in signal strength to the qualia, for want of a better example, of that moment. And I would make the argument that most people or well, all people actually have elements of that throughout their day, right? And in most instances, people who are not sort of devout practitioners of any sort of discipline that leans in towards the spiritual domain, once you're beginning the process of falling asleep, you're going through those processes again where you're going into the input from the body reduces. You have a change of state, and most people are not afraid of falling asleep. There are some, but then that's often trauma related, and so these are universals. I would say we have to find universals in order to be able to solve the impasses that we're currently at. So let's try and expand out the problem set a little bit, and let's go back just from, and I'm not saying this is true, but just if we took the canonical view of history, which is, well, everything started 5,000, 6,000 BC with respect to civilization and writing. Prior to that would have been a tribal type living where probably most people wouldn't get a few miles beyond their own tribe, and the problems that they faced were far more immediate, right? And we seem to have moved past that stage. We're at there's increased complexity. You could argue that that could be defined as novelty in this particular manifestation. And so I'm sort of wrestling with the problem now with, okay, we had these instruction manuals which have sort of permeated through, that have codified the thinking of previous generations, tried to distill it down, say, if you do these things, then you will move towards this more complex state in which you know, one person's moral and ethical framework might completely disagree with the others. But you know, I think you could argue it's a sort of Sam Harris type argument, which is, are there objective metrics that we could use which are sort of universal bedders, right? We want to aim for those rather than behaviors which are objectively bad. And you know, he gives the example, I'm trying to remember now, like some tribe that has, and you could say it's a metaphor for circumcision or genital mutilation, which says every third child or something has to pluck out an eye. Now, you know, if it's their tribal practice, is it wrong to say, well, you shouldn't be pulling the eyeball out of a child, right? You'll get more good over iterating generations than if you were to allow the pulling out of the eyeball. But then the converse or the rebuttal to that is, well, maybe in their particular environment, they almost need some disabling of certain groups, so that there's they're not going out, and let's just think at its most basic, that they're not all going out hunting because they're enabled with stereoscopic vision, right? So their ability to hunt reduces that aspect of the life. So they perhaps have a more inward looking existence that perhaps enables codifying of other moral and ethical behaviors that has imbues advantage in their particular environment. And so this is always at the nub of what do you allow and what do you proscribe as being well, in a modern sense, an abuse on the person that on a child that has no choice, who has that procedure inflicted upon them. And
I wanted to start at a much more basic level. Are you a chess player?
no, well, I've played chess, but am I good at it? No.
Okay. So I coach chess, competitively here in Metro Detroit, and
I know what all the pieces do and where they're supposed to go.
a lot of times, even young kids. I was just taking a lecture course right now on developmental theory of Piaget, Erickson, Bandura, but very simple cognitive structures to uh, young children, like how the pieces move, coordination of pieces, like what is checkmate, mating with a king and queen. So I just coach a few hours on Fridays, but I've been doing it for years. And each Friday, I'll teach new kids and work with them through building up simple patterns to more complex patterns. But if you're looking at the various simplest of cognitive structures, and so we work with competitive metaphysical explanations, either dualism or neuroscience, where neuroscience you can say that cognitive structures are built up from simple structures. You might have some sort of like top down coded or dual processing of bottom up information, top down higher order rules or thought, but largely things are built up from bottom level. So if hopefully we'll get to something like international law and group behavior, but just to get up to simple group behavior of even like two people acting together to universal societal rules, but just the basis of cognitive structures. If you're looking at the mind as a computer and you have basic pieces of information, chunking, combining together to form larger cognitive structures that eventually could form rules, predictive processing, and in the simplest level, that could be sense perception, like a child learning vision and recognizing shapes and object, and depth perception, where just a period of pattern recognition, where over a few years of building up patterns in the head, where a child eventually could relatively accurately perceive unique objects in depth perception, and that would presumably be through uh, a large amount of bottom up cognitive structures and a few top down processing rules to help uh, process the bottom up uh, chunking of cognitive structures. But if you're taking that from a neuroscience level of, I mean, sometimes you go in detail, like I think our eyes have like close to like 100 million cones and rods. And, if you think of millions of photons hitting our eyeball every second and every instant, and that causing your processing. And so in my mind, I have millions of photons hitting my eye, and in my room right now, which has mostly books or objects, I have thousands of unique objects that have relatively accurate depth perception of where they are located in physical space, let alone if I went out into unknown territory and was seeing stuff for the first time, where I would still be able to accurately recognize and process shapes, identify the shapes, and a relative depth perception and some sort of predictive processing for what would happen if I was interacting with these, that from a level of being no threat to like if you're a child to the level of mother or parents or people you're familiar with, to a higher level of predictive processing and dealing with new people. um, but if we take it from that level before we're even getting to uh, societal rules, that just talking about the processing of pure sensory reception perception information, and then on top of that, I mean, are you familiar with Piaget and his stages of child development?
Yes, yeah, and it's one of those. it's one of those frameworks that for me, yeah, okay, I've sort of, I had to study it, I did formal courses in psychology, etc. But I found psychology in and of itself lacking the precision and the ability to hone in on causal sources or on causal factors, and it was always open to interpretation. But I think Piaget, with his that it's the later development which was of interest to me, which was it's the messianic phase of development, which is in fact your brain is still developing even though you've gone into what is essentially adulthood. And it is a phase. Some have it more than others, but it's this it's where that person becomes convinced of the importance and primacy of a particular, often a good modern example, because this is one that I fell into, which is you could consider them environmental type issues, right? So even back in the 80s and 90s, there was a how should we say a push towards environment preservation. The corporations were acting in a rapacious manner. They needed reining in, etc., etc. And it can become a all-encompassing rule set that defines and drives what you do. And you could, and it's getting past that, realizing that in your zeal, you didn't have the full data set available to you, and you have to be able to move past that into, I would argue that then you start to move towards something approximating wisdom for life at that, in this particular framework that we find ourselves in. But even that process takes multiple steps and iterations. And I think to me a critical part is having children, and then you sort of your priorities change radically, and you but then you have the child who's then starting this process again of going through all the particular developmental phases of sort of object recognition, the structured versus unstructured play, and learning that there are rule sets outside of it such that its impulses, as much as it would want to enact them, there are restraining factors which it knows if it crosses particular lines, sanction is likely to come down upon it. And like I said, those basic components are more, you could argue that they're there in all vertebrates to some extent. It's like we've got kittens, and I got another one just a couple of weeks ago. People are bringing us cats now, and this one is super cute, right? It's little, I don't know what it is. Looks sort of almost like a fluffy Persian kitten.
In Japan, do cats live on the street or they live in the house?
No. Well, I mean, there are, but it's not like
In
Middle
Jerusalem,
East.
I
They're
don't
everywhere.
remember in Israel, but I mean, in Israel, there's lots of cats, but they're not in the houses. Most people don't keep cats, but they live on the street, and people will care for the local cats. And I think they're actually brought in to deal with like rats or something. There was a history of cats born, and I think also in China, cats and dogs. It's not considered like you don't have a cat or a dog. Cats and dogs just live in the environment with humans, as opposed to having individual ownership where you have a cat in your house. But cats and dogs and humans live somewhat societally together without individual ownership of them. I'm not sure if you remember that in I don't know, in Barcelona.
Yeah, I remember the stink of cat piss, dude.
But it wasn't like people would have a cat, but there were cats all over, and some people might feed or interact with the cats, and you have your
Mm, mm,
neighborhood
mm.
cats. It'd be relatively the same cats in your neighborhood, but
Yeah.
it'd be it wasn't so much that people had cats in their house. And I think in China it's like that with cats and dogs, where like they're just cats and dogs all over the place, and some people might interact with them more, but it's not. So you're saying in Japan it's like America or the UK, where you have a cat or a dog as a house pet or
Yeah.
take care of. It's not where you have
Yeah, but I'm not sure that's been the norm for that long. I think it's a
that's a
relative thing.
Western
Mm,
the individual. Um, well, that's I brought up Piaget because if you're looking one thing like competitive metaphysics, where if you're a dualist and you're claiming that all aspects of mind are non-physical, versus a materialist person, they're all product of the brain. So I mean, I think you say you're talking to E. Michael Jones this week.
yeah.
Your first time, or you've had him before?
No, I've spoke to him before, but in it was so long ago I can barely remember what we were talking about, and it was him sort of. He asked me if I was Catholic.
Doooovid's
He signed a
autographed
book.
copy of the Holocaust narrative.
Okay, yeah, touche, bro.
I also have my autographed copy of Baron Metal.
Baron Metal, yeah. Mm.
This one actually to Doovid. But
good old
some E.
Michael.
Michael Jones will use the expression, "That's a category of mind." I'm not sure if that sounds familiar. If you're
Yes,
E.
yes.
Michael Jones, it's a category of mind
Mm.
and not a category of reality.
Mm.
And I'm not sure if he's using, if E. Michael Jones would be a classical dualist like I am. He might be, although like I'm not sure. But if when he says that, like that's a category 9, not a category of reality, he means that that's a non-physical reality, not. But if you're talking from a materialistic understanding, I mean, so Piaget, like the first few years, all cognitive structures are basically related to sensor motor perception. It takes multiple years just to
Yeah, which was the
get a
point I
feel.
wanted to get to with the kitten, right? That they're engaging in play all the time, right? As they're beginning to find their way around. And I can see the accelerated version of what happened with my children, right? And it's in that play stage that a lot of shaping occurs, because the fact that the kitten in our house is able to have a broader and longer play experience, I would argue, makes it probably a more tame animal. That is essentially, it's part of the domestication process. Whereas if it's on the streets, that phase is going to be contracted, and the sanction for, not sanction is the wrong word, the consequence of not recognizing play versus you're in a sort of survival mode, a real, you've got to make life or death, essentially, not life, that's a bit too extreme, but life versus injury. And injury is going to limit your capacity to adapt to your environment. That window shrinks down, and so they become far more difficult to domesticate in this instance. Now, you might, like, I can think back, like my
I mean, you're still
grandmother.
making too many presuppositions. But I want to start with more basic things of what is the nature of these rules. So if you're going to take like the E. Michael Jones, we're saying all rules are the product of mind, and minds are unique to brains. So rules only exist within brains; they don't exist in reality. Or you're saying, well, certain rules exist in reality, and then you have like the correspondence theory of truth, where the mind is capable of producing a rule that corresponds to reality, but the nature of certain rules is that they exist in reality. So if you're talking about um, like group strategy and laws, and some laws might, like moral systems, are completely a product of mind, as opposed to utilitarian um, function correspondence with reality, where you could have other rules that work better with reality, uh, so you have these competing metaphysics. So if you have like an evolutionary materialistic view, where you say, well, reality is evolution and physics and scientific laws, and then you have categories of mind, which may or may not correspond to external reality, and the external reality includes things like violence, death, struggle, the elements, um, that
which are all a consequence. So what you're doing is you're building out a hierarchy there of understanding. So all those consequences that you spoke about are stem from physical laws.
was a complication of the metaphysics. He's saying, well, if you're a dualist, you're going to interpret it differently. If you're not a dualist, you're saying that there's some rules that are part of material reality, and there's some rules that are purely a product of mind. So such things as law, morality, and ethics, those are all categories of mind, in terms of E. Michael Jones terminology,
Yeah, so
as opposed to certain rules are categories of physical reality, maybe even like economics, sociological,
so
some
if you
philosophical
just
things.
boil it down to the biological in this instance, right?
Not biological. I mean, you could argue that they're all biological, but you're saying, is
No,
there
but it's a framework in which you can. There's some sort of experiential component that enables people to say, okay, I can conceptualize why that should fit into that category, right? So
well, you got to put it. I mean, put a more like deeper thought level on it. You say, if you're saying as humans with minds, and we conceptualize categories of minds such as universal humanism, ethics, morality, legal systems.
yeah, but you're going too far in trying to go to the ethics of morals, laws, and all these hyper complex subjects, right? So we have to. You were trying to ask earlier, which is there
Well,
a
I want to build up to, like the rules-based order and even international law, which will be the totality of the summation of all of this. But just to get the metaphysics down, and then what would be the difference in the comparative metaphysics of a dualist and a materialist for understanding categories of mind and categories of reality, spiritual, material realm, and the differences in rules, and in saying, what does it mean to have a rule that's a product of my mind versus a rule that's the product of multiple minds, or a rule that in my head and your head is one and the same. Or to say that there's a rule that exists independently of minds.
okay? So I'm going to take it back to what are the fundamentals that we can agree on across the biological dimensions. Okay, so
Who's we?
just me and you in
Okay.
this conversation.
But I'm
Okay,
saying these we is like the vague terms. I mean, saying like that
so
independently, two independent minds.
so two independent minds can have an agreement upon what constitutes a fundamental, and even that fundamental, when you drill down into it, suddenly has almost infinite complexity baked into it. Okay, but stay with me at this moment, right? There's a point within embryonic development of which the autonomic nervous system is starting to build out and wire and fire such that autonomic processes can occur, right? So heartbeat, breathing. Now, heartbeat, and this is when you think about it, it differs upon religions, which is when does the soul enter the embryo, right? Which is it the meeting of the gametes and the first division, or the first combination into a full chromosomal set, or is that embryo, does it have to wait for more complex patterns of behavior to emerge? And already once you've got to the point where the
Enters is already like a misnomer category error, because you're using material descriptors to describe something non-material, if you want to say like assigned, that saying if the soul doesn't exist in time and space, so it doesn't enter in assuming like it enters a physical space, that's probably a misnomer where say that you're using material descriptors to describe a non-material phenomenon. But if you say like assigned, at what point is the soul assigned to the physical life phenomenon? Or if you're going to
I'll
claim
use that language.
that it does enter and the soul does actually exist within physical descriptors of like space.
Okay, so when is a soul assigned to a body, right? Is it do the gametes have soul, right? Or is it proto soul in this instance? And look, in my my personal experience, we had to make a decision of, do we elect for an abortion just because my wife, we had baby very, very quick, baby after baby after baby. And the second one, the doctors in Japan basically said, you've got to have a C-section. And she literally got pregnant a few months after the delivery of our first child. And our third child came, and each pregnancy that she had, she was in early labor from about 7 months, and they're putting IV, essentially the hormones to stop contraction. And she would be in hospital and bedbound each time. And after the C-section, there's a risk to the mother every time she has a baby after the C-section. And we weren't planning on the third, but it happened. And she got pregnant again within months of the third child. And the cesarean had taken a lot out of her, including the looking after of 3 young children. And she was like, I can't do the fourth one. And she was suffering health-wise, mentally, etc. And that I had to make the decision, and it was a hard one for me because I'd been very sort of not. You can't say no abortions ever, but I was of the opinion that it was that the reflex to use abortion as a contraceptive has gone too far, and I didn't want to lose a child in this instance. But there was a very real.
Well, in this case, not just a child, your child.
Yeah, my child. And in this calculation, I had to make, well, I could see that my wife was struggling. Could I have been more attentive? Could I have shouldered more responsibilities, etc.? And all these types of things that she wouldn't have, that maybe she could have had a go at trying to deliver the fourth. But we'd already had, and I told you just how bad it was. I took a job.
Tom Jump?
Tom Jump? No.
He's a modern day debate. He's one of the popular atheists in America. He's got his own channel, but he argues all over the place. Not quite. He's not a nihilist like John Francis Garepi. He's got a pretty big following. But I mentioned him because when he argues in favor of abortion, he argues it as self-defense. That to say, well, even if it is a life, in the matter of a question of, well, you have the right to kill in self-defense, and that pregnancy is that abortion could be argued as a form of self-defense from the mother, so that even if it was, especially in this case where it was more directly, but pregnancy in any case is a health risk to the mother, let alone in say your wife's case where it might have been a more significant health risk. But to say even in that case, if it was a life from the beginning, then it'd be a question of self-defense. That how you're looking at the metaphysics of the abortion.
That's how I had to justify it in my mind to go through it. And it
God
was,
forbid, like, okay, if you had a child and
so we had 3 children at this
hypothetically, even
stage.
if you had a live child and your live child attacked you to kill you, would you kill your own child in self-defense? Or maybe, okay, like, God forbid, if my child is going to come to kill me, I would accept death. I wouldn't use self-defense against my own child. But you would say, well, I would have that right to use self-defense even against my own child. And so that case of abortion from that perspective, even if it is a life, that you still have the right to self-defense.
And I, like I say, it was very, very hard, very tough on all of us to go down that pathway. But I said, come on, look, we'll try and go through this. But she was adamant she couldn't do it, and I understood exactly the reasons that she was. Like, just the bed, being ordered to bed, right? And our third child happened when I went to start my lab in Korea, and the institute was, how should we say, they were applying pressure to me to say, when's your family coming over? And I was like, oh, my wife's pregnant now with fourth child, and I was like, there's a lot of things that we need to have in place that are we can be sure are, because we knew that each pregnancy had been difficult anyway, right? And we made the decision. I was pining for my family anyway, because I was away from them, and my kids were all young, and that they were the center of my life. And so I put pressure on my wife to say, come over. The institute has assured me that everything is taken care of, yada, yada, yada. She arrives 6 months pregnant and immediately has to go to hospital because contractions start. And I'm like, oh shit, here we go. But I'm like, my institute's got it all covered. They've given me the guarantees, etc. And then so
What do
they
you mean, like healthcare or something? I mean, it's like covered in the sense that they're providing healthcare, and I assume cesareans aren't cheap. I mean, it's probably expensive surgical procedure.
Yeah, and so they even organize like a hospital for expats. So it was run for foreigners in the city we were in. My wife gets in. She's in there 3-4 days, and they're asking for the medical insurance card, etc. And I'm like, well, to my institute, where is that? Right? Why don't we have that? And it turned out that there was no insurance. The guarantees that my institute had given me, etc.
I think in the U.S. you got to do that beforehand. Like in the U.S., the first thing you got to do before you even see a doctor is clarify that information.
And so they
I mean, if you go to the emergency room and you don't have that, they might put you to a doctor. But like, I mean, I'm not sure that's unique. I think in the U.S., like you got to get past the insurance to even see the doctor.
So I had my insurance, right? And so I was of the opinion that, okay, that my insurance essentially is like a family plan, as it were. And so that it would just be, it's a technicality with respect to saying that, here, we're printing a card for your wife, here's a medical number, etc. And oh no, they hadn't done any of that. And so suddenly my wife, and they were saying, oh, we're charging you, I don't know, it was nearly like $1,000 a day. It's just the room, the care, the drugs, etc. It was very, very expensive, and we couldn't afford that. So my wife literally had to go get her, had to bring her out from a hospital. She had to come home, and then we were going through this whole process of just trying to get her medical care, and then all the doctors and what have you were refusing, saying she's got no insurance, and they didn't want the liability of taking the patient in this instance. And so it was
the doctor. I mean, in the U.S., I mean, my dad's a doctor, and I took courses on the bureaucratic system. But I'm saying the U.S., the doctor doesn't get to make the decision. The administration decides. Some of the doctor on their own doesn't see patients. They get assigned patients, and they have to get through the bureaucratic hoop to get assigned.
Hang on
So,
one second.
I mean, so if the system there was that you actually got to the doctor
You know what to do
before
to take
the
care of that.
bureaucratic, and I would assume the UK is probably the same.
Where did you go? Did you go to the doctors? What did they say?
They said I had no corona fluency.
It's what?
I don't have any corona.
Okay. What is it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Okay. I just muted Kevin a second while he's talking to his son. No problem. You're busy, but it's saying, I mean, the complications of the bureaucratic system for Medicare. I mean, we're going to get to these. I mean, that's the whole reason I wanted to bring Kevin on, is to talk about the metaphysical and neurological origins of ethics, morals, rules in general. But like in the U.S., the bureaucratic order is when you go to the hospital, first you fill out paperwork, and then you get assigned a doctor, and the administration assigns you the doctor. That you don't just see a doctor. You have to get through the paperwork to be assigned a doctor, and so you don't just see doctors on your own. You go in and there's a front desk, and the first thing you do is you fill out paperwork. And like even an emergency room, I don't think there's like, if you come in like through an ambulance or something, like through the emergency room, like maybe in that case they'll just treat you, but like I mean, it's paperwork, and then the doctor is assigned, and maybe it's like to limit some of the ethical or legal difficulties. The one thing the doctor doesn't have to tell you that, like, I'm sorry, you can't pay, therefore I'm not going to treat you, because you can't even get in front of the doctor till you've been approved for payment. And then the ethics of the doctor, that it's that the doctor, at least in the US, doesn't actually even have the power to make that decision.
Yeah, it was a complex scenario. Anyway, the point I was going to get to was it was hyper stressful. It was and basically my wife was being put into a hospital where, the institute got her into a hospital, and this was just through the president's connections, and leaning on them, saying, that we've messed up. We didn't intend for this to happen. We've got the costs covered. Please accept the patient while we get the card ready. Yada yada. Anyway, point being that it was a very, very high pressure series of events, one after the other, and in, like I say, my wife's position of I can't do a fourth one was understandable, and she was scheduled to have an abortion for the third one, because they were saying it's too soon after the second one that you can't do a normal delivery. And thankfully, actually, it was him who just came in. He just came out real quick that they couldn't do the C-section. But in this instance, I had to say, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. And it was very, very hard.
Well, you had to, or it was her decision. I mean, even in Korea, they're saying that was her decision, or she deferred to you, or you.
So we went back. She went back to Japan.
Or she was in a medical condition where she couldn't decide for herself.
No, we wanted to keep that. I mean, she was multi-months pregnant. It was the fourth that was the one where we had to decide what to do.
I mean, because it's your personal story, is obviously a lot of pain. I'm just saying, from my understanding, it never would have been your decision unless she voluntarily asked you what you thought, because it was 100% your wife's decision. Even if you decided one way or the other, that it would have been her decision. at least legally, there's no system where your decision would have mattered, except if she valued your
Well, so
decision.
actually in Japan, abortion is illegal. And in this instance, I had to be a co-signatory to say that I agreed to the abortion.
So in Japan, it's illegal except in certain medical complications.
Yeah. So
And
you have
even
to
in
have it.
those medical complications, the father has to sign off on it.
Yeah. So I was asked.
Okay. Well, God bless for Japan, because I've never heard of that rule, but it makes sense. I don't know of any other country that has a rule like that, but God bless Japan.
And you know, it was, and I asked myself, you know, how conscious was the embryo at that stage? You could see it on ultrasound. You could see the beginnings, the spinal cord developing, and
Or say 7 months already late term. This thing's already moving.
Oh no. So the fourth child was aborted weeks into the pregnancy, right? But it was still a very difficult. So the third one was just hyper complex, more than the other two, and but he came out. Well, he was early, but he was put into the ICU, maternal ICU, and well, that was a whole issue in and of itself. I couldn't stand seeing my child he came out heavy, like 3 point something kilos. And I was like, yeah, you know what, he's breathing, etc. And I couldn't bear to see him in the incubator. I was like, I can look after him. Took him home and basically just sat with him, just feeding him like little sips of baby formula when he was awake. And but the fourth was, she got pregnant again, and she couldn't face it, and so, but I still had to see the ultrasound of the embryo, and knew that it wasn't abstract in this sense, and so I still think about it. I still feel that I lost a child in this instance.
Because you're making it personal. I mean, God forbid. I mean, at least, okay, God forbid, God bless you, our Father, and you do have at least multiple children already, and I feel sorry whatever the situation happened, but without making it personal to you, if you're just talking about comparative metaphysics, and that's my question when we're talking with Paul the other week about transmigration of souls, and what is it that transmigrates? And you're saying, well, one thing, like, it wasn't your child. I mean, saying it was your sperm, but the soul wasn't your possession. And saying if whatever soul would have entered your child, that's what's the origin of that soul? And if you want to understand that's like
so this is an interesting metaphysical
that
point.
Whatever personality that would have been unique and had became your child, from a metaphysical perspective, one thing, it wasn't yours. That means something that we'll say was God's. If there's a storage realm, so to say, like metaphysically, where these souls, personas exist, and there was this storage house and this persona that would have entered into the body of which would have been your child, but the soul wasn't yours. That was something that would have come from this other realm and entered that. And even the question of, like, okay, your living children, okay, what aspect of them is yours? Okay, they're your child, but what does that mean in even your spiritual, like, so how do you understand the comparative metaphysics of the origin of the soul before life? You say, well, what did it break off? Like, did you have like a soul that part of it broke off and entered your child, and now your soul is smaller? Or do you understand the metaphysics of your soul that you could like break off a piece, but like a hologram or something, it doesn't take away from the essence of your soul, that you could break off a piece and it doesn't diminish your soul, and that's when it went into your child? Or was it unique persona that came from the world of souls, the realm of souls, that would have been put into the child, but since the child didn't come to life, that what would have became your child that soul was maybe put into the very next person who had a child, and so what would have been your child took birth in
So I think
some
from a
other place in
physics,
time, and now what would have been your child is in another family's your body.
so I think you can look to physics and say, can we draw upon theorems in that
Why does
domain?
this have to be metaphysics? Because you're saying it's a not. You're talking about something non-physical.
Okay, so we had this discussion before about there are theorems within physics which say that there is a non-locality to energy and information, right? Well, I say we know this. It's demonstrated time and time again. We can make predictions of it, etc. From my own personal view, I would have seen it like this: that
Because you have
around
an aversion to dualism, so you would be trying to give some sort of explanation that's non-dualistic. I mean that because to me it's just nonsensical.
But I
That's where
don't
you've been
think
coming
I
on
don't
to
think
that. So
it's
I'm just saying,
non-dualistic.
but
I
I can
think
understand the reason you're trying to do that is because you have an aversion to dualism, so you're trying to have some other alternative metaphysical explanation for the origin of personality or
so.
soul.
In this discussion, I'm going to give you the dualist position, right? And I'm going to do my very best to try to agree and find the commonalities in this.
Okay, but you're
perspective.
using materialistic words like energy. Then I'm understanding energy is something material. So I would, if you're using that word for the soul, to me, it's saying, well, that's isn't that's
No,
a
I'm using it.
materialistic
So
descriptor.
I prefaced it with informatic space, right? So in non-locality and informatics is something that we understand, not understand. We can test it and see that there's this component to reality, right? There are underlying complexities, if you want, with respect to, and the way to define it is geometrically in this instance. So there's the non-dualistic realm, the informatic space of the souls use, I would argue, is essentially it's a universal, like the field non-locality of the electron field or any of the other subatomic fields. It's
Well, but before we continue, just to make the point of order, so to say, that if the fetus was aborted, so to say, like it could be your reality is the like from my metaphysics, say, well, there was a birth and a death. I mean, so if the soul was assigned at conception and then it was aborted a month post conception, that it died. I mean, saying that the soul was assigned at conception, and then when the abortion occurred, there was a death, and then the soul went back to the origin of souls in if you believe in transmigration, will get assigned again. So I mean, it's different in this case because you're talking like no, I mean there was a birth and a death, and so there was life, and then there was death due to abortion. And if the soul, if you believe the soul was assigned at conception, so if you believe the soul's assigned at like 40 days, some of the Talmud says, maybe the soul's assigned at 40 days. So if the abortion was before 40 days, the soul wasn't assigned anyways. And so it didn't matter. But if you believe the soul was assigned at conception, then the abortion means the life was terminated, and the soul, so to say, that was one of their transmigrations. So if you go through this transmigration, so what happened, my soul, before it entered this body, that like one of my previous transmigrations was I was assigned to this fetus, and then the person, I was aborted after a month, and then I got assigned the next transmigration. Just from that metaphysical clarification.
So in that respect, with sort of transmigration, I would say, well, again, we don't have enough data, etc. But what you're saying with soul transmigration is just a supposition in this instance, where I would try to boil it down to more tangible physics, which is that there's an informatic field.
I think
That
it's a category error because you're saying the scientific method can only be applied to material phenomenon. So to even attempt
No,
to
but
apply the
that's
scientific method,
obviously not the case, because we know that there's a non-locality and a complexity to reality that isn't inherently obvious or in the material, as we would as cause and effect, A leading to B to C, in the classical sense, doesn't apply when you go down and start operating within these fundamental structures. And so, is there still duality when we're talking about the informatics and the space and the what you would call transmigration of souls? I would say around a lineage, the genetic lineage, is a whole pattern within that informatic field that resonates. And again, time is, in this instance, it's not the right descriptor. It just resonates and makes essentially ripples within that higher order dimension. And that's one that's wound around the physical that we can see, which you could, let's just think in the most basics, which is genes, chromosomes, etc. Okay. The other side of the equation, so the mother, in my instance, has a whole resonance of the soul field, the dualistic aspect wound around their lineage, and the two will come and the informatic pattern will mix and emerge into and develop into the full soul during the developmental trajectory of the baby into adulthood, etc. There are traits that will be already present at when the baby is essentially a newborn into this world. And so an interesting way of looking at this is, in Korea, you're considered 1 year old when you're born, whereas in the West, it's considered day zero from when you're born, right? So the fact that, and I like this idea that you're already essentially a year old, and how that relays on to sort of lunar years versus the modern understanding of years as well is an interesting discussion to go down. But this idea that the baby is a year old in lunar years says, oh, there's already been a whole degree of development that would have happened around the growth within the mother at this point. And so, like I said, we can dig into what do we mean by transmigration of souls. Well,
you should have my old streaming partner, Church of Entropy, Jennifer Scharf, in New Zealand on him. She actually has a degree in physics and mathematics, and I mean she has Hindu leanings and Advaita, which means non-dualism, and she has some sort of quantum mechanical electrical field understanding. But I mean, if you say that if you're going to take a non-dualistic approach to the soul and reincarnation, then the soul is uniquely attached like a field of the body, and so as one body dies, the soul, what we're calling the soul, slowly separates from the body, and it probably takes a short period of time from death, a few days to a few weeks, and then that field has to immediately enter a new life. So there has to be, I mean, more metaphysical Kabbalistics, you say there could be a separate realm where souls exist for a longer period of time. But if you have a non-dualistic understanding, it basically has to happen instantaneously. So whatever soul enters, if you believe it's at conception, that has to happen basically within a few days or a few weeks of the prior death. And then if there was an abortion, then if there was a soul in the fetus that was aborted, then that soul would, if you're looking at an information field that's physically connected, I mean, there's different versions of dualism, but if you're taking a non-dualistic approach, then it's some sort of projection or integrally connected to the physical, it has to happen almost instantaneously, the transmigration. And then there has to be like an energy balance where you look at, well, why does transmigration of souls happen? Because the soul or the personality type is a field that exists within the body. Once the body dies, that has to separate from the body, and then it enters the next available form as like an energy state reduction. But like Church of Entropy, that's I'm a straight dualist, but Church of Entropy, I could probably set up if you want to talk to her in New Zealand, but that would be more her understanding of reincarnation with some sort of energy field state reduction.
And so I would probably sit along the. So let's take what would I think that there's a stability island with respect to consciousness fields, which are you need 3 generations: grandparent, parent, child, and that then has a stability to it that has more chance of resonating across to the next iteration. And so the next iteration in this calculation is the child will then grow up, have a child, and then what were the parents in this instance become grandparents, and that resonates, and that would constrain the informatic.
You mean, it'd have to be some sort of energy conservation or information reduction where the energy is conserved to the most when the reincarnation happens within the same bloodline. Although if there's no fetus, so like if I die and I have no children, so my soul, the energy state reduction would go best within my own bloodline. But once my soul leaves me, it's going to have to go someplace else, and that would be to the whatever conserves energy or the state reduction at the time that would take into place the time and location of my death to the availability of a new vessel to receive it.
Yeah, and so there's a sort of principle in how to describe this. So this was something I was trying to explain to Paul the other day, which is there's a mathematical way of sort of looking at information states, right? And I pointed him to, I don't know if you know this person. His name is I forgot the first name. Wolfram is the name. That's why he's really famous for these sort of simple rules where every sort of 10 replications, if one side is touching one, etc., it will turn white or black. And you iterate through this, and you see this higher order complexity come out if you iterate across enough turns of the processing cycle to run that pattern. And you want to see it happening. Like a computer could just generate the calculation essentially instantaneously, but in this instance you're basically putting a time metric on it, so you can see these I've forgotten what he calls them, but they're essentially these little squares that have this rule set applied to them, and then they have this emergent property which comes out of them. But there's this, as you watch it in real time, you can sort of see these higher order patterns, geometries emerge in this rule set that's bound by, say it's 1,000 pixels wide.
You're looking like, I mean, not necessarily like the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, like a quantum phenomenon, but some sort of, like you call like a tensor field of informatics that contains a soul, and that's connected to a body, but that would allow for some sort of post-death experience or transmigration, that the informatics tensor field that is connected to the body could separate from, is still unique from the body.
Yeah. So the higher order, the higher dimensional,
as opposed to me, who would just prefer a pure dualism. Although from a multiple truth hypothesis, multiple conflicting ideas, I could appreciate your metaphysical system as is, even though that's not my metaphysical system, as I lean towards complete dualism.
And I would say that when you if you use a fixed language to describe a complex phenomenon, then what's going to happen is that you're going to miss complexities as we continue to build our understanding of it, and you're going to keep trying to apply a definition that perhaps at one level is accurate, or gives an accurate description with respect to the knowledge base, but as we refine that knowledge state, you need to sort of tweak that. And I would say that the hard distinction of dualism is essentially a blurry boundary, if you like, as you get close to it. And so this is why I think that it's important to say, or important to try at least to have a discussion across at the moment, the Abrahamic faiths, because they're the ones that are essentially causing the most, from an Eastern perspective, they're moving away from harmony right now. Because
we got into, I mean, you brought up, God forbid, the abortion of the fetus issue. I mean, we got into this. I mean, you were talking about cats, but because I wanted to go from the bottom up cognitive structure of groups behavior,
but you have to ask where's
universal laws. I mean, if you're talking about Abrahamism as a form of group behavior or universal laws, which I mean is the eventual target of our conversation, even comparative group behavior, comparative universal laws. But I mean, why'd you bring up the fetus? I mean, that I was just trying to talk
because
about
you're trying to understand that what's the minimal cognitive rule set that we can apply, right?
Well, I mean, we're talking about individual. We talked about the we that is two independent individual minds. So we're talking about the formations of cognitive structures in an independent mind, and then either concurrently similar or equal cognitive structures in dual minds, that where the cognitive structure in my mind and your mind is the same in the way that we could form group behavior or correspond to categories of minds in terms of rules and behaviors, that my mind and your mind has independently produced the same behavior and rule, versus larger group behavior where you're talking about millions of people, societies, or groups, or even all of humanity in totality, that has somehow all these individual minds produce the same cognitive structure to have a corresponding behavior in a rules-based order. So I mean, that was what I wanted to bring you on to, really delve into that. And then, from metaphysical system, the dualistic would say, well, and from the materialistic independent minds, would say they have to be cognitive structures that are built up in independent minds that correspond, as opposed to a dualistic system where we say, well, like, no, the rules exist independently. So he's saying the rule exists in the non-physical realm, and this universal rule isn't created by individual minds but enters mind. So it's like my mind and your mind didn't independently build up from smaller cognitive structures the same rule, but like a Platonic form, that the rule existed independent of both of our minds, and our minds received the same rule from this independent spiritual, place where ideas reside and
okay,
could
so
leave and enter minds.
I'm going to refer to Wolfram again, which is he has the principle of what's called causal invariance, which is at the boundary condition in which, let's say, the non-dualistic emerges into the material, it has the potential to go down different patterns of interaction. And they can essentially seem different in terms of their end point, but the causal nature of it is such that they can, you say that they've come from the same sort, the same source. Okay. And yeah, you're pulling up the right
Causal invariance, no matter which evolution is chosen for a system, the history is the same in the sense that the same events occur and they have the same causal relationship. And our favorite Jewish buddy, Stephen Wolfram.
and so it's very it's routine in that math to show that there's a initial starter state, or a state from which all those endpoints have emerged. And so the question then becomes, which pathway is the better one? And in fact, it's almost a case of, well, it doesn't matter once you get to the end state, if you can sort of see that there's invariant causality that's enabled the different trajectories through the probability space, if that makes sense, right? So that point that he has, right, essentially at the beginning of the decision tree, it's, what does that mean? Well, you can say in math it's a dimensionless point, but we know that we're dealing with well, the math is an abstraction, and we're dealing with far more complex material phenomenon, for want of a better expression, which is all of the informatic energy components which make up the larger reality that we're made from, right? So essentially, source is the same. The endpoint is it.
And when you said we, you're not differentiating and dualistically to the cognitive structures and our physical bodies, or here you're talking about the information structures, like the cognitive structures, differently than like the biological structures.
I'm just when I'm saying we, I'm saying if when you pulled up that screen, me and you can look at that and see that there's a essentially what you're looking at is a form of symbolic algebra, right? Me and
I'm
you.
separating in terms of talking cognitive structures, which I'm understanding is non-physical, but even if you understood that it's physical, that either way, okay, we're using sense perception, I see, and but that's it's a concept, and in order to understand that, it's understood through a cognitive structure in my mind, in your mind, and say either our minds have the same cognitive structure, or it's like a sense perception of something where we're both looking at the same thing and have some sort of communicative agreement, but it's uncertain whether our minds have the same cognitive structures or not. We just have some sort of working agreement and communications that we agree we're referring to the same event or phenomenon, even though our cognitive structures may vary.
Yeah, so in a informatics sense, there's always ambiguity, right? So I could make an assessment looking at you that, oh, you're going to have all the
I mean, personally, I say I'm a Platonist, so I would even say, like, no, I mean, if that whatever this, so if you're talking like this causal invariance or something, that would be a Platonic form, and it would, whatever it is, it's universal, and it entered our mind. So the idea is independent of both of our minds, and that it enters our, from wherever this independent idea exists in the realm of forms, that form enter the same form enter both of our independent minds.
So in that case, you're looking at what's essentially a law of nature, right? It becomes agreeable upon if you measure.
That's my metaphysics. I'm saying personally, that's why I say I'm a Platonist in that sense, where I would look at things as universal forms. So I'm just working at the comparative metaphysics. If you're a materialist, looking at it from some sort of brain function, to some form of not necessarily straight materialism, but some form of cognitive structure, to a strong dualist perspective like I am, that would be Platonic, where it's saying there's the realm of minds that has universal forms, and the ideas are universal forms, and the same universal form enters individual minds.
So it's a long-winded way of saying that you can.
It's comparative metaphysics. I'm saying that there's different. I mean, you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying it's comparative metaphysics.
Yeah. So you can say, from your perceptual point, you have a metaphysical structure that's enabled you to continue to exist, right? You haven't. There are some metaphysics that people will develop where they become nihilistic to the point of swallowing a shotgun, and suddenly their metaphysics is no more. And so that would have been a series of steps through that essentially probability space that ended short. From a higher dimensional view, we could see it and say, oh, we can see those, but it's the ones that get to you could say the emergence threshold in which conscious communication is happening. We can exchange bits of information and say, okay, what is concordant and overlapping with our experiences, and what is different. And so from a cognitive perspective, okay, I would say that I could put you in an MRI scanner and myself in an MRI scanner on the other side of the planet, and we'd essentially get the same pattern out in terms of the image that we would see. So then we could say, okay, there's an underlying substructure there around which this metaphysics is wrapping itself so that we're able to have the communication backwards and forwards. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I was saying, from my metaphysics, at least like my understanding of how my own mind works, or universally minds work, is say that, like, okay, like our minds are not related to our physical space. So even though we're halfway around the globe, their minds are not in that physical space, and so the communication between me and you is happening in I mean, there's the physical element where our bodies are producing sound waves that are being processed from the computer into signals that are being sent across the planet. But our minds are not commuting in space. That's in the non-physical spiritual realm, and the concepts that we're talking about are not a product of space or time, and that there's these. So the spiritual realm includes minds, and it includes ideas or forms, and minds are like vessels that could take things in, or that could pass through. So if you mention a concept, that concept concepts are not singular objects that say, like, causal, whatever concept we happen to be talking about. If it's like causal invariance or anything, that causal invariance is not like a one-on-one structure where it could only exist in one mind at a time. It's something in the realm of ideas, and that we just point to the same object, or
you're missing it, because what you're describing is we're laws. They're laws of nature, right? And so if I tell you, pick something up off your desk, like, and drop it.
We could agree on a metaphysics, but I'm saying my metaphysics is dualistic. So I mean, if it comes to a category error, because we're speaking in language, and then I'm going to try to give a materialistic descriptor to a spiritual phenomenon, and we have to have a agreed upon lexicon that will separately describe non-physical spiritual phenomenon or mental phenomenon from physical phenomenon, without some sort of clumsiness of agreed upon lexicon. I mean, and to some point, it's irrelevant that we could have different metaphysical systems, and it doesn't necessarily matter to the communications. Like most times, you could communicate without clarifying who you're communicating with, their metaphysical system.
Yeah, it depends on what level of communication you're having. If it's me trying to call the bank to say, I don't recognize a charge on my bank account, what's going on here, I don't have to understand the metaphysics of the individual at the end of that line, right? So it's, again, it's degrees of what it is that you're trying to describe. And so from a systems point of view, it's easy to describe person A talking to person B via a telecommunications network, talking about, and you could argue that, yeah, the money thing is abstract, etc., but it's an agreed upon rule set in that instance where it enables function in this plane, if you like. So you could take.
Well, it's important because when we were talking about the origin of group behavior, rules, laws in general, that and so if you're speaking to the bank, you're assuming that these cognitive structures exist in the person you're speaking to. Like, why else would they be working at a bank if they didn't have these cognitive structures and rules based order already understood? Because that's part of the presumption. Like,
Yeah, but it's not
if you were talking
necessary.
to your son or something, you say, well, he's just a young child. He might not understand these cognitive structures. So I mean, there's a target audience, and they say, well, what's the origins of these cognitive structures? And it could be the metaphysical system would have a practical difference in that saying, well, what's the origin of group behavior and group understanding?
I'm not sure I get the point you're
Well, I mean,
aiming
group
at.
behavior to say that, okay, maybe
So
your
you're
example of
saying one group.
the false charge on your card, that you need to coordinate behavior between you and your financial provider, and so there's going to be some agreed upon conception of reality, and both of you are going to be able to coordinate behavior to resolve something, to come to some course of action that involves multiple people working towards the same goal. And so any form of I mean, that's why I was trying, like, to build up, I mean, we still haven't got past like the cognitive structure of just the individual to get it to
Because we have to
group
agree on
cognitive
that there's
structures. And I
we
was
have
saying
to
it's near
agree on that there's
impossible.
this
Like, the metaphysics of just individual cognitive structures is not even understood well, let alone to build that up to group cognitive structures. And we just finish with this, say, like, well, there's predictive processing, recognize patterns, and patterns exist with uncertainty. So you say, well, okay, like, there's a lot of uncertainty just how I myself work, how cognitive structures and individual minds work, but there's enough certainty that I still have predictive processing or some sort of Bayesian Markov processes that works well enough to make high level predictions. And then when you're talking about group predictions, where you could predict group behaviors, you say, well, I don't really even know how to properly define a group or group behavior. However, it's predictive enough that you say, well, these people, I'm predicting our group, and these people I'm predicting are going to have a similar behavior structure that and then you could even argue whether it's a subconscious or involuntary, to say, well, maybe our minds do it automatically. So it's not even something that is conscious at a conscious level. Our minds just automatically do these predictive processes, and such things as like noticing groups. That's just a pattern that if it's predictive, our mind will continue with it. If it is not predictive, and that's.
then you need an error correction and built into the neural architecture, which
Well, I
these
mean,
are
it's saying
things.
that's if you're just saying that's the nature of reality, where if you understand the mind, the brain has this and does this automatically. So when we're talking about something theoretical, um, that, I mean, that's why the metaphysics is so important. That saying, if you just, well, I believe the mind functions like a computer and works through some sort of like Bayesian processed through neurons and predictive processing, and we may or may we can't know the truth. So what is truth? I mean, we don't. I mean, it's too much uncertainty. All we could do is this automatic predictive processing to with these higher order rules that might be, like reproduce, limit pain, or whatever these higher order rules that impact our predictive processing.
So there's a
We
lot
still
to
got to get
unpack.
you have an understanding what Abrahamism is. So I mean, you're talking like Abrahamism, and you're okay. So you're like, or Jews. You're saying, well, Jews act as a group. There's obviously a group, so to say, that we could call Jews, and there's obviously some sort of collective group behavior that's different among Jews than non-Jews, or Abrahamist than non-Abrahamist. And even though there's so many not understood or not well defined terms that takes to build up to this large thing that we call Jews or Abrahamism in terms of group behavior, international relations, rules based order, international law, even conflict. If you just said, I mean, if you take like Hamas and the attack on October 7th, you would say, well, let's say there were 3,000 people, and where we were talking the first time about blood on your hands. And if you take like, well, what does it mean for 2 people, let alone 3,000 people, to act in coordination? What does it mean, like, if 2 people beat one person up, or 10 people wage in group collective battle with another group? How do you even understand the cognitive structures that make that possible? So you can say, well, obviously I saw with my eyes that there was 10 people that were part of a group that beat up this other person that was part of a different group, even though those, some sort of pattern that the mind recognized, even though none of those individual items are well defined and all have elements of high uncertainty.
Okay, so again, there's a lot of things that have been brought up there, but let's try to work with the concrete, which people listening to this, that they want to know about the group dynamics of what differentiates the Abrahamists, right, from the rest of the world and between each other, right? And so at a high level heuristic, you can say, well, okay, I can see the clothes that they wear, the day that they go to worship, and the foods that they eat. So you've essentially created a bunch of their sets, basically, that of behavior. And then you can say, okay, once I have those
I mean,
well
most
enough
people even
defined.
go to the who benefits. So even come like when people have these analysis, or you call conspiracy theories, sometimes you say, well, what's the basis? You say, well, it's a who benefits analysis. And they say, well, who's the who? So you have a group. And
Yeah,
then
but
what
you've
is
just only thrown some element in here that's not necessary in order for us to start trying to build an operational framework. Okay, so so if we're going to build a model, right, a predictive model in terms of computation, right, and we'll
for group behavior that includes who benefits analysis?
okay, so you want to say in that rule set, we'll say that the behavior that each group has, what's the goal directed behavior, and what are they attempting to achieve with that goal directed behavior? That's what you mean by who benefits.
Yeah, and I'd say most people, when they analyze
Analyze.
the conflicts like this, or they're looking at it in terms of who benefits analysis.
Well, I would say it's a poor descriptor. I don't know where that's which cognitive psychological model that they would use an operator like that, who benefits analysis. That's it's too ambiguous.
But
So
and same way, if you're talking about Abrahamism, you say, well, there's the Abrahamists, and then there's the non-Abrahamists,
mm,
and then there's certain group behavior that's benefiting the Abrahamists, and it's working to the detriment of the non-Abrahamists, or if you're talking Jewish group behavior and Jews behave in this way because it benefits Jews, even though it may be to the detriment of non-Jews, or to the generic group behavior. So, well, groups behave in the way that they behave because it benefits them as a group. And then from like a universal rule set, like a rules-based order that you're going to impose upon you, saying, well, I know individuals are going to act according to their own benefit, but then you're going to have to superimpose a larger structure to say you can't act in your own benefit because there's a higher rule set order that you have to obey even when it doesn't work to your own benefit. Like to say you can't just steal and take things when you want that's not yours, even though it would benefit you at least temporarily appear to just be able to steal and take things or kill your enemy or so on and so on. There's a higher rules-based order, and we're talking about individuals and as groups, when we're looking at something international law that you could understand. Like you could try to understand the war between Israel and Hamas on a purely individual level. You're saying every IDF soldier, every Gazan, every Hamas member is acting purely as an individual. And all the analysis is saying, no, I mean, we're analyzing, you're probably going to analyze it as groups.
Well, again, so in this instance, it depends on what type of analysis you want to bring to bear, right? So if in the model that we're building, we want to make some probabilistic attempt at trying to, and why would you do this? Well, you want to try to understand what would be the strategic aims of each group in this particular instance. Okay, so from the Hamas side of this equation, you can say, okay, primarily they're going to follow Islamic doctrine, and they have a rule set around war and how to interact with the others in the environment, whether it be people of the book versus polytheists, etc., etc. So these are things that are generally easy to plot. And I guess what you're trying to do with this, or where you're going, is to say, what would be their end goal? What's the goal-directed behavior in this instance? And when can you set what?
Well,
would
there you're
be,
looking at. I mean, you're looking at top down as opposed to bottom up.
but
So, I mean, we're looking at individual for people to behave as group. So if you're saying top down, you say, well, what group are they part of? And if they're
you have
part
to
of that
start your
group,
analysis somewhere.
they
Right?
have the rules that group behaves, as opposed to bottom up analysis where you have individual minds that individually have to each make decisions, or corresponding categories of minds versus group behavior. So I would argue, I mean, you're coming on to like what I would call the Platonic dualism, where you're saying there's the, you're saying, well, they're Islamic, and there's this thing that we understand as Islamic law, and therefore there's going to be this top-down Platonic structure that controls behavior as groups, as opposed to somehow the product of individual minds creating corresponding cognitive structures, corresponding predictive processing, so that all of these individual minds have similar enough predictive processing to have a corresponding group behavior.
So, but again, you've got to start your analysis somewhere. And so what's the easiest way to do that? Well, you look at the dimensions across which you can plot most accurately. And so as a group, we can say, what is the overarching doctrine that they would be ascribing to? And before you get into anything approximating the details of that, we have to agree that we first off need to make another variable for doctrine, right? And so we can say we've got
How do you
this.
even get to group behavior? Okay, if your kid's sitting there in Japan, and okay, there's people fighting on the other side of the planet, and you say, well, who's fighting? Well, these two groups of people that are referred to as Israelis and Palestinians. And you're saying, well, how do you define these groups of who are the Israelis and who are the Palestinians? But you say, well, how do you actually do that? How do you actually cognitively form the structure to differentiate that these two groups, that there's two actual different groups of people?
So you're overcomplicating this issue. If I was to explain to my child that their people are fighting, right? So to a child, they'll look at it and say, why are they fighting? So that they implicitly, if they're asking that question, they understand what that goddamn cat. I don't know if you can hear that. It's so fucking loud. The child already has a concept in its mind of why are they fighting. Now, for my
how the cognitive structure of some of your, I see there's protest in Japan. I don't know, like, if they're on your street corner already, but if it's a big news story, the news or the paper, and your kid sees there's war in Israel, or there's a protest in your street corner, and Daddy, what's going on? Why are they protesting? Why are they yelling? And you're saying, well, there's a war in Israel. Well, what does war mean? War means, like, it's when two groups fight each other. What does that mean? Like, like when you and your brother fight, but it's not like when you and your brother fight. It's like when two large groups of people fight as groups. And then you say, well, how do you constitute groups? And so some of these cognitive structures might already exist, depending on, like the Piaget or whatever, that your child might already understand, that there's a group referred to as Palestinians and referred to as Jews that have historical conflict. But at some point, these cognitive structures have to be created for nothing.
Yeah, so look, this is a comment from Iggy, which is, why do you view this as a hard binary? It's not. You could do top down and bottom up and other forms of behavioral modeling depending upon one's knowledge and information. So each time we try to make the step forward into trying to define the issues at hand, right? So just to try to get to an agreed upon language, you start making it hyper complex and make hard binaries where I would perhaps even say you don't have enough information to make binaries at this stage.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm stressing this is the Iggy's point is that really only from I'm arguing that only from a dualistic perspective can you do top down. From a materialistic structure that it comes from the brain, it has to be bottom up. These cognitive structures have to exist bottom up.
So let's
that even if you say, well, there's a material reality that on the other side of the planet there are factually these two groups.
All right, let me ask you this question.
But still, as it enters an individual mind, it has to be bottom up. It can't be top down. Only if dualistically the concept exists separately that could enter the mind as a totality. That's the importance of the dualistic system. So if you're not a dualist, then you have to explain how these top-down structures are built up cognitively, or at least from a neuroscientific perspective.
Not necessarily. So let's take a different example. We could build in code using what is essentially standard computational architecture, a problem-solving set. This exists at the moment. Everyone is standing in awe at what large language models are doing, and what there's basically it's just a basic rule set underneath there, and then a very, very large database of what is essentially, I mean, it's just numbers.
Right? But it's an iterative algorithm that starts with a single piece of information and just iterated again and again. So it's still not top down. It starts as a simple line of code that is iterated again and again. It's not top down.
You're confusing the issue here. So in this instance, the product of the large language model, when you give it a prompt, right? So I could bring that up right now, and I'm liking these large language models because it enables me to be able to show that there's rule sets underneath where you can probe and ask questions, and if there's something approximating a universal underneath it, it will essentially aggregate that information into something approximating.
Are you looking at the product that the large language model produces, or the process that the large language model goes through in order to produce that result?
Okay, so and again, just try a degree of flexibility here. So we want a top-down view of why would Palestinians and Israelis be fighting. Now, I could almost guarantee if I type that into a large language model, it would come out with, well, Palestinians would say that they have a claim to the land. Before we even get into something complex like eschatology, religious doctrine, etc., it would class into that. Oh, you've got dispute over land. So there's a basic dispute.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but what does it mean? Because the large language model means that it already has these cognitive structures, and it's going to go through a search algorithm, and it's going to locate Palestinians, and the Palestinian is going to tap into a cognitive structure that has information based.
So let's put
it together. But
let's just do the experiment.
Your child doesn't have a large language doesn't have this.
That's not true. That's not true. The child already has a large language database on which to draw, upon which it's trying to make an assessment of what's going on in the world. So it already understands what a fight is. Now, how would it understand what a fight is? Well, it's either got some struggle with other peers or something at school that's emerged out of play, or siblings, usually, in best case scenario. But we'll stick with those.
Like Piaget was saying, at a certain level, the child is going to know what a fight is. At a certain level, a child might know what a group fight is. And, a certain level, a child might know what a Palestinian or an Israeli is. But they're all going to be an age or a point where that information comes to them and where that information is new, as opposed to a large language model that just has a database to access all this information, as opposed to a child that goes through child development, and at some point these cognitive structures are new to them.
You have to have semantic coherence in information. Yeah, in a computational terms, you have to have semantic coherence. Okay, so it's no good putting what's the brain doing? It's trying to make things coherent in a way that makes sense, and you can have sub neural networks that are responsible for their whole world is checking your blood pH and what they need to do to make sure that it stays within a certain threshold. That's all they care about. But they're part of a larger construct that's concerned about, why would you be concerned about a fight that's happening across the world? Well, potentially it could be a threat over the horizon that you have to make adaptations for. And I could make the argument that, well, in the current age that we're in, that's certainly the world in which we find ourselves, that we have to now, because of the schism within the Abrahamic domain, it's going to have consequences far, far outside of it, such that it affects many, many people and countries and systems that otherwise would be unconcerned about the minutiae of the doctrine that makes up the Abrahamist domain. And so in this instance, it's perfectly feasible in computational space to say, well, you're going to draw out a pseudo algorithm, right? What are we doing, right? Which is, there's a phenomenon. We're not sure what it is. We just know that there's a whole bunch of noise coming from the system that wasn't there before, right? That we're picking up, whether it's through seismic sensors or, I don't know, satellites looking down and seeing that there are fires. We now know that there's a signal that we should probably be attending to. Okay, so the next step of the algorithm goes, look at what that signal is. Well, okay, it's sharp bangs and cracks and sharp elevations in temperature as something burns. Well, what criteria fit that description? And then you move to the next step. Well, it could be a metal foundry in one instance. Well, okay, that's something that we have to put into the next layer of the analysis, and then we go down and we list all the possibilities that it could be, and one of those would be conflict. Okay, so then we say, well, how do we define what it is that we're seeing with respect to what all those categories that could be making that type of signal? Okay, so I could think, well, how would you make that?
Hypothesize, so there's a difference. There's theories of mind in terms of neurological theories of consciousness, theories of processing, cognitive architectures, and then there's computer intelligence. So say, okay, if you were to type into Chat GPT or a computer model to the question, and then you understand through coding, computer algorithms, how the computer goes about it, and that's one thing. That's computer computational intelligence. Then there's human intelligence, and if you're using a neurological theory of mind, and I don't know which one you subscribe to, but if you're looking at some sort of like Bayesian Markovian processing, it's going to be different form of processing than the computer uses. And so if you just,
Well, not really.
I don't know what theory of neurological mind you ascribe to, but certainly it doesn't operate in the same way that a computer model would.
Well, but there are formulas that are, and this is why there's this convergence with neuroscience and computer science, is that we see that it's
a divergence, not a convergence.
No, it's a convergence. It's very much a convergence.
No, it's a divergence.
No, because we're seeing informatic rules that apply across domains. So that's convergence.
No, I'm saying just that it's not a convert. I mean, just say that computation occurs in machines and in minds, and some forms of computation are similar, some of them are different. And saying that there's you could say a convergence, that both are performing types of computation intelligence, but there's a divergence now that we understand more how computers works and how minds work, and that computers compute in a different form than minds compute. And if you look through how our minds process information, come to conclusions,
just said, are you claiming computers
it's
don't
much
run
different than how computers go about doing it?
So are you claiming computers do not run Bayesian models?
Well, if they're programmed to, they do.
If they're programmed to, they do. Okay.
When you say the mind, if you take a certain perspective, the mind works on Bayesian reason automatically. That's the way the mind is designed, or however you understand the mind. But the mind is limited. This is how the mind operates, as opposed to the computer. You're just talking logic circuits, and the computer is only going to use Bayesian reason if it's programmed to, and the computer could be programmed to use other forms of reasoning, alternative forms of reasoning, as opposed to the mind that can't be programmed to use other forms of reasoning. The mind just operates the way that the mind operates.
Okay.
The mind, you can't program an algorithm into the mind and have it do iteration. So I mean, there's either if the mind works algorithmically at a subconscious level, we don't program the algorithms into our mind like we could program the algorithms into a computer.
Okay, so the steps might be different, but the output is the same, right? But and so
no, I mean, what does it mean the output's the same?
So in terms of the behavior, in this instance being what type of analysis it's doing. So you could take a computer and you could say, right, you're going to try to run, I don't know, let's try and think of more.
I mean, if you're talking like Chat GPT, OpenAI, where they're using like a AlphaZero program where they're not putting higher order rules in, and they're allowing the computer to.
There are heuristics in place, right? And a lot of this is based on what's essentially deep learning architecture, and the parallels between deep learning architecture in pseudo algorithm are essentially equivalent to how we would understand neural architecture. You've
But
got
it's a
layered
misnomer that we
processing.
call neural nets. Neural nets
Why do
are
we
what
call them
computers
neural
do, not
nets?
what minds do. So, I mean, historically, what they had like perceptron, and originally they created perceptron because they believed that that was how the mind worked. And so when they originally created the term neural nets, it was a supposition that they believed that's how the mind would work. But now it's a misnomer of historic trivia that neural nets is not what brains do, it's what computers do. But it's just a misnomer that goes back to the 60s with the perceptron project that didn't work for minds but worked for computers. So now today we call neural nets what computers do, and neural nets are not what the human minds do.
I
right?
can assure you that there are neural nets
No, you can't.
in the brain and mind.
No, you can't.
I can.
No, I mean that means you're looking at historical misnomer that the origin of neural nets goes to the perceptron project.
You have a network of neurons in your brain right now engaged in this activity.
No, you can't. You can't. You can't.
I can.
You can't ensure that neurons perform, create logical circuits, and operate Boolean logical reasoning. So when you talk about neural nets, that the presupposition at the time was that neurons are going to form logical gates like computer circuits. At the time, we didn't. At the time they came up with the concept of neural nets, we didn't have the microprocessor, and so when they came up with neural nets, they were assuming that neurons in the brain work like logical circuits. But at this point now, there's absolutely no evidence. You cannot assure me at all that neural nets that form logical circuits. However, now after they came up with the term neural nets, they came up with the microprocessor. And so now neural nets.
Oh, so we're seeing convergence of language, you mean, and phenomenon. Okay. Dude, look.
Are you claiming that there's any evidence at all? We argued this the last time that neurons actually form logical gates and circuits.
Yes. Yes. There are, but it depends how you want to define these circuits. There are simple feedback circuits, okay, that control base functions like respiration, heart rate, whatever, skin galvanic tone. All of these are essentially more basic logic circuits. Okay, it's got an input and an output.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking logical.
When I
like Boolean
tap
logic
your knee and get a reflex, what is that?
But it's not. I mean, it's done through an electric signal, but there's no, so to say, evidence that there's a logical gate that the neurons form.
There is. I can map it for you, right? I could.
No, you
put
can't.
in.
I could
see it. I could put in a tracer.
You could map a microprocessor in the logic gate that like a robotic arm does. You cannot map a logic gate that of exact neuron for any biological process.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I don't think you can. I mean, you're just claiming you can.
No, we can. So if I put in a tracer, transsynaptic tracer, okay, and so in this instance, we use viruses to do this, okay, in order to be able to trace out neural networks. And what that does is you put in an origin point, the input. I put in a dose of rabies. I will wait a week. It will climb the first order neuron. Second week, it will jump into the second order neuron. Third week, you go to the what's essential dimension expansion as it goes out and starts to label everything. But because we know the mechanics of the viral infectious process, we can use it to label the base inputs of the network in this instance. Okay. These are simple motor reflex circuits. Are you familiar with this?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, just supposition. So I mean, if you're talking like a microprocessor, and it has logic gates, and you could look in exact electrical signals that you could build on. I forget what you call those. Little logic boards, and it has just a single signal, and you could build your or and to build up complicated logical things that eventually you could have a microprocessor that could run, where that has millions of these gates on a single circuit, and that could run an AI, as opposed to hypothetical neuron of your movement action potential. That
so look
that
at
that,
a
that there's no that you're if you're
spinal
claiming that,
reflex circuit. Okay, it's a very basic input output, doesn't require higher order function. Okay, and it occurs at the level of the spinal cord. We can map these
but you can't
routinely.
reduce it to a circuit like this. That's hypothetical.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. They're sensory neurons.
I mean, if you're talking like a
Interneuron.
reflex, if you're talking a reflex action where you're talking something gets triggered or not,
I am. Yes.
and you say, okay, like if it gets triggered, it sends a circuit, and the circuit receives the sensory information, and then triggers an action. You could trace the electric signal like a robotic arm.
Yes.
But not in the terms of like a microprocessor where you have a circuit
so it's exactly what a microprocessor
that's performing a
is
logical
doing.
function. If you're just talking about a reflex action versus actually performing a logical function,
it has a logical function. But pull up for people that are watching. Okay.
I mean, you could pull it up if you got it. I mean, I'm just you're
trying to share screen on this present.
I mean, just on the bottom, if you do the share screen, I'll add it. You just click share screen in the middle of the StreamYards.
And
but I mean, you're talking about thought in the mind. So I mean, if you're talking about reflex reaction, but
you have to start somewhere. Okay, so let's again. You have to, we begin to hone in on a concept, and you'll tend to like scuttle away saying that's not possible. Okay, spinal reflex loop. Okay, there you go. Spinal reflex arc diagram. Okay, this is a fundamental computational circuit. Okay, you've got sense receptor, you've got it gated at the level of the spinal cord segment where the sense receptor goes in to the spinal cord. It has projections up and down, but it also has a gate it can go through if it's needed for a fast reflex type response. Like in this instance, they're using, you put your hand on a hot stove. The reflex
processor here. It's just a reflex like a light switch.
But that's
it's not a processor like a computer.
But in the abstract sense, okay.
I mean, if you're hypothesizing that there's a processor somewhere, you're not actually showing a processor like a computer. You're just showing like a light switch that's either connected or not.
Right. So we're looking at the most basic of systems here, right? And your premise is that it's impossible to say that the nervous system has logic gates as we understand in computing. And I'm telling you,
I'm not saying it's impossible. Wrong. I didn't say it's impossible. I said it's not. It's just a supposition.
It's not a supposition, dude. It's if you don't. And
I was saying the history of neural nets. I mean, if you're familiar with the history of the Perception project, neural nets predates the microprocessor, and neural nets was created for a mechanical version of how they thought the mind was going to operate, but they weren't able to take the Perception project further, and it got axed. And then as the microprocessor was developed, the term neural nets came to refer to what was produced by computers. So I mean, that's just the history of the term. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but I was saying neural nets was originally thought that they were going to comes before the microprocessor and the perceptron project, where they were trying to map the human brain like a processor, but they couldn't, and it failed. And then a few years later, they came up with the microprocessor, and they took the term neural net from that project, and they use it for computer processor. So it's a misnomer when we talk about neural net. Neural net refers
you're
to
looking
what
at
processors
convergence
do,
of
not to what
concept.
the brain does.
You're looking at convergence of concept, right? So
No, it's a divergence. That's the
no,
that's
it's
point I'm
not,
making.
dude.
Neural
Because
net came up with a concept that was supposed to be how the brain worked, but it failed to demonstrate that the
I can
brain worked
assure
that
you
way.
that
But
the
then the
brain.
microprocessor was developed, and the microprocessor worked that way. So they kept the term and applied it to the microprocessor.
Okay, and so are you familiar with the direction that computer science is taking, where they're going towards something called neuromorphic computing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a field of that. I don't know if they're going to it. That's just one field. And it's like, no, they're not really going to that.
It's extant already.
I mean, it's extant, but it's not the direction they're going. It's just one possible technology. They say, like, no, I mean, we're still working with microprocessors.
Okay, so tell me what computation is trying to do.
I don't think the computer that you're using right now is using a neuromorpher. They're using advancements on the microprocessor.
Okay, how do they develop the architecture of their processing unit, and what is it moving towards?
But I mean, technology, that's just one field of research. But no, technology is not moving towards the neuromorpher. There's just a few people researching, and it's unclear that that's actually going anywhere. But like, no, I mean, all things, like all major developments are in line with the microprocessor. I mean, you're claiming that they have some superior technology to the microprocessor that's based on the neuromorph, or are you just talking about hypothetical things that people are researching on?
So,
or you say, like, no, actually, I'm wrong. The most powerful computers in the world are neuromorphers. Like, no, absolutely not.
So it depends, again, what type of computation you want to do, okay, and on what it is that you're trying to model. So our initial question was, how can we explain conflict, okay, and the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians? And I'm saying to you that we can begin by building out basic formats. We can make a hypothesis around simple descriptors that describe each group, okay? And it would be like the same way that you would go about trying to describe a nervous system, okay?
Well, that's why I said we got in this divergence because you got into talking about how a computer works, and I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement because I think that minds and computers fundamentally work differently. So I want you to describe how the mind, not how a computer, would put this information together. And so that's how we got. That's how we got on this little diatribe about neural nets. But because I'm working with the assumption that computers and minds fundamentally operate differently.
Okay, and I will say that there are informatic rules that cross over between them. And when you're talking about,
I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, just because computers and minds both use logic and numbers, but still, like, okay, a lot of things use logic and numbers, but they still fundamentally operate differently, just because they both use logic and numbers or electric.
All right. So what you're talking about is the substrate of computation. Oh shit! Sorry. See, you're talking about substrate of computation, okay? And so at the moment, what you're trying to argue is that because our form of computation is done on silicon, and we have a whole industry and academic pursuit around computation and number theory, etc., that's different to how a mind works. Whereas I would say that there is a
I'm a dualist. So it's saying like, no, man, when I'm thinking about, I mean, but if just for the
The
sake of
default to
argument
just
or
saying I'm a
conversation,
dualist in this instance, dude, isn't helping your case. Okay.
well, I'm saying, I mean, if you're saying what I'm like, so we're arguing something differently, largely for the sake of argument, but it's not because it's my system. And part of the reason I'm
All
arguing
right.
this
There's a question here.
is in favor of dualism, to say that I'm not granting you any leeway for your explanations of mind. I'm not going to allow you to.
It doesn't matter what you allow
I'm
me to
not going
do
to
or
allow
don't.
you the benefit of dualistic explanations of mind if you're not accepting dualism. So when you're
Okay. So
using dualistic
there's a good
terminology
question here.
to express phenomenon of mind, I'm saying, well, you're not a dualist. Yeah, you don't get. I can't let you. You give you the benefit of the doubt of dualist explanations if you're not a dualist.
So,
I mean, it came from Iggy's question about top-down functioning. So it's like, no, if you're a dualist, I can understand a top-down processing. If you're not a dualist,
that's
what system allows you top-down reasoning?
That's just fallacious reasoning, right? So
That's why we
answer
brought to the
this question.
computer.
Answer this
Computers don't
question.
use top-down reasoning.
How do they make war game simulations?
How do computers? How do programmers?
Well, all that would be involved in making it. How would they do it?
You're talking how would a coder program a machine to?
Yep. Start there.
Well, I mean, you'd have to start with some form of database architecture of the information, and that define and program architectures for your databases and your arrays of information. And then once you had those arrays of information, then you would define some rules that would operate. So like, I mean, groups consist of members. And then if you're talking about, so first you would have to define groups, and then you would have to define the information structures, and then you would have to have algorithms that
without
operate
dualism.
I mean, if you're talking about coding, like if I were coding like a war game, I mean, like Command and Conquer or Age of Empires or something like that, where you have one person controlling an army. So I mean, you'd have to use like arrays of databases. I haven't coded for such a long time, but I mean, if I could think about it, if you're talking like Age of Empires or Command and Conquer or something like that.
No, real world war games, not fantasy games. A real world war game where
there's no real. I mean, you're talking a computer. There's no real world war game. There's just modeling.
Okay.
I mean, if you're talking a computer simulation model, or you're talking like a video game.
Computer simulation model of what the US military would be doing right now as they're watching conflicts unfold both in Ukraine and the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, computer simulations are very difficult because that gets the difficulty of individual versus group behavior. So if you're just going to define group behavior, that there's one side and the other, and all elements of
Doooovid,
one operate.
There are categories made, okay, that the coder didn't have to be a dualist to tap into to make the variables to build out the simulation. Right?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you when you code it, you have to code it bottom up. And then once you have these bottom up database structures, then you could create algorithms that could operate that operate at the information level, either of individual or whatever level of the database, including whole groups of information.
Okay, so
you have to start coding bottom up first by defining terms, and so if you have A equals an element, or A equals a set of elements, and then you have your variables, and then the variables that might represent individual or collections, and then if you have your algorithms or your functions that are either operating at individual or category levels.
Okay, but actually what you just described is building out a pseudo algorithm, right? So which is in a sense a top-down approach to building out your code, right? And dualism wasn't necessary to do that.
Well, with the computer, you have the two levels. They're saying you have the bottom up of the information. The information has to be created bottom up. And then you could have higher order rules that could function the information. So say those would be your top down rules. So once you've defined, so say Palestinians and Israelis, then you could have top down rules of group action. But
okay, and
the information has to be described bottom up.
And so, but you agree that it's possible to make those categories without being reliant on dualism?
When personally, I think that computers also operate at a dualistic level. So that would be some level like panpsychism, or to say even logical circuits or gates, that the information is dualistic.
That's a different conversation, dude. Let's just stick around what we can make concrete at the moment, okay?
I'm saying even if you have the computer circuits and the computer is processing and it produces information, I would also say that computers have a mind, and the computer's mind, just like my mind or your mind, is non-material, and it'd be Platonic in nature, that whatever the computer circuitry tapping into, that the information level is not happening on the material level. That would be my hard dualism.
Okay, but you're kind of sort of, well, it's a contradiction.
I mean, it's not a contradiction. You're saying just information, just because you could correlate information to material thing. I mean,
okay, so let me ask you this question.
It really comes to the question of electricity, even, because like electricity is hard to define as material. So you're saying the information exists in electricity, and electricity, it's questionable whether even that's material phenomenon.
Okay, so now electricity,
you can have information in mechanical devices. I mean, the really like Boole in the origins of these come from mechanical devices, but I mean, if your question, like I said, that's a question of comparative metaphysics. So it doesn't matter that I'm a dualist or someone else is a materialist, or wherever I don't even know if you have a systematic worldview like that where you could categorize your worldview.
I can say it plots along panpsychism, and that there are geometries that are outside of our perception, but we can model them. Okay, we can formalize them. We can find the edge conditions of causal invariance. We can understand why there can be different emergent patterns that come from the same source, and I would argue they've developed because of the unique environments in which they found themselves, and you could argue that there's a degree of self-reinforcing behavior in these, but these are all subject to analysis in this instance that doesn't require a default to dualistic thought.
Well, I mean, it's one of the most fundamental categories of the metaphysics, because even like panpsychism, to me, seems like a dualistic concept. I mean, you could conceivably be a materialistic or a monistic panpsychist, but I mean, just the etymology, psyche means soul or spirit. So if you're saying panpsychism, to me, that's just like a synonym for dualism.
So this is where you keep running up against the limitations of your definitions. But it's easy for me to find examples, real world examples, where that I'm not constrained by that worldview and that cognitive set. And I would argue it's more adaptive, it's more nuanced, and it's probably a better evolutionary trajectory to head along. And I can recognize the importance that some people would have with respect to dualism. I can account for it.
Well, I mean, just because you aren't bothered by the origin or grounding of your concept. So I mean, to me, I harp on dualism because I want to ground concepts like information, and if you just want to have the utility of using things like logic, information, mathematics, so and so on, without saying what's the origin of these tools and what's the nature of them. What if you're going to assume that these things are universal? How are these things universal? And just
So
from
I'm
my
going to,
conception,
right? So
dualism
Iggy
is
has,
fundamental. So if you have you don't think it's necessary to define it that way, but then you say, well, how do you have these tools and how are they universal? What does it mean that there's such a thing as information? How do you define it?
so
How do you
what
define
we should
things as
do,
logic and so
is
on?
put it to
And how
some
are you assuming
objective
they're
test.
universal?
We should put it to some objective test, which is the large language model, right? Let's see if the large language model can make the category descriptions that we would want
This can't be
to.
objectively tested. I mean, obviously, philosophers, I mean,
Yes,
there's
it
too much
can.
uncertainty. People have been disagreeing about this for thousands of years. Tons of
Look,
people all over the
because
world
Ugg
still
and Stig
disagree on these issues.
couldn't agree about the source
You're
of
not going to
fire,
resolve it.
right?
I mean, just your hubris. You think that like you have the answers. You're going to resolve these unresolvable issues that the greatest minds from all of history till today are still disagreeing on. That you think you're going to create some objective test that all of a sudden is going to resolve these issues.
I think it's open to testing. Like I say, because Ugg and Stig thousands of years ago couldn't agree on the source of fire, right? Doesn't mean that we can't understand that there are multiple sources for making fire, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't even say this without laughing. I mean, saying because you're not serious enough. If you were serious enough about it, you wouldn't have the hubris to
Yeah, but dude,
say like, no, the greatest minds of every single generation of all of human history have thought about these things and have not came to conclusive answers. You sitting in your house are not going to come to the solution of this.
I think I've come to a better solution than many. Okay, I think I can make that value judgment. I'm pretty sure.
Well, then many, but not many of the people who've thought about it. So
I
many of
thought
the people,
about it.
because most people never thought about these things, don't care about it. But like as opposed to the greatest minds of each generation that thought deeply about these issues.
Look, dude, I'm not going to go to Ugg and Stig to get their definitions of what fire is. Okay,
Who's Ugg and Stig and saying, so the greatest minds of every generation.
Primitives, right? Who were looking at an objective phenomena. Oh, you've got an oxidation reaction occurring, and it's putting off a plasma of energy and heat that essentially can be used for work. And we can formalize all that, right? We can. I don't have to go to Ugg and Stig to try to understand fire in this instance. We've got far more sophisticated
but you probably
tools.
do have to go to Fourier and Carnot and so on and so on. Like, I mean, why are you talking Ugg and Stig? Like, if you're educated, you're familiar with Fourier and Carnot.
You can only look at it through the great thinkers of our time, where there was a long time apparently where fire was a great mystery. Okay, and
yeah, maybe you're diverging. So like either you're familiar with the greatest minds of every generation. So if you're going back thousands of years to, it's like, okay, but no, I mean, you're talking
are you familiar
Plato
with them
Aristotle till the modern time. If you're talking like heat transfer, thermodynamics, and you got Fourier and Helmholtz and Kant and Cassirer and whoever the names are, like your due diligence, and is saying the greatest minds of the generation thought about these issues, and saying, well, why is there still uncertainty? If the greatest minds of each generation thought about this, why is there still uncertainty?
Okay, so
and to you, like, no, it doesn't make sense to you. There's uncertainty. You have the solution.
No, I'm perfectly fine with uncertainty, dude. I can incorporate it directly into any model system that I would want to be making. The nervous system is entirely comfortable dealing with uncertainty.
I mean, I was in taking the implication like, no, this could be tested, and then we could finally have an answer, and this could be settled for now to eternity because I have a way to test it.
I think we've got tools at hand right now which enable us to test and dismiss much of the philosophical objections that we had before. And so we had this discussion about hard and soft consciousness. That was a flippant remark made at a time when neuroscience was still, you could argue, in its infant stage. Okay, there is no hard and soft problem in consciousness. There's just consciousness and how good you are at measuring.
I mean, we went over this. Consciousness is still ill-defined. I mean, consciousness is not even a scientific term.
It's used all the time in scientific domains.
No.
Okay, so what is the observer effect?
I mean, God forbid, like, you're supposed to be a doctor, but like, no, it's not. Consciousness is
what
only
is the observer effect?
Anesthesiology. Consciousness is a term of philosophy, not of science.
What is the observer effect?
That's from philosophy. Science, the only people who use the term consciousness is in medicine and anesthesiology. Otherwise than that, it's completely a philosophical term.
No, it's used in physics, dude. What's the observer effect?
You're saying that doesn't have anything to do with consciousness.
I'm saying it's exactly to do with consciousness. You know what? I made this point the other day, right? You know what people like Heisenberg and Oppenheimer and all those people that 100 years ago were going down trying to understand the fabric of reality such that we could pull out and distill technologies like fission and fusion, weapons, right? Where are those people now? I'll tell you where they are. They're working in neuroscience, trying to define and understand what observer effect is. And that's the study of consciousness. It has a very, very discrete meaning in this term. It's not ill-defined. You want it to be ill-defined because then you can waffle around your dualistic and deference to so-called learned sages from God knows when, Ugg and Stig. Okay, that's the issue here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even serious. I mean, God forbid.
I am serious, but at some point.
I mean, it's even here, like consciousness to some. I mean, generally, observer effect is. I mean, it's still ill-defined. It's the disturbance of an observed system by the act of observation, and the experiment's results have been interpreted by some to suggest that a conscious mind can directly affect reality. However, the need for the observer to be conscious versus merely existent as a unicellular microorganism is not supported by scientific research and has been pointed out as a misconception rooted in poor understanding of the quantum wave function and the quantum measurement process.
Okay. So, to distill,
you just said that consciousness is not a scientific term.
Okay.
Consciousness is a philosophical term.
No, I can. Well, so then you can just
get into dualism. Dualism is not a matter of science.
About is science philosophy or not?
As we get into like the neo-Kantians and like Hermann Cohn and Cassirer and the Vienna Circle, and the question of the role of metaphysics.
And so I don't have any problem with fitting in metaphysics. I see them as constructs trying to describe reality. Some are more accurate than others. And I would go so far as to say we should be very, very careful about treasuring each one of these artifacts. Artifacts is the wrong word. Frameworks.
Be careful about what your system.
But you on the other hand, only one way and one way only.
No,
and
I'm very
you can miss nuance.
This is my system versus some sort of acceptance of what is known. So you make this misconception all the time of you asserting that these things are known when they're not known, and maybe usually because you talk to uneducated or uninformed people, that you are not well read or up on the research, that you just stipulate that these things are known when they're not actually known. And so
Okay,
it's referred
so
to my
this is
system versus you're talking things like consensus of experts or greatest minds of generation, what could be proven through evidence. And I'm very careful not to stipulate that things are known, or what when I'm saying something that's my opinion versus other people's opinion. When I say something's other people's opinion, I try to quote them accurately.
okay, and I would say that all of those, once they're human endeavors, okay, can be put into operational frameworks and computational
And that's why you're
frameworks.
laughing and I'm not.
Because look, it's hard to take you seriously, and
Well,
don't
no,
take
yeah,
this. Don't
it's
take
hard to
this
take
the
you.
wrong way.
That's
Don't
why
take this
it's
the
hard
wrong
to
way.
take me seriously when you're the one laughing. I'm not. I'm obviously the serious person. You're not. That's why you're laughing. I'm not.
Because it's like watching the
It's like watching
individual.
that. Yeah, just the evidence. Like anyone watching, even on your channel, you got more people watching. To say you're the serious person when you're the one laughing.
So if I see someone looking at mental illness as demon possession, right? I'm going to say that their operational framework has not evolved or is missing crucial pieces of information, right? Do you think that mental illness is demon possession?
Yeah, this is, you talk a metaphysical system of ill-defined terms, of like how do you define a demon and demon possession. And so, like, yeah, I could metaphysically work a system that, it depends on you define. I don't even know what this has to do with what we're talking about.
Because we're trying to get to some sort of ground truth upon which we can move forward to get to the question about group dynamics and how that relates to current day problems. And so if I'm talking to someone who thinks that mental illness is a consequence of jinn or demons, etc., then it's you're gonna be in a state where it's virtually impossible to have any type to talk you through the problem. It literally would mean physical intervention, where we should have ethics in place where we would say we should do our utmost not to do the physical intervention where we're giving neuroleptics in this instance, because we need to dampen down the hyper association that is generally what defines a schizoid type break. Okay,
Well, I'm
where you're
saying demon
seeing.
possession necessitates a dualistic system. So if you're saying like, yeah, man, if you're within a dualistic realm, like, yeah, I mean, demons possession makes sense. And if you want to define the origin of,
But which do you think is more accurate? One where we look at
I don't think you could.
brain insult, or one where we think about demons?
I think they're both predictive. Like if you say, according to people.
Okay. So stop there. Right. So in your framework,
Both systems
metaphysical
are
framework,
predictive.
you could
What's the
say
most
you
common
could say that
explanation
the
that people
exorcism
give
is
for
just as powerful as the neuroleptic in
what's the
terms
most
of
common
making the
explanation
intervention.
that people give when they get sick? If you go to the hospital and you ask actual people why they got sick, what's the most common explanation that people give?
So it would depend on the symptoms that you have. And
I mean, I think it's universal, but say usually I think the at least the plural is the evil eye. If you ask poll people that what happened to you, you say someone gave me the evil eye. And regardless of whether it's a physical injury or internal sickness or whatever, if you ask the person, well, what happened, and saying, well, someone gave me the evil eye, and that's why I'm sick. From a biblical perspective, you say, well, the cause of sickness is sin, and if you're giving a materialistic perspective, you say, well, no, there's no connection between an evil eye or sin. And I mean, you could tie in how you define sin, but usually from most common understanding, you say like there's not a connection between sin and sickness or the evil eye and sickness. But if you say like, well, no,
Hang on
like,
one
I'm a
second.
spiritualist, and I think that in reality, it is the fact the evil eye that causes people to get sick. So you have a dual.
Right.
You have, I mean, dualist, not in the spiritual term, but you have dual explanations of
Right.
compounding. So Kevin's on the phone. I'll just mute him for a second so we could talk. But I mean, so any of these have multiple explanations to them. So if you're looking for a materialistic explanation, and then you have a metaphysical, spiritual explanation, and so like, well, why did he get? Why, if you're talking a psychological problem, not a physical sickness? So like, God forbid, you're like, why'd you get sick? Well, someone gave you the evil eye, obviously. Well, how did the evil eye cause someone to get sick? So that necessitates. I mean, you could possibly give a materialistic explanation of the evil eye, but usually it's going to come from a dualistic explanation of some sort of demonic spiritual force that exerted some sort of negative physical repercussion.
Okay, so let's pull this into, if people have got sick because of bioweapons.
Because of what?
Bioweapons, right? So in this instance,
Bioweapons, you're meaning a microscopic entity that people can't see that was created by human forces and released.
yes.
Not necessarily targeted towards a specific person, but released at large, or possibly specifically targeted where someone made a bioweapon and specifically released it on a given person, or more generally, that's just released either into the air or into the environment or food or something like that.
But you could argue that those are just strategic aims in how you would want to deploy a bioweapon. But in this instance, right, if we had a bioweapon,
Are we talking like a virus, or you're saying like, okay, that God forbid the reason this guy tripped and broke his arm?
choose your
The reason this
bioweapon
guy
of choice.
tripped and broke his arm was because of bioweapon, or the reason that this guy.
No, so we're saying that there's going to be a defined set of symptoms. And
the evil eye is kind of universal, where no matter what happened, you'd say, well, someone gave me the evil eye. And as opposed to a bioweapon, I'm not sure that could universally explain all calamity, if in the same way that from if someone says, well, what happened? Someone gave me the evil eye. And as opposed to how does the bioweapon explain every single sickness in the way that evil eye can?
No, it's gonna by constraining it to bioweapon, we can say that there's going to be a set symptoms, not falling over, not tripping over your shoelaces, not realizing that it got cold last night and there's a bit of ice on the.
I mean, bioweapon presumably would cause one specific ailment, as opposed to being the source of all ailments.
Yes,
I mean, from a spiritual perspective, you could say the evil eye is the source of all ailments, and I don't think a bioweapon, might cause one specific ailment or an ailment that could have a series of symptoms or sicknesses related to it.
Okay, so if we're dealing with a bioweapon, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna go and pray about evil eyes and put on tefillin, or are you gonna seek out, in this instance, let's say it's a bacterial pathogen, antibiotics? Which are you gonna do?
Well, first I'll probably pray, and say I might do both, or it depends on the scenario. Like, okay, so like, if you say is preemptive or post. So if I say I'm already sick, and at this point they'll say, well, what happened? Someone gave me the evil eye, and therefore I have the sickness, and now I'm at the doctor, and I have the sickness, and the doctor says you need to do this, or to say you got infected by this bioweapon. And I say, well, why did I get infected by this bioweapon? And I could still understand it as, well, because someone gave me the evil eye. But I mean, that could still be a causal relation to the evil eye. That's somewhat, just karma, to say that only something bad could happen to me if there was some sort of evil eye given to me. But if you're saying I'm already sick, or you're saying preventative, that it's potential I could get sick, if you're saying like, well, the COVID-19 SARS is a bioweapon, and thank God I didn't catch it, and I didn't. I mean, I never got vaccinated, and I never caught it. But if
That'd
I
be
did,
those advantageous polymorphisms, dude.
if I did catch it, would I? I might go for like monoclonal antibodies. I don't know. Like, thank God I didn't catch it. I'm not vaccinated, but if I did get sick, God forbid, and then I sought medical advice, and someone said like take monoclonal antibodies. I don't know. I might take it. I might not. I don't know.
Okay, so what that boils down to is if you got
you're not
sick.
vaccinated, are you?
No,
Did you catch
I've had
COVID-19
COVID.
yet?
Sorry, yeah,
And you didn't catch COVID?
I've had it.
Okay, well, thank God I'm not vaccinated. I didn't have it. But you're saying you had it. Did you do like monoclonal antibodies or
Nothing. I got it very early. Nothing was around.
you got it before you got?
I had to struggle through it. You know what saved me? Aspirin. I would put aspirin down to saving my life.
Did
Right?
you took aspirin after you were infected?
Yeah, and like I say, I've got a whole. I would never normally touch things like aspirin or ibuprofen, just because of they don't agree with me. They just give me acid indigestion, right? But in this instance, right, there was a very, very marked turnaround by taking what we know is a anticoagulant type drug. We know that SARS is a systemic coagulopathy once it gets a grip of you. It causes clotting all throughout your body, right? And in this instance, I didn't need to be thinking about evil eyes. And as much as I was convulsing and praying to God for to ease suffering, it was aspirin in this instance, and it was, that very much a product, a refined product made by man in this instance.
Well, possibly. But no, I mean, saying like, I mean, if you go back in your mind when you were sick and maybe the fear of death came upon you, that you did have feelings of repentance, and like usually you carry conflict with you. And in your time of sickness, you're like, oh man, I don't want conflict with anybody. And so there was a spiritual process and a physical process, and it could have been one or the other or both that had an effect in your feeling. But if you look back, presumably,
Hang on, people are saying my sound is low. Is my sound low?
not to me. I mean, at least on the StreamYards link, and no one said anything on my side. So,
I'll just keep the mic.
but I mean, I don't know if you remember, but like, yeah, I mean, I had a really bad headache the other day, and sometimes I'd be in high conflict where like, yeah, I'm going to fight, I'm going to win, and and then when I'm in a state of injury, that usually I shelter up and like I come into this your repentance and like a metaphysical basic of atonement, that pain and suffering is a form of atonement, and when you're in a state of pain and suffering, it usually causes repentance and self-reflection, and saying that if you're looking at the spiritual sense to that the healing came from your penance and self-reflection, or you're saying that you remember very clearly your mental state, and even though you were in a state of sickness, you didn't go through a state of
I had whole episodes where I was delirious and I don't know what was going on. So what was happening?
Does it make sense when I'm saying that when you're in a state of suffering and pain, that you usually also go through some form of self-reflection and penance?
Yeah, there's nothing like getting gripped by whatever. You could get caught out. And
any form of pain that just causes a person to usually become conflict adverse. That if things are going well, but it was saying like I'm in pain, it's saying like I start forgiving all my enemies and planning on living my life better. Once I get better, and sometimes like I mean me definitely, but I would say even like I used to work in volunteer in a hospital, that even atheists, so to say, start thinking about becoming a better person, sickness, or about what's more important, mending their relationships with their loved ones. And I'm saying from a spiritual perspective, that's what heals the person. You say, okay, you took the medicine, but what healed you was the self-reflection.
Look, in raging septicemia, I don't think that talking about or thinking about the relationship with your father is the way to get out of that state. You wanna take IV antibiotics. Now the IV antibiotics may make you feel rotten as well, but it's the IV antibiotics that have saved you, not anything to do with your
It
idea of
could be.
repentance.
But I mean, you get into the question of suffering and sin and the connection. To say, classically, the cause of sickness is sin. And say, well, how did you get sick in the first place? Like, obviously, like from Paul's favorite, the Book of Job. So, like, you wouldn't have gotten sick if you weren't a sinner. So, like, I know that you're a sinner by the fact that you got sick, and so even say, well, you must have repented if you healed. So you could look at the materialistic, physical sense, and you say, well, there's no.
And you don't see any issue with that line of thinking.
Well, I can see issue with it. I'm saying that's the classical theistic, biblical perspective.
So the child that gets leukemia because some scumbag has dumped toxic waste on the bit of land that they then sold to a housing company.
That's the exception. The general rule is saying there might be exceptions to question problem of evil, but the general rule is the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished, and the cause of sickness is sin.
All right. So what you've done then?
You can give about a bunch of what-ifism.
You've taken a heuristic. You've taken a heuristic. You've tried to systemize it and make a framework out of it. And I can tell you that it's possible to do that. This is where we got into. You don't need dualism to be able to begin to systemize stuff. It's part of the process of formal problem solving.
Yeah, I'm saying it's predictive processing, and there's always uncertainty, and sometimes the predictions, one system, you inference to the best explanation, one system hypothesis will make better predictions in some circumstances, and one system will make better predictions in other circumstances. And I would say dualism in many cases makes better predictions.
Some systems predict better than others.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just working with this question about, so to say, like spiritual causes of sickness or material causes of sickness, which system makes better predictions? And even if you go for the evil eye explanation, guys, I gave the evil eye because I have to look at the study, but I'm pretty sure that I saw that the evil eye, from the sick person's perspective, the most common cause of sickness is the evil eye. That's not from the medical person, but from common wisdom of people. That if you polled humanity, that the most common belief of the cause of sickness is the evil eye. When you say, okay, most people aren't experts or don't have an education, but you just look at some value, say, well, there's got to be a reason why most people think the evil eye is the cause of sickness. You would say, well, no, it's completely false. There's no connection between the evil eye and sickness, even though that's the single most common explanation across cultures and all of humanity.
So let's get down to what is the most predictive, and you've got to be able, with your prediction, to make some change to the system. Okay, so it doesn't matter to me that the majority of mankind has thought about illness as the evil eye. In terms of a treatment, it's low down on the list of things to do. Now, look, when you've been...
We say immediately. You say, no, I'm saying, like, well, you got to become a better person. Like, you got sick. Like, for your long-term health, what you have to do is become a better person. And the reason you got sick is because you're not a very good person. And you say, okay, immediately the person might have a specific sick system, and it might have some material cure, there might be a various antidote or remedy in terms of a physical thing that would be given to, but say like it's actually probably more healthy for the
You
person to
can't
go
see
through
the problem
a
with that ethical
self-reflection.
framework, dude, where people
Really, a
getting
person should always think like that. Like I should always look like I should become a better person. I'm probably not a very good
that's
person, and I
irrelevant
need
to
to
the
become a
discussion
better
here.
person. And
It's irrelevant to the
I want to
discussion.
proactively before the suffering. So if you've already came to the suffering, oh man, why am I suffering? Well, obviously you're suffering because you're not a very good person, and the way to get out of your suffering is to come to a better person. And had you proactively decided to become a better person before the suffering, then you wouldn't have needed to suffer.
So let's try a thought exercise. Let's at least, before we wrap this up, try to get to the group thing. Okay, without, right, try to do it without a dualistic approach. How would you model the conflict in the Middle East right now?
What you're saying,
Someone has asked you,
model
please.
through biblical prophecy. If you're going to say, I mean, there's multiple ways to model it. And like Doovid's got the multiple truth hypothesis, and I model it according to multiple perspective. I probably have 100 different ways I'm modeling it because I have a complex mind and a lot of information. A lot
So
of cognitive
that's
structure.
usually the when you're building models, you would take into account that, well, there would be, we've got a whole bunch of hypotheses, and we're gonna test them here. That's the essence of your multiple truth hypothesis, right? It's just hypothesis generation.
If you're talking about predictive processing, I'm an educated guy. I've read thousands of books. I read tens of periodicals. I talk to lots of people. So in my mind, I'm probably working through tens, maybe hundreds of models to predictively process. So and if I have a systematic, clear mind, I would even be able to break down the different models and the different predictions, and
Okay.
say, well, like, okay,
You've got 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes to get down onto onto a couple of sides of A4 paper. Okay. You're allowed a pencil and eraser. How would you describe, and what categories would you put in to describing the conflict in the Middle East?
Well, I think it's how my mind works. I'm saying my mind works with the pre-existing cognitive structures, and the cognitive structures are related to my past education and information acquired. So if I were writing an essay,
it's not an essay. You've got 10
it.
minutes. You've got 10 minutes to describe it, because I don't know, the aliens are coming and they're going to take you away, and you need to leave a message for other people that are going to come along, and they're going to try and work out what those loud signals and heat signatures are.
Depending on my target audience. So if you're just talking about my prediction for the future, I might just, this is what
No, you need to describe the problem, right? So you've got, don't worry about the solution at the moment. Describe what it is that we're seeing right now, and how would you go about doing it?
The problem is, I mean, that has presuppositions. Even say that there's a problem.
Is conflict not a problem?
I mean, depends from what perspective you're saying. Like, no, I mean, like birth and death and conflict is the natural order of the material realm. It's not the fact that we're in a state of war is, from my predictive process, it's not surprising. It's expected. It's say, okay, there's suffering. People and I would preferably prefer to be in a state of less suffering, but my predictive processing is not surprised by conflict.
Okay. Let me try and help you.
World, like, of course there's conflict. Like, what, you expect there not to be conflict?
Okay, so we know that there's conflict, and to try to say that we can get rid of all conflict, it is
just like, well, death
is naive thinking.
Is death problematic? I don't know. Death's not. It's problematic. Death's expected.
Okay, so
is premature death problematic?
In this instance, you use the term minimize or lessen suffering, right? So you want to do your last tikkun olam to the world, right? And let's say that this is I
put that as a category in mind that does not correspond to reality. So say that I would say, okay, that I would like to minimize suffering, but that's just a category of my mind that's inaccurate. And the reality is I have no effect on suffering, and likely the amount of suffering or state of suffering is independent of my actions or desires.
Okay, so I'm trying to do a thought experiment with you. So again, at least so we can pin down something concrete. Okay, so let's for hypothesis sake say that because of the trajectory that Abrahamic schisms take, they end up in a repeat cycle of escalating conflict, and once the weaponry is such that they can use nuclear weapons and everyone, and it's a case that
You're
that
saying
release,
you're saying that the conflicts relate to Abrahamism as opposed to just pure human nature.
yeah, just for Abrahamism, and how could you warn others that are not part of that paradigm? Okay, how to avoid, right? This is where we're going to try and get to, how to avoid the worst outcomes, which would be plutonium poisoning on a mass scale across the planet that would have impacts for thousands of years on essentially innocents who were born into that world, animal,
That's
plant.
why, because we didn't go through this step by step like I wanted to. From individuals' cognitive structures to action to group action, but even generally, I would probably disagree that ideology and belief is the cause of conflict. So if you're saying Abrahamism, that's an ideology or a belief, and then you're saying that's the cause of the conflict, and so like just
So
an
Sunni
individual.
Shia was what?
Well, I'm saying, okay, if it's individual, if me and you got into conflict, God forbid, it would say, well, is that because of our ideologies? Is it be the most likely cause? Like, okay, well, Kevin and Doovid are conflicting again. And you're saying, well, the reason they're conflicting is because he has this ideology and he has that ideology, as
So
opposed
you
to
would completely
alternative
remove that from
explanation.
any description that you would give
Well, it might be a
future
factor,
generation.
but I think it'd be a lower factor. And then you have to correspond the relation between belief and action. And
Okay, so you've got an action you
it's
can
an
take.
unclear. I mean, then you even the individual with it to say, what's the basis on an individual for an individual's belief system and their action to a group to say, is there even such a thing as a group's belief system and a group's action? And so, I mean, if you seemed it's clear to you that that there's this direct connection between belief system and action on the individual level and on the group level, so much so that you're looking at this conflict, you're saying, well, the cause of it is the group belief system.
I would make that as one of my leading hypotheses. Yes.
As opposed to say struggle over resources, escalation of previous group conflict that may or may not. I mean, group cohesion is caused by group belief system, but if group action, I mean, generally, I had this argument in general. They say ideas aren't dangerous because there's a long distance between ideas and action, and even it's unclear whether there's a direct correlation between ideas and action. If you're talking predictive processing, like Fodor modular mind, that the module of the mind that makes belief systems may not even be related to the module of the mind that leads to action.
Okay, let's try refine this a little bit further. So you made the point earlier at the beginning of this discussion that from your Judaic perspective, Zionism is essentially it offends God, for want of a better.
Well, it's a
expression.
heresy. And I said it's the cause of the conflict. But I was saying that to say Zionism is a belief system, it's connected to the action, but the cause of the conflict is having stolen land, like these murders that have occurred over 70 years, and even what came first or what came later, that they came to Israel, they stole the land, there was wars, and then the belief system, and so like largely Zionism became popular among Jews after the 1967 war, after the success of Israel in previous battles, 1948, that Zionism was not very popular. And then after 1948, when the Jews won the war, Zionism became popular. And then especially after 1967, Zionism almost became universal among Jews globally. But then you already have group, and you already have actual physical, you have murders, stealing of land, pushing people off of the land. So saying the cause of the war right now is not that Jews believe in Zionism, it's that Jews historically stole land and killed people. It's connected to the belief system of Zionism. But even say what came first.
Well, yeah,
It's a
there's
group
always the
action
chicken and
where
the
the
egg.
Jews,
But in
Jews
the wrap up here,
collectively
dude, in the
waged
wrap
war,
up,
took the land.
you've got a chance to
I
put
mean, see what I'm saying?
something.
Did Zionism post facto come after the 1948 war, or did it pre facto come before the 1948 war?
Well, I think historically we can say that it came before the war.
Well, I mean, you could suppose that, but say like, no, people were fighting. People didn't know who was going to win, and then it was a big surprise that the Jews won in
Completely a
1948.
historical view of that.
But the
part
amount of people that
planet.
were Zionists before 1948 was very small, and you had the few different, the Irgun and Leki or whatever, the militias, and it was a huge surprise that they won. And post facto, after they won, Jews became Zionists. I mean, there were a handful of Zionists beforehand, and even the people fighting, even the people who were actually waging war, were they waging war because they were Zionists, or was it just their circumstances that they didn't have like this belief system? Like it was the Holocaust, or they were there and there's these militias and they joined the war, not necessarily because they were ideological, but all these things could be, all these things are highly disputed. And I mean, as a neurologist, you'd have to you make some deeper research to correlate the belief system to the action.
Okay,
I mean,
so I'm still comfortable in my hypothesis. So I'm going to ask you. You've got the chance, okay, that you can put something into the written canon of Judaism, okay, that let's, for sake of argument,
I don't pretend like I'm God.
no, but
my
just
metaphysical system, like the
just
thought experiment, like if I was God, like no, I'm not God. I'm never going to be God. I'm
okay.
just,
So
I'm just
you can
like at best, I'll be a servant to God. I'll do my part right.
So you can put something, you can inject some information, and again, I use the word canon, not Torah. Okay, canon meaning whatever Judaic learning is, and I would make a presumption that the philosophies around Judaism are still evolving. That's the impression I got at Bar Ilan, that there was much discussion about how to move and refine forward. You've got a chance to inject some bit of information in. It needs to be concise. How do you frame that information, and what do you say in it that avoids the nuclear exchange?
Yeah, I don't think I can. I mean, I'm just one person. I could try my best. I could fulfill my duty, but I don't think I could change the course of world actions.
You win the eschatological lottery, dude, and you get to put.
Well, that was my complaint to you and Iggy on the other thing, or even to like Ryan. What is the benefit of these thought experiments of pretending like I'm in power or pretending to have more influence?
Because it might fall on the ears of someone who can make a difference.
Well,
There.
yeah, but
maybe God works in that way.
System is saying like these are almost heretical thought experience. In the thought experience in general is almost heretical or non-productive.
But we've got no other choice.
We don't
right
currently
now.
have
This
power.
is all we have, right? So you get this chance, right? And if I was given this chance to put something into the record, the human record, as it were, in light of, let's say, the Giza Plateau being a star map and all these megaliths being messages to future mankind. You know what? You should probably pay attention to the skies and develop technologies and math and philosophy about looking for the next warning signs with respect to What
Do
you
you
need
think
to
it's a
do.
misnomer that we talked about prophecy? Was it you were talking about prophecy? As that, like, no, I mean no, it was the other guy on my channel last week, but saying you don't reach a level. Prophecy means that you come to some level that God delivers God's message through you. So it wouldn't be that I would do something and deliver my message. I would, even if somehow I was capable of reaching the level of prophecy, it wouldn't be my message. It would be God's message.
So it would be
And I
God's
would just be
message.
the vehicle through which God delivered the message through.
Okay, so we understand that there are civilization disrupting events. Could be natural, could be man-made. Natural, generally, that's just working out roughly when those things happen, if they're cyclical or if they're random, etc. And that's survival strategy iterated across generations. If it's man-made in terms of or implemented via man's hands because he thinks he's acting in the name of God, where do you inject that information and what do you say?
I'm not sure I inject information. That's because I'm a dualist. Information exists independently of me. And
Okay,
even
but how
I'm not
does
sure if
it
you've heard the
manifest?
expression, the man's eye view versus the God's eye view.
How does it? God gives you a prophetic dream that says this trajectory that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is on is going to end in nuclear exchange and wipe out 90% of the world's population. God doesn't want that. He wants you, he's given you this dream. How would you codify it to say to people, don't go down that avenue?
That's not my metaphysics. I mean, God gave us free will, and so to say, God.
So there's no prophetic dreams in Judaism, and there's no.
Well, the nature is, say, the prophetic vision is, and it's basically the message I'm saying is, bad things are happening because we're bad people, and if we don't want these bad things to happen, we have to become better people.
Look,
And
man,
collectively, on the
I'm all for
individual level,
Abrahamists becoming better people.
I can't change other people's behavior. My warning to other people is very limited in utility. The best I could do is try to
But
change
you said
myself
you're a civil
to become a
engineer,
better
right?
person.
You're a civil engineer.
But by profession, by
Yeah. Okay.
education.
So here's a budget. I say to you, and you're going to be the instrument of God in this domain. How do you build a structure that can last 30,000 years? 2 cycles of procession. No, that would be 1 cycle. So 60,000 years, right? And it has encoded in it, don't fall down this particular pitfall on the trajectory of civilization. What would you encode in it?
Well, I'm not sure I can. I mean, the same thing. If you can look at things that, according to my general rule set understanding of how the world operates, you're asking about things that are impossible. So you're saying, what if you could do the impossible? And I'm saying, well, my understanding that's impossible.
No, so I can think of very real, but if it's true, again, I haven't done these measurements, but apparently you can take the dimensions of the Great Pyramid and it's the dimensions, you can derive the dimensions of the planet from that structure. So there are constants encoded in the building dimensions. So that's a way to propagate information, right?
Well, I'm propagating information. I'm not sure if that's what you were asking about. And you're saying that if you're talking about changing the course of human history, that all I could do is change myself. And you're saying I did my part. Like I spoke out, like I streamed. I said to the people around me, I got on the internet. I said to the public, I did my part. I did what I could, and whatever limited part that I played, uh, like hopefully I tried my best, and like I'll die, I'll stand judgment before God, and God will judge me for having tried my best. And even say I didn't even claim I tried my best, but I tried pretty hard. But no, I don't think I'm going to have much influence on the course of world action, and even my system of understanding the world is that I'm an agent
But
with my own free will,
in a
just as
sense, what
every other person is their own agent with free will, in that I'm not going to be able to change the course of world events because every other person on this planet also has their own free will.
so I would say in a sense, but by your description of dualism, right? It's almost like free will is not possible in that instance. And essentially you fall down into the Islamic trap of inshallah fatalism. If it's God's will, so be it. And there's
But
nothing
free
we
will
can
for
do.
my own personal action was like I don't have the free will to control the outcome of the universe. He was saying like that if you're including free will, like I have the free will to control your and everyone else's behavior. I only have the free will to control my own behavior.
Okay, so all right, I'll finish up on this. Do you think it's appropriate for someone like Elon Musk to be saying we should be an interplanetary species because cataclysms happen on this planet? Should that be a direction that humanity takes?
I'm not sure that it requires a because. And I read Walter Isaacson, the biography of Elon Musk, and I did become a little bit bullish on humans being interplanetary, although I don't need a reason for it. I sell books. I sell a lot of science fiction. Um, my dad really likes science fiction also, but I didn't need a reason. I just think like, yeah, I think humans should become interplanetary, and I don't think there needs to be like a justification of beyond that. If we're capable of, we should. Or I'm not even saying like we should. Just say like I saw the vision. I looked at Elon Musk's what he did, and I say like I hadn't thought it was practical or plausible, but having seen Elon Musk, I think it is practical or plausible, and I would back him in the goal of doing it. Well, I'm not going to prescribe like an ought or should. I'm not even sure the logic of saying because we're destroying the planet, we should become interplanetary. So like no, we shouldn't destroy the planet, but we should become interplanetary even without destroying the planet.
Those seem like worthy goals, right?
Well, I mean, worthy goals, like, yeah, I'm not sure if they put in my priority, like becoming a better person, serving God, being good to my community. Like I'm limited in my reach. So if I had done better in school, I had a friend at University of Michigan who got a job at Tesla like 10 years ago. I don't know where if he went on in advance, but if I was a little more serious, more educated, more intelligent, and was more personally involved more than just being an observer, I would probably like I'm a civil engineer, but I'm not at the level where Elon Musk is like calling me and asking me for help in SpaceX. Uh, but I wish I was. I constantly study and read and research, but at this point, my best years are past me. It's unlikely that I'm going to play a major role in that.
But you could lend support to people that do, right? And you could try to put out fires that would make that more difficult, right?
Well, I was saying like, okay, like I just try to be the best person I could be and change my own personal behavior, have a positive influence on the people that I come in contact with. And, so if my reach is more than, than your average guy, okay, your reach is bigger than mine. We're both micro streamers. You're a bigger streamer than I am, but we both have some reach, some influence, and try to use that to the best of our abilities to push forward the issues we think are important. And we have different issues that we think are important, and we come out on different sides of different issues. And that's why I have the multiple truth hypothesis. I mean, okay, we get a little contentious and arguing, but it's nothing personal, just trying to prove an intellectual point or make one side of an issue understood through and make it a little interesting to the viewership. And I mean, I asked you to come on my channel because I wanted your insight on this issue to to help myself understand it better and the people who watch my content understand it better. Through having someone with obviously you have a background and educated, know a lot about the topic, and have an alternative viewpoint to mine.
I've got to wrap it up because kids are about to come home from school, and I think there's. Well, he says he's better, but I'm presuming he hasn't had dinner yet or lunch. I should say.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you got to take care of your personal responsibility. I appreciate you talking to me. I mean, I'm going to keep on streaming. I'll keep on rambling on my channel. If you want to talk again or try another stream, but
yeah, I'm happy to. I think what you should be aiming to. The people who might listen to you are some of the problematic Jews right now who are engaged.
Very few Jews listen to me. I mean, I have I would guess that I've got 20 people watching. Like I would guess like 2 or 3 of them are Jewish.
Well, maybe all those aren't real Jews. You're the real Jew.
I'm a half Jew, and my message is to the Goyim. You're saying no self-respecting Jew is coming to Doooovid to learn about Judaism. Jews are ethno-centric people, and no self-respecting Jew is gonna come to be educated from a half Jew on Judaism.
Yeah, well, there's.
I mean, your audience maybe say, okay, like like that's what I said. My message is for the Goyim. I built up a little network of following. I know Jews in person, but unfortunately, I mean, not even unfortunately, like I accept my lot in life, but I'm not a leader among Jews. I am a Jew. Like I like my Jewish education. I like Jews, but I have no leadership.
Why did they take you into that yeshiva then, if you're not fully Jew?
Well, because my mother's Jewish, so by Jewish law they accepted me, and I was a good student. Like I was just before you came on. I was talking.
Isn't that all the criteria that you need? It's just your mother's Jewish.
Yes, I met their criteria, but I was saying I didn't advance into Jewish leadership. I served some rabbis. I performed a function. I got accepted into top schools. Largely, I passed tests, so it was largely based on performance. Like I was able to pick up the languages and study Talmud. I had a good memory, a good mind for the stuff. So they let me in the schools. They let me go to high classes. Some rabbis made use of me, and I served as an assistant to some major rabbis. So like I was Jewish enough that they but even that, like I was still kind of like a half Jew, and a lot of the rabbis were like encouraged me to become educated and knowledgeable, but none of them had a vision of me advancing into leadership in Jewish circles.
So if I said to you that they've basically placed literal unsurmountable blocks to their ability to come to a more nuanced understanding to the nature of reality and consciousness, would you agree with that premise or disagree?
Well, who's they? You're talking about like the Haredi rabbis I studied under?
Yeah, Jewish thought leaders. If someone you could reach out that you thought had influence enough to divert the trajectory that we're on with respect to Zionism, right? Do you think, or are you saying that they know everything anyway, there's nothing you can do, or do you think that there's a failure in their understanding and comprehension?
No, I mean, they have a different system and understanding that's God-based and not based on dissemination of information. And maybe on individual level, they did what they could by letting someone like me in and seeing that eventually I would speak to people like you or to non-Jews and spread their idea of or anti-Zionism. But from internally, a lot of them like speak Yiddish. They only deal with Jews. Their message is only for Jews. The only reason they taught me this stuff was because I was a Jew. If I was, or at least they considered me Jewish enough, my mother being Jewish, had that not been the case, they wouldn't have taught me this stuff. And from their view, they probably looked at it like they did what they could by letting someone like me into their schools who was a serious student and therefore I could express a non-Zionistic view of Judaism to the larger world. But from their theology, it's not based on the dissemination of information. It's based on some version of collective karma, individual
So
karma.
it's the
It's a
Islamic.
God-based system where we're saying that it's not the cause, that it's collective sin. It's the punishment for sin. That,
But it's the case of that it's perfect, the religion, like Islam sees the Quran as perfect. The only failing here is man in this instance.
well, from the deep Judeo-Kabbalistic perspective, is there's the God's eye view and the man's eye view, and it's different. From the man's eye view, things like death and destruction are bad. From the God's eye view, your death is a kindness, and even punishment is suffering is a kindness of God, and as an atonement for sin. That death allows for the atonement of sin, punishment in general, and individually, the rabbis think that their ritual or personal service to God is what causes the outcome. So they're not looking at the method. You don't have to go and disseminate this information and change minds. You have to concentrate on your prayer more, or perform the ritual better, study deeper. And if it gets disseminated, it's God's will. And it could be like a vehicle, like the rabbi who decided to take me in as a student. And I was saying, okay, there's some guy disseminating your teachings out there, and it's that half Jew that you decided to allow into your school. But that wouldn't be because they planned it out. That would just be God's will. That's why it's dualistic. It has to be. If you're assuming that they're doing it because they think it's true, and then you want to internally judge them according to their belief system, and even say, well, if there's a war, they can't control. They could pray and hope that people won't suffer, but individually, people are going to suffer according to their individual sins and performance. And so,
Yeah. So
the people
I'm just looking at it
miraculously,
from.
somehow the people who held tight to the teachings are going to survive and thrive. But I'm not sure if you appreciate what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do, but I'm trying to. So we had a little discussion at the beginning where we were talking about, okay, in terms of, from your perspective, this dualistic view, which is there's the spirit domain, and then there's the material domain, and then God as an operator sits on both sides of the equation in this instance. And so that by definition, there's some sort of intercessory process that occurs that can involve God at this point. So it kind of tells you that it's a dynamic interrelationship. Otherwise, you wouldn't need the God construct there to formalize and systemize your metaphysics. So in this instance, and I would defer to conscious acts resonate out. And so I don't think these conversations are wasting time. It's more maybe time is of the essence. And right now we don't want to go down a avenue towards the boundary condition again, where we sort of restart the whole process again. There could be a bigger, larger universe to step off into, which I don't know if interplanetary exploration is the thing or not, but it might be. It could be one.
Well, God could transcend. We're saying that the spiritual rules of action reaction, and say God gives people time to repent. So it's not like we sin and we're instantly shot down. People sin and then they have a long periods of time to repent. But at a certain point, God comes and collects the debts, and transcendentally, God could step in and break the rules, like the calculation. Like, even though we've been sinful and deserve destruction, that God will somehow bend the rules, change the rules to make it all better. But saying the course of actions, like, no, we've already sinned. It's already time for destruction. I'm sorry. Like, we had our chance, and now the bill's coming due, and it's going to be destruction. However, like, I pray to God that God somehow reverses the decree and saves humanity, even though we deserve the destruction. But that's why God is this outside operator that, it's the relation to free will also, that how is it possible that God could reverse the decree to say, so to say, the destruction is not because God ordained it. The destruction is the collective punishment for man making bad decisions with our free will. And so we say, well, what's Doovid's message? Like, become better people, be good people. But it's too late now, because we've already done so much damage that there's really no way out of this mess. But you say, well, we pray for a miracle that somehow God could steer us clear of this disaster, even though some of that'd be more like in line with the biblical. And that's why I was saying, Paul, that I don't think that it's not a sign that we're in the end of times. It's just a sign that we've run amok with our free will, and it's time for punishment. Well, but that's the messianic idea that somehow you're like, okay, like Messiah is going to come, and Messiah is just going to convince people to actualize our free will in a way that we could all live productively and in harmony.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely possible, but for sure there's ways to. I think there are better ways to implement societal structures, particularly take much of the profit motive out of the sciences again, make it more monastic, and then I think the creativity would come back. I think that's a lot.
Well, I agree. That's probably where we're both streaming. And so just like, even though we both mostly focus on like the pure sciences and thought, and that's kind of what I was saying. Like, well, you can't really control you could really only control yourself. And if you've developed a following in an area of expertise, and people who follow you because of you developed this area of expertise, you could influence people in that small area. And all you could do is be the best person you can and try to influence the people within your sphere of influence to the best of your ability.
Yeah, don't get sucked down. Zog wars would be first step. All right, I'm going to have to pull the ripcord, dude. Thank you very much for those that want to watch. Doovid, continue. Let me find the. Oh, I don't have the. I just have the StreamYard address, right?
You could just close out the StreamYard, and I'm on YouTube. I'll put my YouTube in your Rumble link if anyone wants to ask me questions or something. You could pop it off in my YouTube. Okay.
All right. There you go. The link will be in the YouTube. I gotta go. Take care, folks. I will. No doubt, the conversation will continue. Take care. I don't know if you want to speak to E. Michael Jones, bro. Have you ever spoken to him?
Yeah, I spoke to him twice, and it said like I autographed book. He autographed the last book. He responded to my tweet. Yeah, I mean, if you want to bring me on, like, I mean, he usually just does an hour. Like, he's usually pretty tight. Like, he just does an hour and then he's out. But yeah, I still haven't finished his Holocaust industry books. I thought maybe to reach out. But
that's his new one, right? Isn't he just? He's done a new one.
Yeah, the Holocaust narrative, and he's actually a lot of research. So yeah, I mean, I kind of like E. Michael Jones, and like I take flack because even the Haredi attitude that I agree with him that the cause of anti-Semitism is Jewish behavior, and which is kind of like the view on Zionism, which is the classical Haredi view, but that's very unpopular among Jews, and
but you're gonna make them take some responsibility. Yeah, I imagine that goes down real well.
Yeah,
anyway, I can hear them coming through the door.
But I mean, you can I reach out? So if you want to bring me on, I mean, I'll say something.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll speak to him, and we'll just have a back and forth.
I mean, it's not Friday night, is it?
it'll be US Friday night, but my intention is to just speak about.
Okay, well, if it's Friday night, it'll be Sabbath. I probably won't do
Oh,
it.
right. So
I know he does his stream on Cozy on Fridays, but if he's coming after that,
I mean, he was open to just any date.
yeah, he's pretty open. Like I mean, that's why he's generally, I say, like, ideologues speak to anybody. Doooovid generally, I speak to anybody. I've basically spoken to every single person who reached out to me. So, I find most of the ideologues are like that. So E. Michael Jones, even though he's got a big following, generally speaks to basically anyone who asks him.
Yeah, and we should be grateful for that. For all the ideologues out there that are not too possessed.
Okay, so I'll let you go. And
yep.
All right, bro. You go whenever you want.
Easy.
Just close the link, and then I'm gonna ramble a little bit, and I'll close off my show.
Okay.
And we'll be in touch. Okay, so appreciate Kevin coming on. So that went on pretty long. So I wanted to read something. Let me find. I want to read one thing before I wrap it up. So it's already been going for a while. I still have a bunch of Wikipedia links of interesting topics that I might go through. But let me read this one article about sociology that I would meant to get to last week, and okay, so here was this Harvard conference, I think it was 2006, on the main problems in sociology. So I wanted to talk about group behavior, and it's related to sociology and rise it from neuroscience. And there's so many precursors that me and Kevin jumped around on so many different topics and didn't even get to the topic that I'd hoped to discuss, because like these precursors of building up group behavior from individual behavior and a dualistic to a materialistic perspective of cognitive structures, predictive processing. How is it possible that humans act together in a group? And it's actually a much more complicated discussion than people realize, because predictive processing, there is obviously patterns that people do behave collectively, seems self-evident, although the mechanisms and nature of how it's possible for people to behave collectively is actually very poorly understood. So something that's self-evident, it could be recognized the patterns. However, the mechanism to explain the patterns are extremely difficult to understand. So people who follow me, like, okay, like I went into detail on David Hilbert and his problems of physics. I did a week in review. I mean, his problems of mathematics, and Hilbert's like 24 problems of mathematics. I had done a week in review probably like half a year ago on physics. Vitaly Ginzburg, a physical minimum, where Vitaly Ginzburg tried to lay out like 20 years ago the major areas of research in physics. And here's a similar attempt for sociology. So let's read through this article real quick. Harvard Magazine, 2010. Solving the social sciences hard problems. Scholars from Harvard and elsewhere name their field's most pressing problems and open a forum for public debate on the web. across all the disciplines in the social sciences, economics, history, anthropology, political science, sociology, and more. What are the hardest problems that need solving, and which are the most worthy of time spent working on a solution? Scholars from a range of disciplines presented their answer to this question in an April 10th symposium at Harvard. The discussion continues online, where visitors can rank their presenters' problems in terms of their importance and add their own problems to the list through the end of May. The symposium, sponsored by the Indira Foundation, was inspired by the work of German mathematician David Hilbert, who in 1900 posited his own 23 hard problems for mathematics, just 10 of which have been fully solved, said Lindsay Professor of Psychology, Stephen M. Kostlin, Dean for Social Sciences in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, in introductory remarks. Stephen Kostlin of the Jeffrey Epstein fame. The format: each presenter was given 15 minutes to discuss one hard problem or a few. Questions were held at the end of the day, inviting free-flowing, fast-flying ideas. Nicholas Christakis, professor of medical sociology and of medicine at Harvard Medical School and professor of sociology in FAS, argued for further exploration of how the social becomes biological. Scholars in the life sciences and the social sciences as well have already begun to illuminate some answers, with the field of genetics developing rapidly. But Christakis said he believes that in the years ahead, researchers will be able to say with more certainty what evolutionary advantage some attributes bring. Why, for example, does emotional contagion exist? Why would it provide a selective advantage if, when you meet somebody in a foul mood, it poisons your own mood too? And how can biology account for behavior, which is not genetically determined, although genes may contribute? What findings, such as abusive behavior, being transmitted through subsequent generations of rats? Noting that he and collaborators recently published a study showing that altruism spreads through social networks, Christakis said he believes this line of inquiry will also shed light on the origins of goodness. University of California, Berkeley sociology professor Ann Swidler, Harvard 1966, highlighted the question of how societies create institutions and how they restore missing or damaged ones. The American military's experience in Iraq and Afghanistan indicate just how little is known about this. Swidler cautioned that any solutions would be tremendously complicated given the sheer range of entities and phenomena that qualify as institutions, governments, universities, and marriage, to name a few, and noted a few of the considerations that should come into play: the historical and cultural context of an institution, the power of ritual and symbol. Nissim Taleb, distinguished professor of the risk engineering at Polytechnic Institute of New York University and distinguished research scholar at Said Business School, Oxford University, spoke on the problem small probability. Taleb, who was a derivatives trader during the stock market crash of 1987 and the author of The Black Swan, The Impact of Highly Improbable, noted that science, whether lab science or social science, cannot account for extremely rare events such as financial meltdowns simply because they are so unlikely and occur so rarely. There's no way to incorporate them into mathematical models with any degree of precision. The smaller the probability, the less you're observing it in a sample, said Taleb, so your error rate is going to be very high. Even with the most accurate statistical methods, small differences in calibration can mean big swings in predicted results. Not only can we not predict rare events, he said, but we cannot even figure out what role they play in the data. This is because you don't measure risk like you measure a table. He said risk cannot be quantified in a precise way. The problem may not be solvable till they've acknowledged the most to hope for, he said, maybe to define its boundaries. Ford professor for the social sciences, Robert Sampson, discovered a summary of the presentation that Peter Berman, Cole professor of the social sciences at Columbia, had attended to give. Behrman, a sociologist, zeroed in on the way academia focuses on change, when what may be more interesting is the continuity of certain aspects of the human experience, our inability to eradicate violence, for instance. The groups differ, Sampson summarized, but the problem endures. Oxford University philosopher Nick Bostrom challenged the academic community to identify the biggest fallacies that are accepted as common knowledge today and highlighted past misconceptions that once were universally believed. Thought and feelings are meaningless concepts. There are only stimulus-response relationships. Mental illness is caused by possession by the devil. Human mind at birth, tabula rasa. Some races are incapable of higher civilization. There are no inborn differences in personality or intelligence. In the state of nature, everyone lives in peace and harmony. Only exceptionally evil character would ever abuse those over whom they hold absolute power. Trade causes economic weakness. Not all progress consists of going forward, said Bostrom. Sometimes if we take in the wrong term, what we need to do is turn back. Weatherhead University professor Gary King, who directs Harvard's Institute of Quantitative Social Science, posed a methodological problem: post-treatment bias in big social science questions. Post-treatment bias happens when researchers, in attempting to control for variables that may skew the results of a study, inadvertently control for a variable that is directly related to the outcome they wish to measure, yielding erroneous results. King gave the example of a company accused of paying black employees less than white employees. When studying whether the accusation is true, the researcher's natural instinct would be to control for position within the firm, so that the question being asked is whether employees are getting equal pay for equal work. But if 99% of the employees in the mailroom are black and 99% of the employees upper management are white, it might not matter that the mailroom employees are paid at the same rate as each other, and all the high-level managers are paid at the same rate as each other. If you control for position in the firm, said King, then you'll find that race has no effect on salary, and then this racist firm gets to say, hey, no problem. King highlighted 4 pressing real-world questions for which post-treatment bias stands in the way of finding answers. Does democratization reduce international conflict? Does ethnic diversity in developing countries cause civil war? Does trade openness reduce the risk of state failure? Do strong international institutions lead to or result from international cooperation? Emily Astor focused on behavior change in health. Massive increases in life expectancy during the 20th century resulted from advances in sanitation technology and medicine. In the 21st century, she said there will depend on getting people to change their behavior, an infinitely trickier task. Astor, an assistant professor in economics at the University of Chicago, noted that newly diagnosed diabetics who are very obese gain more weight in the year following their diagnosis than similarly sized people who are not diabetic, contrary to what one might expect, that the diagnosis would lead them to take better care of their health and lose weight. In addition, she noted only 60% of diabetics who are prescribed medication take it as directed. Over and over, when economics and public health researchers ask, do people do good things for their health if they're very easy? The answer turns out to be no. Astor said, pointing to 2 more examples of the same problem: the difficulty of getting people to stop having unprotected sex, and even given how well scientists understand how HIV spreads, and research finding from sub-Saharan Africa shows that when an improved water source is available but slightly farther away from a person's home than an unimproved water source, people are unlikely to walk the extra distance to get clean water. The professor of economics, Claudia Golden, called for further research in the persistent problem of why women are paid less than men are, and how the level of the playing field. Her own research has shown that most of all of the bias is unintentional. Women self-select into fields that pay less. For a salaried employee, it would seem that working longer hours would translate into earning less per hour. But Golden said in some occupations, the more you work, the higher your hourly earnings. In these fields, she said, employers are willing to pay more for one employee who puts in 70 hours per week than for 2 who put in 35. Barron professor of economics Roland Fryer drew attention to another persistent problem in American society: the racial achievement gap in education. This gap, he said, underlies numerous other social problems: racial differences in the incarceration rate, employment, wages, and health. As a society, Fryer said, Americans have followed the conventional wisdom about improving schools, bringing class size down, raising per pupil spending, and urging teachers towards master's degrees and other professional development, but that hasn't worked. Instead, Fryer suggests looking at what successful schools do and simply copying it in widespread fashion. In research that sent camera crews into successful schools looking for patterns, Fryer said 4 factors came into light: human capital, rewarding good performance and holding teachers accountable, more time spent in school by students, data-driven instruction, not just measuring what students are and aren't learning, but following up to drill them on or reteach what wasn't grasped for the first time, and a school culture that all concerned parties, students, teachers, parents, buy into. Moore's professor of psychology, Susan Carey, selected a problem of human cognition: how you can create newer knowledge when you don't even have resources to represent that knowledge you seek to create. And following on that, how does humankind update its collective understanding of a concept when new knowledge is added? Carey provided a concrete example: the system of atomic numbers in chemistry and physics was not developed until the 19th century. and not fine-tuned until the 20th, but people knew about the element gold and had a conception of what gold was long before that. Many of the problems raised at the symposium, she said, are problems where we don't really know how to think about the question. James Fowler called for the development of methods to explain clustering in social networks. Fowler, a political science at the University of California, San Diego, noted that clustering is observable for a number of attributes, be it innocuous phenomenon like music taste or attributes with more serious implications such as abuse, obesity, and alcoholism. But current social science methods aren't sufficient to separate homophily, people's tendency to choose friends like themselves, from influence, friends adopting behaviors from other friends in cause and effect fashions. Just if it's just people forming friendships with one another, Fowler noted, that gives you a very different policy prescription than if one person's influencing another person. He and Christakis have begun to tackle the problem in their work, Networked. Ramsey professor of political economy, Richard Zeckhauser, discussed the difficulty in engineering systems, political and otherwise, that balance the preferences of their constituents. Different individuals may have vastly different goals. Even if they have the same goals, they may disagree about how to reach them. Simple majority rule can act to disenfranchise some group members, but a compromise may leave nobody satisfied. No perfect solution has been found, says Zeckhauser, whose own research has examined how to target government spending precisely to benefit those who stand to gain the most from it. Among many other topics, I hope we get there in 10 years, he said, but progress will come by chipping away. It won't be some giant eureka. Although each presenter supposedly outlined what he or she saw as the most pressing problems in the societal sciences today, an audience inquired about what other questions the panel would have raised. Having heard each other's contributions prompted the formation of a whole new list. I'm glad that we were given this opportunity, Golden responded, because when we were asked to come up with a hard problem in the social sciences, I think all of us thought very hard about it, and we came up with a bunch of hard problems, but when we had to create something for the audience, we realized that we had come up with something that we actually knew something about. So then we threw away the hard problem and we took our research. She added that the problem she really wanted to talk about was how and why social norms change. Other presenters added these problems to the mix. The problem of emergence. How do you get the mind out of a bunch of neurons? How do you get political systems or an economic system out of a bunch of individual people? From Coslin, the role of genetics in thinking about social science problems. Astor, how in general we jump from breakthroughs or small problems to problems on progress on big problems. We're better at biology than behavior. Obesity from a biologist's point of view is totally solved, said King. People just need to exercise more and eat less. But as Astor noted, getting people to do these things is easier said than done. And so from the point of view of economics and psychology, the problem is not solved at all. How to square the realization that people don't always behave rationally when they need to avoid paternalism and let people make their own decisions, even when they choose an outcome that isn't good for them. Zeckhauser, trying to understand ideologies, belief we have that we're willing to die for. Carry, the translation gap, the gap between advances in knowledge and their implementation. You go to business school and take a class in finance, and they teach you the theory that we know doesn't work, that we have known doesn't work for 25 years, said Tlaib, but people still teach it today. How to explain some small outburst of creativity and achievement, such Renaissance Florence, the Scottish Enlightenment, Silicon Valley, what enabled small populations to achieve disproportionately for a period of time. Vostramask, is that something we could learn to recreate deliberately? The evolutionary origins of overconfidence, citing a study that showed that 94% of the academics think that their work was above average. Fowler said, we have this Lake Wobegon effect that really interests me, developing better models of what culture is and how it works. It's really important to remember, said Swidler, that you cannot derive the properties of a complex arrangement from the properties of individual pieces. The question of where taste come from, if your taste come from the people around you, said Christakis, where did their taste come from? Maybe all of a sudden one person wants something for a chance reason and it just ripples through the network. Okay, so I thought that was interesting just to cover this conference of some of the hard pressed issues facing sociology. I had this paper. I wasn't sure if Kevin was going to show or how long we would talk, and we ended up talking for over 3 hours. But I had this paper on How to Win Wars, the Role of War Narrative chapter in a book on the narrative aspect of wars related to, I mean, it's not about Israel, but I was reading it in relationship to Israel narratives in general, group strategy, but it's a little bit long. So I had a few things. Maybe I'll briefly go over some of these things on Wikipedia and just to put out some ideas out there for future discussion, add a little, I don't know, academic background. I'd mentioned in the Mr. Beat, the historian, in his Why Do People Think That I'm Your Friend video related to social media, the parasocial interaction, parasocial relations. Parasocial interaction refers to a kind of psychological relationship experienced by an audience in their mediated encounters with performers in mass media, particularly on television and online platforms. Viewers or listeners come to consider media personalities as friends, despite having no or limited interaction with them. Parasocial interaction is described as an illusory experience, such as media audiences interact with personas as if they are engaged in a reciprocal relationship with them. The term was coined by Donald Horton and Richard Wohl in 1956. A parasocial interaction, an exposure that garners interest in a persona, becomes a parasocial relationship after repeated exposure to media persona causes the media user to develop illusions of intimacy, friendship, and identification. Positive information learned about the media persona resulted in increased attraction, and the relationship progresses. Parasocial relationships are enhanced due to trust and self-disclosure provided by the media persona. Media users are loyal to feel directly connected to the persona, much as they are connected to their close friends by observing and interrupting their appearances, gestures, voices, conversations, and conduct. Media personas have a significant amount of influence over their media users, positive or negative, informing the way that they perceive certain topics or even their purchasing habits. Studies involving longitudinal effects on parasocial interactions on children are still relatively new. Social media introduces additional opportunities for parasocial relationships to intensify because it provides more opportunities for intimate, reciprocal, and frequent interactions between users and persona. These virtual interactions may involve commenting, following, liking, or direct messaging. The constituency in which the persona appears could also lead to more intimate perception in the eyes of the user. Evolution of the term. Parasocial interaction was first described in the perspective of media and communication studies. In 1956, Horton and Wohl explored the different interaction between mass media users and media figures and determined the existence of a parasocial relationship where the user acts as though they are involved in typical social relationships. However, parasocial interaction existed before mass media, when a person would establish a bond with political figures, gods, or even spirits. Since then, the term has been adopted by psychologists in furthering their studies of the social relationships that emerge between consumers of mass media and the figures they see represented there. Horton will suggested that for most people, parasocial interactions were personae complement their current social interactions, while also suggesting that there are some individuals who exhibit extreme parasociality, or they substitute parasocial interactions for actual social interactions. Pearson Rubin, 1989, contested this view, finding that parasocial interactions occurred as a natural byproduct of time spent with media figures. Although the concept, good doggy, yeah, you can put your question in the chat. Although the concept originated from a psychological topic, extensive research of parasocial interaction has been performed in the area of mass communication and manifold results. Psychologists began to show their interest in the concept in the 1980s, and researchers began to develop the concept extensively within the field of communication science. Many important questions about social psychology were raised concerning the nature of these relationships that are problematic for existing theories in those fields. The concept of parasocial interaction and detailed examination of the behavioral phenomenon that it seeks to explain have considerable potential for developing psychological theory. The conceptual development of parasocial interaction and parasocial relationships are interpreted and employed in different ways in various literatures. So just a little introduction. I thought it was interesting. Good doggy, how would you tie Heidegger in with McCairn's non-dualism tensor space conscious idea? I'm not sure. I mean, I'd have to, I'm not an expert in Heidegger. I mean, if you like Heidegger's, you like Dasein, being and being, becoming, I mean, you could tie that in, but I'm not sure direct connection if what you're seeing there. Social ontology, just to bring up a few more subjects that hope to go deeper in future issues, to put the definitions out there. Social ontology is a domain-specific branch of ontology, the philosophical study of being in existence, which studies the nature and properties of the social world. Social ontology deals with examining the various entities in the world arising from social interaction. Notable contemporary philosophers who study social ontology include John Searle, Margaret Gilbert, Amy Thomason, Tony Lawson, and Ruth Millikan. General ontology has a number of subfields, domain-specific or regional ontologies. Social ontology is such a domain-specific subfield, which should include the basic entities, properties, and kinds studied by social sciences. There are two kinds of social entities, social individuals and social complex and collectives. According to Lynn Rudder Baker, taking social community as a primitive, we can characterize a social property as a property, the instantiation of which requires the existence of social community. Typically for human beings, that means a linguistic community. Social ontology at time t contains all the instantiated social properties that are irreducible and ineliminable at the time. That will comprise the social properties that are primary kinds that are instantiated at t, and the entities, individual or complex, that have those social properties as their primary kind properties. So I want to get more into sociology and deriving complex social structures from primitives like neuroscience or basic cognitive structures and architectures. I'm going to return to cognitive architectures hopefully over the next few weeks. Yeah, good doggy. I covered Heidegger more in his relation to truth theory and Judaism in the summer, like 3-4 months ago. And I was talking more in the relationship of Heidegger with his critique of Judaism. So, like, I'm not a Heidegger expert, but let me see if I could find that stream for you. Just so I don't have it in the title. So I have one of these streams. I read a few articles about Heidegger, and yeah, so this was the one in July. And I talked about Heidegger after liberalism. I did some slides. Cassirer and Heidegger's the famous debate in Davos in 1929, where Ernst Cassirer debated Heidegger and Heidegger and the Jews in various topics. So you can check out this link. Okay, collective behavior. So I want like a little basis. What I was trying to talk, I was thinking I was going to try to read through some of these before Kevin came on, but then I rambled on Judaism. So just try to get a little of these issues out here to give a little of the basic scholarship and thought. These are all pretty long. So the expression collective behavior were first used by Franklin Henry Giddings and employed later by Robert Park and Ernst Burgess, Herbert Blumer, and Ralph Turner and Louis Killian and Neil Smelser to refer to social processes and events which do not reflect existing social structure, laws, conventions, and institutions, but which emerge in a spontaneous way. Use of the term has been expanded to include references to cells, social animals, like birds and fish, and insects, including ants. Collective behavior takes many forms, but generally violates societal norms. Collective behavior can be tremendously destructive, as with riots or mob violence, silly as with fads, or anywhere in between. Collective behavior is always driven by group dynamics, encouraging people to engage in acts they might consider unthinkable under typical social circumstances. Defining the field, Turner and Killian were the first sociologists to back their theoretical propositions with visual evidence in the form of photographs and motion pictures of collective behavior and action. Prior to that, sociologists relied heavily upon eyewitness accounts, which turned out to be far less reliable than one would hope. Turner and Killian's approach is based largely upon the arguments of Bloomer, who argued that social forces are not really forces. The actor is active. He creates an interpretation of the acts of others and acts on the basis of this interpretation. Examples here are some of the instances of collective behavior: Los Angeles riot in 1992, the hula hoop fad of 1958, the stock market crash of 1929, and the phantom gasser episodes in Virginia in 1933 and 34, and Montana, Illinois in 1944. The claim that such diverse episodes all belong to a single field of inquiry is a theoretical assertion, and not all sociologists would agree with it, but Bloomer and Neil Smesler did agree, as did others, indicating that the formation has satisfied some leading sociological thinkers. 4 forms. Although there are several other schema that may be used to classify forms of collective behavior, the following 4 categories from Bloomer are generally considered useful by most sociologists. The crowd. Scholars differ about the classes of social events fall under the rubric of collective behavior. In fact, the only class of events which all authors include is crowds. Clark McPhail is one of those who treats crowds and collective behavior as synonyms. Although some consider McPhail's work overly simplistic, his important contribution is to have gone beyond the speculations of others to carry out pioneering empirical studies of crowds. He finds them to form an elaborate set of types. The classic treatment of crowds in Gustave Le Bon's The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, in which the author interpreted the crowds of the French Revolution as irrational reversions to animal motion, and inferred from this that such reversion is characteristic of crowds in general. Le Bon believed that crowds somehow induce people to lose their ability to think rationally and to somehow recover this ability once they have left the crowd. He speculated but could not explain how this might occur. Freud expressed a similar view in Group Psychology and the Analysis of Ego. Such authors have thought that their ideas were confirmed by various kinds of crowds, one of these being the economic bubble. In Holland during the tulip mania, 1937, the prices of tulip bulbs rose to astronomical heights. An array of such crazes and other historical oddities is narrated in Charles Mackay's Extraordinary Popular Delusion, The Madness of Crowds. At the University of Chicago, Robert Park and Herbert Bloomer agreed with the speculation of Le Bon and the other crowds, and are indeed emotional, but to them a crowd is capable of any emotion, not only the negative ones of anger and fear. A number of authors modify the common sense notion of the crowd to include episodes during which the participants are not assembled in one place but are dispersed over a large area. Turner and Killian refer to such episodes as diffuse crowds, for examples being Billy Graham's revivals, panics about sexual perils, witch hunts, and red scares. The expanded definition of the crowd is justified if propositions which hold true among compact crowds do so for diffuse crowds as well. Some psychologists have claimed that there are 3 fundamental human emotions: fear, joy, and anger. Neil Smesler and John Laughlin and others have proposed 3 corresponding forms of crowd: the panic, an expression of fear; the craze, an expression of joy; and the hostile outburst, an expression of anger. Each of these emotions can characterize either a compact or a diffuse crowd, the result being the scheme of 6 types of crowd Laughlin has offered. The most explicit discussion of these types: the public. Boom distinguished the crowd which expresses a common emotion from a public which discusses a single issue. Thus, the public is not equivalent to all the members of society. Obviously, this is not the usual word public to Park and Bloomer. There are many publics as there are issues. A public comes into being when discussions of an issue begins and ceases to be when it reaches a decision on it, the mass. To the crowd and the public, Bloomer adds a 3rd form of collective behavior, the mass. It differs from both the crowd and the public in that it is defined not by a form of interaction, but the efforts of those who use the mass media to address an audience. The first mass medium was printing. The social movement. We change intellectual gears when we confront Bloomer's final form of collective behavior, the social movement. He identifies several types of these, among which are active social movements such as the French Revolution, and expressive ones such as Alcoholics Anonymous. An active movement tries to change society, an expressive one tries to change its own members. The social movement is the form of collective behavior which satisfies least well the first definition of which was offered at the beginning of the article. These episodes are less fluid than the other forms and do not change as often as the other forms do. Furthermore, as can be seen in the history of the labor movement and many religious sects, the social movement may begin as collective behavior, but over time become firmly established as a social institution. For this reason, social movements are often considered a separate field of sociology. The book and articles about them are far more numerous than the sum of studies in all the forms of collective behavior put forward. Social movements are considered in many Wikipedia articles, and an article in the field of social movements as a whole would be much longer than this essay. Theories developed to explain. Social scientists have developed theories to explain crowd behavior. Contagion theory. The contagion theory was first formulated by Gustave Le Bon. According to Le Bon, crowds exerted hypnotic influence over its members. Shielded by their anonymity, large numbers of people abandoned personal responsibility and surrendered to the contagious emotions of the crowd. The crowd thus assumes the life of its own, stirring up emotions and driving people towards irrational, even violent action. Le Bon's theory, although one of the earliest explanations of crowd behavior, is still accepted by many people outside of sociology. However, critics argue that the collective mind has not been documented by systematic studies. Furthermore, although collective behavior may involve strong emotion, such feelings are not necessarily rational. Turner and Kligian argue convincingly that contagion never actually occurs and participants in collective behavior do not lose their ability to think rationally. Convergence theory. Whereas the contagion theory states that crowds cause people to act in certain ways, convergence theory states that people who want to act in a certain way come together to form crowds. Developed by Floyd Alpert and later expanded upon by Neil Miller and John Dollard in learning theory, the central argument of all convergence theories that collective behavior reveals the otherwise hidden tendency of the individuals who take part in the episode. It asserts that people with similar attributes find other like-minded persons with whom they can release these underlying tendencies. People sometimes do things in a crowd that they would not have the courage to do alone because crowds can diffuse responsibility, but the behavior itself is claimed to originate in the individuals. Crowds, in addition, can intensify a sentiment simply by creating critical mass of like-minded people. Emergent norm theory. According to Ralph Turner and Louis Killian, crowds begin as collectives composed of people of mixed interest and motives, especially in the case of less stable crowds, expressive acting and protest crowds. Norms may be vague and changing, as when one person decides to break the glass window of a store and others join in beginning looting merchandise. When people find themselves in a situation that is vague, ambiguous, or confusing, new norms emerge on the spot, and people follow those emergent norms, which may be at odds with normal social behavior. Turner and Killian further argue that there are several different categories of participants, all of whom follow different patterns of behavior due to the different motivations. Value-added theory. Neil Smesler argues that collective behavior is actually a sort of release valve for built-up tension, strain within the social system, community, or a group. It is, if the proper determinants are present, then collective behavior becomes inevitable. Conversely, if all the key determinants are not present, no collective behavior will occur until the missing determinants fall into place. These are primarily social, although physical factors such as location and weather may also contribute or hinder the development of collective behavior. In complex adaptive system theory, Dutch scholar Jaap van Ginneken claims that contagion, convergence, and emergent norms are just instances of the synergy, emergence, and autopoiesis of self-creation of patterns and new entities typical for newly discovered metacategory of complex adaptive systems. This also helps explain the key role of salient details of path-dependent and rapid shifts. Okay, so a lot of important ideas here. Let me read a little bit more, just put out some ideas here for future streams. Herd behavior. Herd behavior is the behavior of individuals in a group acting collectively without centralized direction. Herd behavior occurs in animals, in herds, pack, bird flocks, fish schools, and so on, as well in humans. Voting, demonstrations, riots, general strikes, sporting behavior, religious gatherings, everyday decision-making, judgments, and opinion forming are all forms of human-based herd behavior. Raffet, Chater, and Frith proposed an integrated approach to herding, describing two key issues: the mechanisms of transmissions of thought or behavior between individuals and the patterns of connections between them. They suggested that bringing together diverse theoretical approaches of herding behavior illuminates the applicability of the concept to many domains, ranging from cognitive neuroscience to economics. Animal behavior. A group of animals fleeing from a predator shows the nature of herd behavior. For example, in 1971, the off-cited article Geometry for the Selfish Herd, evolutionary biologist Hamilton asserted that each individual group member reduces the danger to itself by moving as close as possible to the center of the fleeing group. Thus, the herd appears as a unit in moving together, but its function emerges from the uncoordinated behavior of self-serving individuals. Symmetry breaking. Asymmetric aggregation of animals under panic conditions has been observed in many species, including humans, mice, and ants. Theoretical models have demonstrated symmetry breaking similar to observations in empirical studies. For example, when panicked individuals are confined to a room with two equal and equidistant exits, a majority will favor one exit while the minority will favor the other. Possible mechanisms for this behavior include Hamilton's selfish herd theory, neighbor copying, or the byproduct of communication by social animals or runaway positive feedback. Characteristics of escape panic include individuals attempt to move faster than normal, interactions between individuals become physical, exit become arched or clogged, escape is slowed by fallen individuals serving as obstacles, individuals display tendency towards master copied behavior, alternative or less used exits are overlooked. Human behavior. Early research. The philosophers Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche were among the first to criticize what they referred to as the crowd. Kierkegaard and herd morality and the herd instinct of Nietzsche in human society. Modern psychological and economic research has identified herd behavior in humans to explain the phenomenon of large numbers of people acting in the same way at the same time. The British surgeon Wilfred Trotter popularized herd behavior, a phrase in his book Instincts of Herd in Peace and War in 1914. In the theory of the leisure class, Thorstein Veblen explained economic behavior in terms of the social influences such as emulation, where some members of groups mimic other members of higher status. In The Metropolis of Mental Life, 1903, early sociologist George Simmel referred to the impulse to sociability in man and sought to describe the forms of association by which a mere sum of separate individuals are made into a society. Other social scientists explored behaviors related to herding, such as Sigmund Freud, crowd psychology, Carl Jung, collective unconsciousness, Everett Dean Martin, behavior of crowds, and Gustav Le Bon, the popular mind. Swarm theory observed in non-human societies is a related concept and is being explored as it occurs in human societies. Scottish journalist Charles Mackay identified multiple facets of herd behavior in his 1841 work, Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. Everyday decision making. Benign herding behaviors may occur frequently in everyday decisions based on learning from the information of others, as when a person on the street decides which of two restaurants to dine in. Suppose that both look appealing, but both are empty because it is early evening, so at random the person chooses restaurant A. Soon a couple walks down the street in search of a place to eat. They see that restaurant A has customers while B is empty and choose A on the assumption that having customers makes it a better choice because other passersby do the same thing in the evening. Restaurant A does more business that night than B. The phenomenon is also referred to information cascade. Crowds. Crowds that gather on behalf of a grievance can involve herding behavior that turns violent, particularly when confronted by an opposing ethnic or racial group. Sheeple is a derogatory term that highlights the passive herd behavior of people easily controlled by governing power or market fads, which likens them to sheep, a herd of animals that is easily led about. The term is used to describe those who voluntarily acquiesce to a suggestion without any significant critical analysis or research, in large part due to the majority of the population having a similar mindset. Wordspy defines it as people who are meek, easily persuaded, and tend to follow the crowd. Sheep plus people. Merriam-Webster defines the term as people who are docile, compliant, or easily influenced, people likened to sheep. The word is a plurally a tantum, which means it does not have a singular form. While its origins are unclear, the word was used by Anderson in his column Roundabout Radio, published in London in 1945, where he wrote, "The simple truth is that you can get away with anything in government that covers almost all the evils of the time. Once in, nobody apparently can turn you out. The people, as ever, I spell it sheeple, will stand anything." Another early use was Ernest Rogers' in 1949 book, The Old Hock and Bucket, which contained a chapter entitled We the Sheeple. The Wall Street Journal first responded to the label in print in 1984. The reporter heard the word used by the proprietor of the American Opinion bookstore, and the use of taxpayers were derided for their blind conformity as opposed to those who thought independently. The term was first popularized in the late 1980s and 90s by conspiracy theorist and broadcaster Bill Cooper on the radio program The Hour of the Time, which was broadcast internationally via shortwave radio. The program gained a small yet dedicated following, inspiring many individuals who would later broadcast their own radio programs critical of the United States government. This led to regular use on radio program Coast to Coast by Art Bell through the 1990s and early 2000s. These combined factors significantly increased the popularity of the word, which led to its widespread use. The term can be used for those who seem inordinately tolerant or welcoming of widespread policies. In a column entitled A Nation of Sheeple, columnist Walter Williams writes, American sheepishness accepted all sorts of transportation security administration nonsense. Okay, so let's keep it going. So I took a course from John Searle. I'd mentioned John Searle he has a few interesting ideas. John Searle is still alive today at 91 years old, part of the cognitive revolution, like Noam Chomsky, a lot of stuff on speech acts. He has a few other things. Let me just read through a little of his work. John Searle, intentionality, and John Searle had the idea of philosophy of mind in terms of sociology, the origins of social and group behavior. So I'm just reading a little background information on group behavior. Intentionality, an essay on the philosophy of mind, 1983. Searle applies the principles of his accounts of illocutionary acts to the investigation of intentionality. The concept of illocutionary acts was introduced into linguistics by philosopher J.L. Austin in his investigation of the various aspects of speech. In his framework, locution is what is said and meant, illocution is what is done, and prelocution is what has happened as a result. Searle is at pains to emphasize the intentionality, the capacity of mental states to be about worldly objects is not to be confused with intentionality, the referential opacity of context that fail test of extensionality. For Searle, intentionality is exclusively mental, being the power of minds to represent or symbolize over things, properties, or state of affairs in the external world. Causal covariance, aboutness, and the like are not enough. Maps, for instance, only have a derived intentionality, a mere after image of the real thing. Searle also introduces the technical term the background, which according to him has been the source of much philosophical discussion. He calls background the set of abilities, capacities, tendencies, and dispositions that humans have that are not themselves intentional states, but that generate appropriate such states on demand. Thus, when someone's asked cut the cake, they know to use a knife, but when someone's asked to cut the grass, they know to use a lawnmower, even though the request did not mention this, beginning with the possibility of reversing the two. An endless series of skeptical, anti-real, or science fiction interpretations could be imagined. I wish to say that there is a radical underdetermination of what is said by the literal meaning, emphasizes Searle. The background fills the gap, being the capacity always to have a suitable interpretation to hand. I just take a huge metaphysics for granted, he says. Searle sometimes supplements his reference to the background with the concept of the network, one's network of other beliefs, desires, and other intentional states necessary for any particular intentional state to make sense. To give an example, two chess players might be engaged in a bitter struggle at the board, but they share all sorts of background presuppositions that they will take turns to move, that no one else will intervene, and they're both playing the same rules, that the fire alarm will not go off, that the board will not suddenly disintegrate, that their opponents will not magically turn into a grapefruit, and so on indefinitely, as most of these possibilities will not have occurred to either player. Searle thinks that the background is itself unconscious as well as non-intentional. To have a background is to have a set of brain structures that generate appropriate intentional states. Those brain structures enable me to activate the system of intentionality and make it function, but the capabilities realized in the brain structures do not themselves consist in intentional states. It seems to Searle that Hume and Nietzsche were probably the first philosophers to appreciate respectively the centrality and radical contingency on the background. Nietzsche saw with anxiety that the background does not have, by the way, not have to be the way it is. Searle also thinks that the background appears in the ideas of other modern thinkers, as in the riverbed substratum of Wittgenstein's uncertainty and Pierre Bourdieu's habitus. In his debate with Jacques Derrida, Searle argued against Derrida's purported view that a statement can be disjoined from the original intentionality of its author. For example, when no longer connected to the original author, while still being able to produce meaning. Searle maintained that even if one was to see a written statement with no knowledge of authorship, it would still be impossible to escape the question of intentionality, because a meaningful sentence is just standing possibility of the speech act. For Searle, ascribing intentionality to a statement was a basic requirement for attributing it any meaning at all. Consciousness. Based on his view about intentionality, Searle presents a view concerning consciousness in his book, The Rediscovery of Mind, 1992. He argues that starting with behavioralism, an early but influential scientific view, succeeded by many later accounts that Searle also dismissed, much of modern philosophy has tried to deny the existence of consciousness, with little success. In Intentionality, he parodies several alternative theories of consciousness by replacing their accounts of intentionality with comparable accounts of the hand. No one would think of saying, for example, having a hand is just being disposed to certain sorts of behaviors, such as grasping, or hands can be defined entirely in terms of their causes and effects. For a system to have a hand is just for it to be a certain computer state with the right sorts of inputs and outputs, or saying that a system has hands, or just adopting a certain stance towards it. Searle argues that philosophy has been trapped in the false dichotomy that on the one hand the world consists of nothing but objective particles and fields of force, but that yet on the other hand consciousness is clearly a subjective first-person experience. Searle says simply that both are true. Consciousness is a real subjective experience caused by the physical processes of the brain, a view that suggests might be called biological naturalism. Ontological subjectivity. Searle has argued that critics like Daniel Dennett, who he claims insist that discussing subjectivity is unscientific because science presupposes objectivity and making a category error. Perhaps the goal of science is to establish and validate statements which are epistemologically objective, whose truth can be discovered and evaluated by any interested party, but are not necessarily ontologically objective. Searle calls any value judgment epistemologically subjective. Thus, McKinley is prettier than Everest is epistemically subjective, whereas McKinley is higher than Everest is epistemically objective. In other words, the latter statement is evaluable, in fact falsifiable, by an understood background criterion for mountain height, like the summit is so many meters above sea level. No such criteria exists for prettiness. Beyond this distinction, Searle thinks that there are certain phenomena, including all conscious experience, that are ontologically subjective, can only exist as subjective experience. For example, although it might be subjective or objective in the epistemic sense, a doctor's note that his patient suffers from back pain is an epistemically objective claim. It counts as a medical diagnosis only because the existence of back pain is an objective fact of medical science. The pain itself, however, is ontologically subjective. It is only experienced by a person having it. Searle goes on to affirm that where consciousness is concerned, the existence of the appearance is the reality. His view that the epistemic and ontological senses of objective subjective are clearly separable is crucial to his self-proclaimed biological naturalism, because it allows epistemically objective judgments like the object is a pocket calculator to pick out agent relative features of the object, and such features are, on his terms, ontologically subjective, unlike they say the object is made mostly of plastic. So Searle has a bunch of other things, but that was the main thing I wanted to discuss related to group behavior. So let's look a little more about the Searle-Derrida debate. The Searle-Derrida debate refers to a famous intellectual controversy opposing John Searle and Jacques Derrida after Derrida was responding to J.L. Austin's theory of illocutionary acts in his 1972 paper, Signature Event Context. In his 1977 essay, reiterating the differences, a reply to Derrida, Searle argued that Derrida's apparent rejection of Austin was unwarranted, but later refused to let the 1977 reply be printed along with Derrida's papers in the 1988 collection Limited Inc., in which the new text by Derrida ridiculed Searle's position on the topic. In the 1990s, Searle clarified why he did not consider Derrida's approach to be legitimate philosophy. Commentators have sometimes interpreted the seemingly failed nature of the exchange between Searle and Derrida as a prominent example of confrontation between analytical and continental philosophy, some having considered it a series of elaborate misunderstandings, while others have seen either Searle or Derrida gaining the upper hand. While the fundamental opposition between the two philosophers lays in their different understandings of intentionality, the debate is famous for its degree of mutual hostility, which can be seen from Searle's statement that it would be a mistake to regard Derrida's discussion of Austin as a confrontation between two prominent philosophical traditions, to which Derrida replied that the sentence was the only sentence of the reply to which I can subscribe. Signature event context. Studying 1972, studying Austin's theory of the Illocutionary act in the perspective of deconstruction, Derrida argued in his 1972 paper, Signature Event Context, that Austin had missed the fact that any speech event is framed by a structure of absence, the words that are left unsaid due to the contextual constraints, and by iterability, the repeatability of linguistic elements outside of their context. He also took issue with the way Austin had excluded the study of fiction, non-serious, and parasitic speech, wondering whether the exclusion was because Austin had considered these speech genres governed by different structures of meaning or simply due to lack of interest. In other words, while sympathetic to Austin's departure from purely denotational account of language to one that includes force, Derrida was skeptical of the framework of normativity employed by Austin. He argued the focus on intentionality in speech act theory was misguided because intentionality is restricted to that which is already established as a possible intention. John Searle's reply in his 1977 essay reiterating the differences replied to Derrida. Searle argued that Derrida's critique was unwarranted because it assumed that Austin's theory attempted to give a full account of language and meaning when its aim was much more narrow. Searle considered the omission of a parasitic discourse forms to be justified by his narrow scope of Austin's inquiry. Searle also argued that Derrida's disagreement with Austin turned on his having misunderstood Austin's type token distinction and his failure to understand Austin's concept of failure in relation to performativity. Searle agreed with Derrida's proposal that intentional presupposes iterability, but did not apply the same concept of intentionality used by Derrida, being unable or unwilling to engage with the continental conceptual apparatus. This in turn would cause Derrida to criticize Searle for not being sufficiently familiar with phenomenological perspectives on intentionality. Critics have suggested that what Searle, by being so grounded in the analytical tradition, that he was unable to engage with Derrida's continental phenomenological tradition, was at fault for the unsuccessful nature of the exchange. In 1983, Searle wrote in the New York Review of Books that he was surprised by the low level of philosophical argumentation, the deliberate obscurantism of the prose and widely exaggerated claims, and the constant striving to give the appearance of profundity by making claims that seem paradoxical, but under analysis often turn out to be silly or trivial. In 1994, Searle argued that the ideas upon which deconstruction is founded are essentially a consequence of a series of conceptual confusions made by Derrida as a result of his outdated knowledge or are merely banalities. He insisted that Derrida's conception of iterability and its alleged corrupting effect on the meaning stems from Derrida's ignorance of the type token distinction that exists in current linguistics and philosophy of language, as Searle explains, most importantly from the fact that different tokens of the sentence type can be uttered on different occasions with different intentions, that is, different speaker meanings. Nothing of any significance follows about the original speaker's meaning of the original utterance tokens. The substance of Searle's criticisms of Derrida in relation to the topics of the philosophy of language referenced in Derrida's signature event context was that Derrida had no apparent familiarity with contemporary philosophy of language, nor with contemporary linguistics in Anglo-Saxon countries. So explains when Derrida writes about the philosophy of languages, he refers typically to Rousseau and Condillac, not to mention Plato, and his idea of modern linguist is Benaviste, or even Saussure. Searle describes Derrida's philosophical knowledge as pre-Wittgensteinian, that is to say, disconnected from analytical tradition, and consequently his perspective naive and misguided, concerned with issues long since resolved or otherwise found to be non-issues. Derrida's response. Claiming a clear sender of Searle's message could not be established, Derrida in limited ink suggested that Searle had formed in Austin a society, a limited liability company, due to the ways in which the ambiguities of authorship of Searle's reply circumvented the very speech act of his reply. Searle did not respond. Later in 1988, Derrida tried to review his position and critique of Austin Searle, reiterating that he found the constant appeal to normality in the analytical tradition to be problematic for which they were only paradigmatic examples. In the description of the structure called normal, normative, central ideas, the possibility must be integrated as an essential possibility. The possibility cannot be treated as though it were a simple accident, marginal or parasitic. It cannot be and hence ought not to be. And this passage from can to ought reflects the entire difficulty. If the analysis so-called normal cases, one neither can nor ought, in all theoretical rigor, to exclude the possibility of transgression, not even provisionally or out of allegedly methodological considerations. It would be poor method, since the possibility of transgression tells us immediately and indispensably about the structure of the said act to be normal, as well about the structure of law in general. He continued arguing how problematic was established the relationship between nonfiction standard discourse and fiction defined as its parasite. For part of the most original sense of the latter is to allow fiction, the simulacrum parasitism, to take place, and in so doing to de-essentialize itself, as it were. He would finally argue that the indispensable question would then return. What is nonfiction standard discourse? What must it be, and what does the name evoke? Once its fictionality or its fictionalization, its transgressive parasitism is always possible, and moreover, by virtue of the same words, the same phrases, the same grammar, the question is all the more indispensable, since the rules and even the statements of the rules govern the relations of nonfiction standard discourse and its fictional parasites are not things found in nature by laws, symbolic inventions, or conventions, institutions that in the very normality as well as their normativity entail something of the fictional. In the debate, Derrida praises Austin's work, but argues that he's wrong to banish what Austin calls infelicities from the normal operation of language. Once infelicity, for instance, occurs when it cannot be known whether a given speech act is sincere or merely citational. Derrida argues that even iteration is necessarily citational due to the graphematic nature of speech and writing, and that language could not work at all without the ever-present and ineradicable possibility of such alternative readings. Derrida takes Searle to task for his attempt to get around this issue by grounding final authority in the speaker's inaccessible intention. Derrida argues that intention cannot possibly govern how an iteration signifies. Once it becomes hearable or readable, all speech acts borrow a language whose significance is determined by historical linguistic context and by the alternate possibilities that this context makes possible. The significance, Derrida argues, cannot be altered or governed by the whims of intention. Searle. According to Searle, the consistent pattern to Derrida's rhetoric is announce a preposterous thesis. There is no outside text. When challenged, respond that you have been misunderstood and revise your claim in such that it becomes a truism. Means nothing else. There is nothing outside context. When the reformulation from earlier is acknowledged, then proceed as if the original formulation was accepted. The revised idea, for example, that everything exists in some context is a banality, but a charade ensues as if the original claim nothing exists outside of the text had been established. In 1995, Searle gave a brief reply to Derrida on the construction of social reality. He called Derrida's conclusion preposterous, as stated that Derrida, as far as I can tell, does not have an argument. He simply declares that there is nothing outside of the text. Derrida apparently takes it all back, claiming that he meant the banality that everything exists in some context or another. Derrida and others like him present an array of weak and even non-contextual, non-existent arguments for a conclusion that seem preposterous. So the main point of Searle, there's a lot about language that I'm not even sure why I brought it up, but it was a little bit interesting. So, yes, Searle's book, The Construction of Social Reality, I read that recently. It's an interesting book. And this is also an interesting book I read recently, The Social Construction of Reality, a treatise on the sociology of knowledge. I might get back. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of information. So let me just read. Let me briefly mention this, the Chomsky-Foucault debate, which is, I guess, a well-known historical event, just to throw some more stuff out there that hopefully I'll come back to. The Chomsky-Foucault debate was a debate about human nature between Noam Chomsky and Michel Foucault at the Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands on the 27th of October 1971. The debate was broadcast. Chomsky and Foucault were invited by the Dutch philosopher Fons Elders to discuss an age-old question: is there such a thing as innate human nature, independent of our experiences and external influences? You could still see this debate on YouTube. As the moderators summarized the topic, all learning concerning man, ranging from the history to linguistics and psychology, are faced with the question whether, in the last instance, we are the product of all kinds of external factors, or if, in spite of our differences, we have something we could call a common human nature by which we call each other human beings. Noam Chomsky and Michel Foucault assumed opposing viewpoints on the question. Chomsky argued human nature was real and identified it with innate structures of the human mind consistent with his theory of universal grammar. Foucault explained the same phenomenon by referring to human social structures. For example, while acknowledging that it would be futile to try to accurately predict the nature of post-revolutionary society, Chomsky maintained that it's still worthwhile to engage in the task of theory construction, even if they cannot provide a complete picture of future society. Theories can still offer a vision and a sense of the direction for a revolutionary struggle. Foucault replied to this by questioning the basis of such theories. According to him, our conceptions of human nature are acquired from our own society, civilization, and culture. He gave as an example of this the late 19th and early 20th century Marxism, which, according to Foucault, borrowed its conception of happiness from bourgeois society. Ideas about sexuality, family life, and aesthetics were borrowed from bourgeois examples. Foucault maintained that in adopting a certain conception of human nature, we risk reconstituting old power relations in a post-revolutionary society, to which Chomsky replied, our concept of human nature is certainly limited, partial, societally conditioned, constrained by our own character, defects, and limitations of our intellectual culture in which we exist. Yet at the same time, it is critical importance that we have some direction, that we know what impossible goals we are trying to achieve if we hope to achieve some of the possible goals. During the debate, Foucault was critical of what he saw as the hidden political power of seemingly neutral institutions. According to him, power is viewed in European society as something which belongs to institutions of political power, such as the government, and related sectors of society, such as the state apparatus, police, and the army. But according to Foucault, institutions such as the family, schools, and universities, medicine, and psychiatry all serve to maintain power in the hands of one social class and to exclude the other. He saw that as a central intellectual task to criticize such institutions. It seems to me that the real political task in a society such as ours is to criticize the workings of institutions, which appear to be both neutral and independent, to criticize and attack them in such a manner that the political violence, which has always exercised itself obscurely through them, will be unmasked, so that one can fight against them. Chomsky agreed, adding that he concurs not only in theory but also in practice. However, according to him, the main institutions which have to be fought in modern society are economic, namely financial institutions of multinational corporations. According to Chomsky, even if they present themselves as subjects to the democracy of the marketplace, they are still autocratic. Power is vested in a minority of owners and managers, while the working majority have no real control over the operation of the corporation. According to Chomsky, such institutions gain power from their domination of market forces, in which he saw as the inegalitarian societies of the West. So, a lot of stuff here, a lot more I'd like to cover. Just thought I'd throw out some basic information. Hopefully, look maybe next week in original position, group dynamics, the social construction of reality, crowd psychology, science wars, Rawls' theory of justice, social comparison theory of Leon Festiger, and collective intelligence. All big topics that hopefully I'll cover next week. So when I wrap up, thanks to Kevin McCairn for coming on. Interesting discussion, and you hopefully lead to some deeper insight on the issues. And I think, God forbid, the war in Israel is going to wage on. I'm not sure there's going to be that much to cover. So my theories of a Jew, hopefully I got deeper into it. I covered anti-Zionism and my struggle to understand anti-Zionists, to actually becoming an anti-Zionist as a theological position and understanding the war through that, and the difficulties of the rejection of Western culture, to understand a Torah perspective, and the importance of dualism. Then to have Kevin McCairn come on and to really battle out what does dualism mean in terms of understanding cognition, cognitive structures, you things like group behavior, and so hopefully these metaphysical foundations will be useful moving forward. I'll probably continue on this topic next week. I have an essay on chess. I'd mentioned I wanted to read this last week. The chess club's canceled next Friday for Thanksgiving. The U.S. Hopefully everyone have a good Thanksgiving. But hopefully I'll get my chess essay out. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks. And next week on Week in Review, I'll look at my essay on chess, and hopefully publish a blog post I haven't done in a while. Try to get back into writing. Hopefully some of the stuff I went through will become useful for my writing. Hopefully I'll find people to collaborate with. So thank God. Despite our serious disagreements, I was able to relatively work together well with Kevin. He was a good streamer, educated, with a lot of crossover and a lot of disagreements, but hopefully that made for interesting streaming. I'm not sure if I have too much coming up on streaming, so to say. Like, I probably won't talk with Stephen James this week because Thursday is Thanksgiving. I'm not sure there's a big update. So maybe if Kevin wants, we'll do a Twitter space. But not sure. But if anyone reaches out, maybe I'll stream. But no plans. So just next week at Week in Review. There's going to be a simul at the Chess Club, the Detroit Institute of Arts, December 8th. So that'll be 3 weeks from now. Justice Williams from Brooklyn, who I think was here before, but maybe I'll stream Ramblings of a Chess Coach that week, and hopefully that'll be a good program. Getting back into the chess coaching, feel good about that. So I got 18 people watching, so a big crowd, but no activity in the chat. So I guess I'm just going to wrap up. We're approaching the end of the year, and I still want to get back to the science of expertise. Because of the war in Israel, I've been sidetracked for like the last month and a half now. But I had wanted to get deep into the science of expertise and go over all the major theories of the science of expertise. And I talked about various issues like deliberate practice and knowledge transfer. I was going to move into some of these essays I listed that I wanted to look into multifaceted understanding of giftedness, intelligence, the nature of intelligence, maybe more in computation and algorithms. I also wanted to do a complete review of all of the major cognitive architectures. And I want to complete somewhat the view on cognitive architectures. So that's a topic that I covered a lot. Multiple truth hypothesis, truth theory, that I went almost 2 months on that in the summer. So a lot of research. I got to clear my mind, hopefully get back into writing. Hopefully I could get a few more cooperative people a little bit more interested in my research, to try a little harder to write a little bit more, be more clear in my thoughts, trying to stay positive, focused on improving myself. I don't want to be a bitter, negative person. So, believe in God, fear God, try to do the right thing, try to be a good influence on whoever I can be, and share some of my insights, my teachings, and you hopefully create some sort of intellectual community or various things. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Special thanks to Kevin McCairn for joining in, and have a great week. God bless to those in America. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe.